April 1663. April 1st. Up betimes and abroad to my brother, S., but he being gone out I went to the temple to my cousin Roger Pepys, to see and talk with him a little. Who tells me that, with much ado, the Parliament do agree to throw down popery. But he says it is with so much spite and passion, and an endeavor of bringing all nonconformists into the same condition, that he is afeard matters will not yet go so well as he could wish. Thence back to my brother S., in my way meeting Mr. Moore and talking with him about getting me some money, and calling at my brother S. They tell me that my brother is still abroad, and that my father is not yet up. At which I wondered, not thinking that he was come, though I expected him, because I looked for him at my house. So I up to his bedside and stayed an hour or two talking with him. Among other things, he tells me how unquiet my mother is grown, that he is not able to live almost with her, if it were not for Paul. All other matters are as well as upon so hard conditions with my Uncle Thomas, we can expect them. I left him in bed, being very weary, to come to my house tonight or tomorrow, when he pleases, and so I home, calling on the virginal maker, buying a rest for myself to tune my triangle, and taking one of his people along with me to put it in tune once more, by which I learned how to go about it myself for the time to come. So to dinner, my wife being lazily in bed all this morning. Ashwell and I dine below together, and a pretty girl she is, and I hope will give my wife and myself good content, being very humble and active. My cook-maid do also dress my meat very well and neatly. So to my office all the afternoon till night, and then home, calling at Sir W. Batten, S., where was Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Penn, I telling them how by my letter this day from Commissioner Pett I hear that his stemples, cross pieces, which are put into a frame of woodwork to cure and strengthen a shaft. He undertook for the new ship at Woolwich, which we have been so long, to our shame, in looking for, do prove naughty and not fit for service. Lord. How Sir J. Minns, like a mad coxcomb, did swear and stamp, swearing that Commissioner Pett hath still the old heart against the king that ever he had, and that this was his envy against his brother that was to build the ship, and all the damnable reproaches in the world, at which I was ashamed, but said little. But upon the whole, I find him still a fool, led by the nose with stories told by Sir W. Batten, whether with or without reason. So, vexed in my mind to see things ordered so unlike gentlemen, or men of reason, I went home and to bed. Second, up by very betimes and to my office, where all the morning till towards noon, and then by coach to Westminster Hall with Sir W. Penn. And while he went up to the house, I walked in the hall with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, that I met there, talking about my business the other day with Holmes, whom I told my mind, and did freely tell how I do depend upon my care and diligence in my employment to bear me out against the pride of Holmes or any man else in things that are honest. And much to that purpose, which I know he will make good use of. But he did advise me to take as few occasions as I can of disobliging commanders, though this is one that every body is glad to hear that he do receive a check. By and by the house rises, and I home again with Sir W. Penn, and all the way talking of the same business, to whom I did on purpose tell him my mind freely, and let him see that it must be a wiser man than Holmes in these very words, that shall do me any hurt while I do my duty. I to remember him of Holmes's words against Sir J. Minns, that he was a knave, rogue, coward, and that he will kick him and pull him by the ears, which he remembered all of them and may have occasion to do it hereafter to his own shame, to suffer them to be spoke in his presence without any reply, but what I did give him, which has caused all this feud. But I am glad of it, for I would now and then take occasion to let the world know that I will not be made a novice. Sir W. Penn took occasion to speak about my wife's strangeness to him and his daughter, and that believing at last that it was from his taking of Sarah to be his maid, he hath now put her away, at which I am glad. He told me that this day the king hath sent to the house his concurrence wholly with them against the popish priests, Jesuits, and sea, which gives great content, and I am glad of it. So home, whither my father comes and dines with us, and being willing to be merry with him, I made myself so as much as I could, and so to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and at night having done all my business I went home to my wife and father, and supped, and so to bed, my father lying with me in Ashwell's bed in the Red Chamber. Third, waked betimes and talked half an hour with my father, and so I rose and to my office, and about 9 o'clock by water from the Old Swan to Whitehall and to chapel, which being most monstrous full, I could not go into my pew, but sat among the choir. Dr. Cretan, the Scotchman, preached a most admirable, good, learned, honest, and most severe sermon, yet comical, upon the words of the woman concerning the Virgin. Blessed is the womb that bare thee, meaning Christ, and the paps that gave thee suck. And he answered, Nay, rather is he blessed that heareth the word of God and keepeth it. He railed bitterly ever and anon against John Calvin and his brood, the Presbyterians, and against the present term, now in use, of tender consciences. He ripped up Hugh Peters, calling him the execrable skelime villain or scoundrel, the cant term for a thief. His preaching and stirring up the maids of the city to bring in their bodkins and thimbles. Thence going out of Whitehall, I met Captain Grove, who did give me a letter directed to myself from himself. I discerned money to be in it, and took it, knowing, as I found it to be, the proceed of the place I have got him to be, the taking up of vessels for Tangier. But I did not open it till I came home to my office, and there I broke it open, not looking into it till all the money was out, that I might say I saw no money in the paper, if ever I should be questioned about it. There was a piece in gold and L4 in silver. So home to dinner with my father and wife, and after dinner up to my triangle, where I found that above my expectation, Ashwell has very good principles of musique, and can take out a lesson herself with very little pains, at which I am very glad. Thence away back again by water to Whitehall, and there to the Tangier Committee, where we find ourselves at a great stand, the establishment being but L70, 000 per annum, and the forces to be kept in the town at the least estimate that my Lord Rutherford can be got to bring it is L53000. The charge of this year's work of the mole will be L13000, besides L1000 a year to my Lord Peterborough as a pension, and the fortifications and contingencies, which puts us to a great stand, and so unsettled what to do therein we rose, and I to see my Lord Sandwich, whom I found merry at cards, and so by coach home, and after supper a little to my office, and so home and to bed. I find at court that there is some bad news from Ireland of an insurrection of the Catholics there, which puts them into an alarm. I hear also in the city that for certain there is an embargo upon all our ships in Spain, upon this action of my Lord Windsor, at Cuba, which signifies little or nothing, but only he hath a mind to say that he hath done something before he comes back again. Late tonight I sent to invite my Uncle White and Aunt with Mrs. Turner tomorrow. 4th, up betimes and to my office. By and by to Lombard Street by appointment to meet Mr. Moore, but the business not being ready I returned to the office, where we sat a while, and, being sent for, I returned to him, and there signed to some papers in the conveying of some lands mortgaged by Sir Rob Parkhurst in my name to my Lord Sandwich, which I having done I returned home to dinner, whither by and by comes Roger Pepys, Mrs. Turner her daughter, Joyce Norton, and a young lady, a daughter of Call Cox, my Uncle White, his wife and Mrs. Ann White. This being my feast, in lieu of what I should have had a few days ago for my cutting of the stone, for which the Lord make me truly thankful. Very merry at before and after dinner, and the more for that my dinner was great, and most neatly dressed by our own only maid. We had a fricassee of rabbits and chickens, a leg of mutton boiled, 3 carps in a dish, a great dish of a side of lamb, a dish of roasted pigeons, a dish of 4 lobsters, 3 tarts, a lamprey pie, a most rare pie, a dish of anchovies, good wine of several sorts, and all things mighty noble and to my great content. After dinner to Hyde Park, my aunt Mrs. White and I in one coach, and all the rest of the women in Mrs. Turner S. Roger being gone in haste to the Parliament about the carrying this business of the Papists, in which it seems there is great contest on both sides, and my uncle and father staying together behind. At the park was the king, and in another coach my Lady Castlemaine, they greeting one another at every tour. The company drove round and round the ring in Hyde Park. The following 2 extracts illustrate this, and the second one shows how the circuit was called the tour. Here, 1697, the people of fashion take the diversion of the ring. In a pretty high place, which lies very open, they have surrounded a circumference of 200 or 300 paces diameter with a sorry kind of balustrade, or rather with posts placed upon stakes but 3 feet from the ground, and the coaches drive round this. When they have turned for some time round one way they face about and turn t'other, so rolls the world. Wilson's Memoirs, 1719, p. 126. It is in this park where the grand tour or ring is kept for the ladies to take the air in their coaches, and in fine weather I have seen above 300 at a time. Journey through England, 1724, Volume I, p. 75. Here about an hour, and so leaving all by the way we home, and found the house as clean as if nothing had been done there today from top to bottom, which made us give the cook 12d. a piece, each of us. So to my office about writing letters by the post, one to my brother John at Brampton telling him, hoping to work a good effect by it upon my mother, how melancholy my father is, and bidding him use all means to get my mother to live peaceably and quietly, which I am sure she neither do nor I fear can ever do, but frightening her with his coming down no more, and the danger of her condition if he should die I trust may do good. So home and to bed. 5th, Lord's Day. Up and spent the morning, till the barber came, in reading in my chamber part of Osborne's advice to his son, which I shall not never enough admire for sense and language, and being by and by trimmed, to church myself, wife, Ashwell, and see home to dinner, it raining, while that was prepared to my office to read over my vows with great affection and to very good purpose. So to dinner, and very well pleased with it. Then to church again, where a simple bawling young Scot preached. So home to my office alone till dark, reading some papers of my old Navy precedents, and so home to supper. And, after some pleasant talk, my wife, Ashwell, and I to bed. 6th, up very betimes and to my office, and there made an end of reading my book that I have of Mr. Barlow's of the Journal of the Commissioners of the Navy, who begun to act in the year 1628 and continued 6 years, wherein is fine observations and precedents, out of which I do purpose to make a good collection. By and by, much against my will, being twice sent for to Sir G. Carteret's to pass his accounts there, upon which Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and myself all the morning, and again after dinner to it, being vexed at my heart to see a thing of that importance done so slightly, and with that neglect for which God pardon us, and I would I could mend it. Thence leaving them I made an excuse and away home, and took my wife by coach and left her at Madam Clerk S. to make a visit there, and I to the Committee of Tangier, where I found, to my great joy, my Lord Sandwich, the first time I have seen him abroad these some months, and by he rose and took leave being, it seems, this night to go to Kensington or Chelsea, where he hath taken a lodging for a while to take the air. We stayed, and after business done I got Mr. Coventry into the matted gallery, and told him my whole mind concerning matters of our office, all my discontent to see things of so great trust carried so neglectfully, and what pitiful service the controller and surveyor make of their duties, and I disburdened my mind wholly to him, and he to me his own, many things, telling me that he is much discouraged by seeing things not to grow better and better, as he did well hope they would have done. Upon the whole, after a full hour's private discourse, telling one another our minds, we with great content parted, and with very great satisfaction for my thus cleared my conscience, went to Dr. Clerk S. and thence fetched my wife and by coach home. To my office a little to set things in order, and so home to supper and to bed. 7th, up very betimes, and angry with Will that he made no more haste to rise after I called him. So to my office and all the morning there. At noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, where I found my wife had been with Ashwell to La Roche's to have her tooth drawn, which it seems aches much, but my wife could not get her to be contented to have it drawn after the first twitch, but would let it alone, and so they came home with it undone, which made my wife and me good sport. After dinner to the office, where Sir J. Minns did make a great complaint to me alone, how my clerk Mr. Hayter had entered in one of the sea-books a ticket to have been signed by him before it had been examined, which makes the old fool mad almost, though there was upon inquiry the greatest reason in the world for it. Which though it vexes me, yet it is most to see from day to day what a coxcomb he is, and that so great a trust should lie in the hands of such a fool. We sat all the afternoon, and I late at my office, it being post-night, and so home to supper, my father being come again to my house, and after supper to bed, and after some talk to sleep. 8th, up betimes and to my office, and by about 8 o'clock, to the Temple to Commissioner Pett lately come to town and discoursed about the affairs of our office, how ill they go through the corruption and folly of Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns. Thence by water to Whitehall to chapel, where preached Dr. Pierce, the famous man that preached the sermon so much cried up before the king against the papists. His matter was the devil tempting our Saviour, being carried into the wilderness by the Spirit. And he hath as much of natural eloquence as most men that ever I heard in my life, mixed with so much learning. After sermon I went up and saw the ceremony of the Bishop of Peterborough's paying homage upon the knee to the king, while Sir H. Bennet, secretary, read the king's grant of the bishopric of Lincoln, to which he is translated. His name is Dr. Laney. Here I also saw the Duke of Monmouth, with his Order of the Garter, the first time I ever saw it. I am told that the University of Cambridge did treat him a little while since with all the honor possible, with a comedy at Trinity College and banquet, and made him Master of Arts there. All which, they say, the king took very well, Dr. Rainbow, Master of Magdalen, being now Vice-Chancellor. Home by water to dinner, and with my father, wife, and Ashwell after dinner, by water towards Woolwich, and in our way I bethought myself that we had left our poor little dog that followed us out of doors at the waterside, and God knows whether he be not lost, which did not only strike my wife into a great passion, but I must confess myself also, more than was becoming me. We immediately returned, I taking another boat, and with my father went to Woolwich, while they went back to find the dog. I took my father on board the king's pleasure boat and down to Woolwich, and walked to Greenwich thence and turning into the park to show my father the steps up the hill. We found my wife, her woman, and dog attending us, which made us all merry again, and so took boats. They to dipped ford and so by land to halfway house, I into the king's yard and overlooked them there, and eat and drank with them, and saw a company of seamen play drolly at our pence, and so home by water. I a little at the office, and so home to supper and to bed, after having Ashwell play my father and me a lesson upon her triangle. 9th, up betimes and to my office, and anon we met upon finishing the treasurer's accounts. At noon dined at home, and am vexed to hear my wife tell me how our maid Mary do endeavor to corrupt our cook maid, which did please me very well, but I am resolved to rid the house of her as soon as I can. To the office and sat all the afternoon till 9 at night, and an hour after home to supper and bed. My father lying at Tom's tonight, he dining with my uncle Fenner and his sons, and a great many more of the gang at his own cost today. To bed vexed also to think of Sir J. Minns finding fault with Mr. Hayter for what he had done the other day, though there be no hurt in the thing at all, but only the old fool's jealousy, made worse by Sir W. Batten. 10th, up very betimes and to my office, where most hard at business alone all the morning. At noon to the Exchange, where I hear that after great expectation from Ireland and long stop of letters, there is good news come, that all is quiet after our great noise of troubles there, though some stir hath been as was reported. Off the Exchange with Sir J. Cutler and Mr. Grant to the Royal Oak Tavern in Lombard Street, where Alexander Broome the poet was, a merry and witty man, I believe, if he be not a little conceited, and here drank a sort of French wine, called Haut-Brion. Haut-Brion, a claret, one of the first growths of the red wines of Medoc. That hath a good and most particular taste that I never met with. Home to dinner, and then by water abroad to Whitehall, my wife to see Mrs. Furrers, I to Whitehall and the Park, doing no business. Then to my lord's lodgings, met my wife and walked to the New Exchange. There laid out tens. Upon pendants and painted leather gloves, very pretty and all the mode. So by coach home and to my office till late, and so to supper and to bed. 11th, up betimes and to my office, where we sat also all the morning till noon, and then home to dinner, my father being there but not very well. After dinner in comes Captain Lambert of the Norwich, this day come from Tangier, whom I am glad to see. There came also with him Captain Wager, and afterwards in came Captain Allen to see me, of the Resolution. All stayed a pretty while, and so away, and I a while to my office, then abroad into the street with my father, and left him to go to see my Aunt White and uncle, intending to lie at Tom's tonight, or my cousin Scott's, where it seems he has hitherto lain and is most kindly used there. So I home and to my office very late making up my lord's navy accounts, wherein I find him to stand debtor L 1200. So home to supper and to bed. 12th Lord's Day. Lay till 8 o'clock, which I have not done a great while, then up and to church, where I found our pew altered by taking some of the hind pew to make ours bigger, because of the number of women, more by Sir J. Minns' company than we used to have. Home to dinner, and after dinner, intending to go to Chelsea to my Lord Sandwich, my wife would needs go with me, though she walked on foot to Whitehall. Which she did and stayed at my lord's lodgings while Creed and I took a turn at Whitehall, but no coach to be had, and so I returned to them and sat talking till evening, and then got a coach and to Gray's Inn walks, where some handsome faces, and so home and there to supper, and a little after 8 o'clock to bed, a thing I have not done God knows when. Coming home tonight, a drunken boy was carrying by our constable to our new pair of stocks to hansel them, being a new pair and very handsome. 13th. Up by 5 o'clock and to my office, where hard at work till towards noon, and home and eat a bit, and so going out met with Mr. Mount, my old acquaintance, and took him in and drank a glass or two of wine to him, and so parted, having not time to talk together, and I with Sir W. Batten to the still yard, and there eat a lobster together, and wise the king's fishmonger coming in, we were very merry half an hour, and so by water to Whitehall. And by being all met we went in to the Duke, and there did our business, and so away, and anon to the Tangier Committee, where we had very fine discourse from Dr. Walker and Weissman, civilians, against our erecting a court merchant at Tangier, and well answered in many things by my Lord Sandwich, whose speaking I never till now observed so much to be very good, and Sir R. Ford. By the discourse being ended, we fell to my Lord Rutherford's dispatch, which do not please him, he being a Scot, and one resolved to scrape every penny that he can get by any way, which the committee will not agree to. He took offence at something and rose away, without taking leave of the board, which all took ill, though nothing said, but only by the Duke of Albemarle, who said that we ought to settle things as they ought to be, and if he will not go upon these terms another man will, no doubt. Here late, quite finishing things against his going, and so rose, and I walked home, being accompanied by Creed to Temple Bar, talking of this afternoon's passage, and so I called at the wardrobe in my way home, and there spoke at the Horn Tavern with Mr. Moore a word or two, but my business was with Mr. Townsend, who is gone this day to his country house, about sparing Charles Pepys some money of his bills due to him when he can, but missing him lost my labor. So walked home, finding my wife abroad at my Aunt White S., who coming home by and by, I home to supper and to bed. 14th. Up betimes to my office, where busy till 8 o'clock that Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Penn and I down by barge to Woolwich to see the Royal James launched, where she has been under repair a great while. We stayed in the yard till almost noon, and then to Mr. Falconer's to a dinner of fish of our own sending, and when it was just ready to come upon the table, word is brought that the king and duke are come, so they all went away to show themselves, while I stayed and had a little dish or two by myself, resolving to go home, and by the time I had dined they came again, having gone to little purpose, the king, I believe, taking little notice of them. So they to dinner, and I stayed a little with them, and so good-bye. I walked to Greenwich, studying the slide rule for measuring of timber, which is very fine. Thence to Diptford by water, and walked through the yard, and so walked to Redriff, and so home pretty weary to my office, where anon they all came home, the ship well launched, and so sat at the office till 9 at night, and I longer doing business at my office, and so home to supper, my father being come, and to bed. Sir G. Carteret tells me tonight that he perceives the Parliament is likely to make a great bustle before they will give the king any money, will call all things into question, and, above all, the expenses of the navy, and do inquire into the king's expenses everywhere, and into the truth of the report of people being forced to sell their bills at 15% loss in the navy, and, lastly, that they are in a very angry, pettish mood at present, and not likely to be better. 15th. Up betimes, and after talking with my father a while, I to my office, and there hard at it till almost noon, and then went down the river with Mains, the purveyor, to show a ship's lading of Norway goods, and called at Sir W. Warren's yard, and so home to dinner. After dinner up with my wife and Ashwell a little to the Troungle, and so I down to Diptford by land about looking out a couple of ketches fitted to be speedily set forth in answer to a letter of Mr. Coventry, S. to me. Which done, I walked back again, all the way reading of my book of timber measure, comparing it with my new sliding rule brought home this morning with great pleasure. Taking boat again, I went to Shish's yard, but he being newly gone out towards Diptford, I followed him thither again, and there seeing him I went with him and pitched upon a couple, and so by water home, it being late, past 8 at night, the wind cold, and I a little weary. So home to my office, then to supper and bed. 16th. Up betimes and to my office, met to pass Mr. Pitts, anon Sir J. Lawson's secretary and deputy treasurer, accounts for the voyage last to the Straits, wherein the demands are strangely irregular, and I dare not oppose it alone for making an enemy and do no good, but only bring a review upon my lord's sandwich. But God knows it troubles my heart to see it, and to see the controller, whose duty it is, to make no more matter of it. At noon home for an hour to dinner, and so to the office public and private till late at night, so home to supper and bed with my father. 17th. Up by 5 o'clock as I have long done, and to my office all the morning, at noon home to dinner with my father with us. Our dinner, it being Good Friday, was only sugar sops and fish, the only time that we have had a Lenten dinner all this Lent. This morning Mr. Hunt, the instrument maker, brought me home a bass viol to see whether I like it, which I do not very well. Besides, I am under a doubt whether I had best buy one yet or no, because of spoiling my present mind and love to business. After dinner my father and I walked into the city a little, and parted and to Paul's churchyard, to cause the title of my English, Mare Clausum. Selden's work was highly esteemed, and Charles I made an order in council that a copy should be kept in the council chest, another in the Court of Exchequer, and a third in the Court of Admiralty. The book Pepys refers to his Nedham's translation, which was entitled, Of the Dominion or Ownership of the Sea. 2 books, written at first in Latin and entitled Mare Clausum by John Selden, translated into English by Marchemont Nedham. London. This has the Commonwealth arms on the title page and a dedication to the Supreme Authority of the Nation, the Parliament of the Commonwealth of England. The dedication to Charles I in Selden's original work was left out. Apparently a new title page and dedication was prepared in 1663, but the copy in the British Museum, which formerly belonged to Charles Killigrew, does not contain these additions. To be changed, and the new title, dedicated to the King, to be put to it, because I am ashamed to have the other scene dedicated to the Commonwealth. So home and to my office till night, and so home to talk with my father, and supper and to bed. I have not had yet 1/4 of an hour's leisure to sit down and talk with him since he came to town, nor do I know till the holidays when I shall. 18th. Up betimes and to my office, where all the morning. At noon to dinner. With us, Mr. Creed, who has been deeply engaged at the office this day about the ending of his accounts, wherein he is most unhappy to have to do with a company of fools, who after they have signed his accounts, and made bills upon them, yet dare not boldly assert to the treasurer that they are satisfied with his accounts. Hereupon all dinner, and walking in the garden the afternoon, he and I talking of the ill management of our office, which God knows is very ill for the King's advantage. I would I could make it better. In the evening to my office, and at night home to supper and bed. 19th Easter Day. Up in this day put on my close-kneed colored suit, which, with new stockings of the color, with belt and new gilt-handled sword, is very handsome. To church alone, and so to dinner, where my father and brother Tom dined with us, and after dinner to church again, my father sitting below in the chancel. After church done, where the young Scotchman preaching I slept all the while, my father and I to see my uncle and Aunt White, and after a stay of an hour, there my father to my brothers and I home to supper, and after supper fell in discourse of dancing, and I find that Ashwell hath a very fine carriage, which makes my wife almost ashamed of herself to see herself so outdone. But tomorrow she begins to learn to dance for a month or 2. So to prayers and to bed. Will being gone, with my leave, to his father's this day for a day or 2, to take physique these holidays. 20th. Up betimes as I used to do, and in my chamber begun to look over my father's accounts, which he brought out of the country with him by my desire, whereby I may see what he has received and spent, and I find that he is not anything extravagant, and yet it do so far outdo his estate that he must either think of lessening his charge, or I must be forced to spare money out of my purse to help him through, which I would willing do as far as L20 goes. So to my office the remaining part of the morning till towards noon, and then to Mr. Grant S. There saw his prints, which he showed me, and indeed are the best collection of any things almost that ever I saw, there being the prints of most of the greatest houses, churches, and antiquities in Italy and France and brave cuts. I had not time to look them over as I ought, and which I will take time hereafter to do, and therefore left them and home to dinner. After dinner, it raining very hard, by coach to Whitehall, where, after Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minns, Mr. Coventry and I had been with the Duke, we to the Committee of Tangier and did matters there dispatching wholly my Lord Teviot, and so broke up. With Sir G. Carteret and Sir John Minns by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, thinking to have spoken about getting money for paying the yards, but we found him with some ladies at cards. And so, it being a bad time to speak, we parted, and Sir J. Minns and I home, and after walking with my wife in the garden late, to supper and to bed, being somewhat troubled at Ashwell's desiring and insisting over eagerly upon her going to a ball to meet some of her old companions at a dancing school here in town next Friday. But I am resolved she shall not go. So to bed. This day the little Duke of Monmouth was married at Whitehall, in the King's Chamber, and tonight is a great supper and dancing at his lodgings, near Charing Cross. I observed his coat at the tail of his coach. He gives the arms of England, Scotland, and France, quartered upon some other fields, but what it is that speaks his being a bastard I know not. 21st. Up betimes and to my office, where first I ruled with red ink my English Mereklosum, which with the new orthodox title makes it now very handsome. So to business, and then home to dinner, and after dinner to sit at the office in the afternoon, and thence to my study late, and so home to supper to play a game at cards with my wife, and so to bed. Ashwell plays well at cards and will teach us to play. I wish it do not lose too much of my time, and put my wife too much upon it. 22nd. Up betimes and to my office very busy all the morning there, entering things into my book manuscript, which pleases me very much. So to the Change, and so to my Uncle White S. by invitation, whither my father, wife, and Ashwell came, where we had but a poor dinner, and not well dressed. Besides, the very sight of my aunt's hands and greasy manner of carving did almost turn my stomach. After dinner by coach to the King's Playhouse, where we saw but part of Wit Without Money, which I do not like much, but coming late put me out of tune, and it costing me 4 half-crowns for myself and company. So, the play done, home, and I to my office a while, and so home, where my father, who is so very melancholy, and we played at cards, and so to supper and to bed. 23rd. St. George's Day and Coronation, the King and Court being at Windsor, at the installing of the King of Denmark by proxy and the Duke of Monmouth. I up betimes, and with my father, having a fire made in my wife's new closet above, it being a wet and cold day, we sat there all the morning looking over his country accounts ever since his going into the country. I find his spending hitherto has been, without extraordinary charges, at full L100 per annum, which troubles me, and I did let him apprehend it, so as that the poor man wept, though he did make it well appear to me that he could not have saved a farthing of it. I did tell him how things stand with us, and did show my distrust of Paul, both for her good nature and housewifery, which he was sorry for, telling me that indeed she carries herself very well and carefully, which I am glad to hear, though I doubt it was but his doting and not being able to find her miscarriages so well nowadays as he could heretofore have done. We resolve upon sending for Will Stanks up to town to give us a right understanding in all that we have in Brampton, and before my father goes to settle everything so as to resolve how to find a living for my father, and to pay debts and legacies, and also to understand truly how Tom's condition is in the world, that we may know what we are like to expect of his doing ill or well. So to dinner, and after dinner to the office, where some of us met and did a little business, and so to Sir W. Batten, to see a little picture drawing of his by a Dutchman, which is very well done. So to my office and put a few things in order, and so home to spend the evening with my father. At cards till late, and being at supper, my boy being sent for some mustard to a neat's tongue, the rogue stayed half an hour in the streets. It seems at a bonfire, at which I was very angry, and resolved to beat him tomorrow. 24th. Up betimes and with my salt eel. A salt eel is a rope's end cut from the piece to be used on the back of a culprit. "Thou shall have salt eel for supper" is an emphatic threat. Went down in the parlor, and there got my boy and did beat him till I was fain to take breath 2 or 3 times. Yet for all I am afeard it will make the boy never the better. He is grown so hardened in his tricks, which I am sorry for, he being capable of making a brave man, and is a boy that I and my wife love very well. So made me ready, and to my office, where all the morning and at noon home, whither came Captain Holland, who is lately come home from sea, and has been much harassed in law about the ship which he has bought, so that it seems in a despair he endeavored to cut his own throat, but has recovered it. And it seems whether by that or any other persuasion, his wife's mother being a great zealot, he is turned almost a Quaker, his discourse being nothing but holy, and that impertinent that I was weary of him. At last, pretending to go to the change, we walked thither together, and there I left him and home to dinner, sending my boy by the way to inquire after 2 dancing masters at our end of the town for my wife to learn, of whose names the boy brought word. After dinner all the afternoon fiddling upon my violin, which I have not done many a day, while Ashwell danced above in my upper best chamber, which is a rare room for musique, expecting this afternoon my wife to bring my cousins Scott and Stradwick, but they came not, and so in the evening we by ourselves to halfway house to walk, but did not go in there, but only a walk and so home again, and to supper, my father with us. And had a good lobster intended for part of our entertainment to these people today, and so to cards, and then to bed, being the first day that I have spent so much to my pleasure a great while. 25th, up betimes and to my viol and song book a pretty while, and so to my office, and there we sat all the morning. Among other things, Sir W. Batten had a mind to cause Butler, our chief witness in the business of field, whom we did force back from an employment going to sea to come back to attend our lawsuit, to be born as a mate on the Rainbow in the Downs in compensation for his loss for our sakes. This he orders an order to be drawn by Mr. Turner for, and after Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Penn had signed it, it came to me and I was going to put it up into my book, thinking to consider of it and give them my opinion upon it before I parted with it. But Sir W. Penn told me I must sign it or give it him again, for it should not go without my hand. I told him what I meant to do, whereupon Sir W. Batten was very angry, and in a great heat, which will bring out anything which he has in his mind, and I am glad of it, though it is base in him to have a thing so long in his mind without speaking of it, though I am glad this is the worst. For if he had worse it would out as well as this some time or other. Told me that I should not think as I have heretofore done, make them sign orders and not sign them myself. Which what ignorance or worse it implies is easy to judge, when he shall sign to things, and the rest of the board too as appears in this business, for company, and not out of their judgment for. After some discourse I did convince them that it was not fit to have it go, and Sir W. Batten first, and then the rest, did willingly cancel all their hands and tear the order. For I told them, Butler being such a rogue as I know him, and we have all signed him to be to the Duke, it will be in his power to publish this to our great reproach, that we should take such a course as this to serve ourselves in wronging the king by putting him into a place he is no wise capable of. And that in an admiralship. At noon we rose, Sir W. Batten ashamed and vexed, and so home to dinner, and after dinner walked to the Old Exchange, and so all along to Westminster Hall, Whitehall, my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, and going by water back to the Temple, did pay my debts in several places in order to my examining my accounts tomorrow to my great content. So in the evening home, and after supper, my father at my brother's, and merrily practicing to dance, which my wife hath begun to learn this day of Mr. Pembleton. Pembleton, the dancing master, made Pepys very jealous, and there are many allusions to him in the following pages. His lessons ceased on May 27th. But I fear will hardly do any great good at it, because she has conceded that she do well already, though I think no such thing. So to bed. At Westminster Hall, this day, I buy a book lately printed and licensed by Dr. Stradling, the Bishop of London's chaplain, being a book discovering the practices and designs of the Papists, and the fears of some of our own fathers of the Protestant Church heretofore of the return to popery, as it were prefacing it. The book is a very good book, but forasmuch as it touches one of the Queen Mother's father's confessors, the bishop, which troubles many good men and members of Parliament, hath called it in, which I am sorry for. Another book one bought, being a collection of many expressions of the great Presbyterian preachers upon public occasions, in the late times, against the king and his party, as some of Mr. Marshall, Case, Calamy, Baxter, and C., which is good reading now, to see what they then did teach, and the people believe, and what they would seem to believe now. Lastly, I did hear that the Queen is much grieved of late at the king's neglecting her, he having not supped once with her this quarter of a year, and almost every night with my Lady Castlemaine, who hath been with him this St. George's feast at Windsor, and came home with him last night, and which is more, they say is removed as to her bed from her own home to a chamber in Whitehall, next to the king's own, which I am sorry to hear, though I love her much. 26th, Lord's Day. Lay pretty long in bed talking with my wife, and then up and set to the making up of my monthly accounts. But Tom coming, with whom I was angry for botching my camlot coat, to tell me that my father and he would dine with me, and that my father was at our church, I got me ready and had a very good sermon of a country minister upon how blessed a thing it is for brethren to live together in unity. So home and all to dinner, and then would have gone by coach to have seen my Lord Sandwich at Chelsea if the man would have taken us. But he denying it, we stayed at home, and I all the afternoon upon my accounts, and find myself worth full L700, for which I bless God, it being the most I was ever yet worth in money. In the evening, my father being gone to my brother S to lie tonight, my wife, Ashwell, and the boy and I, and the dog, over the water and walked to halfway house, and beyond into the fields, gathering of cowslips, and so to halfway house, with some cold lamb we carried with us, and there supped, and had a most pleasant walk back again, Ashwell all along telling us some parts of their masque at Chelsea school, which was very pretty, and I find she hath a most prodigious memory, remembering so much of things acted 6 or 7 years ago. So home, and after reading my vows, being sleepy, without prayers to bed, for which God forgive me. 27th. Up betimes and to my office, where doing business alone a good while till people came about business to me. Will Griffin tells me this morning that Captain Brown, Sir W. Batten's brother-in-law, is dead of a blow given him 2 days ago by a seaman, a servant of his, being drunk, with a stone striking him on the forehead, for which I am sorry, he having a good woman and several small children. At the office all the morning, at noon dined at home with my wife, Mary, and after dinner by water to Whitehall, but found the Duke of York gone to St. James's for this summer. And thence with Mr. Coventry, to whose chamber I went, and Sir W. Penn up to the Duke's closet, and a good while with him about our navy business, and so I to Whitehall, and there alone a while with my Lord Sandwich discoursing about his debt to the navy, wherein he hath given me some things to resolve him in. Thence to my lord's lodging, and thither came Creed to me, and he and I walked a great while in the garden, and thence to an alehouse in the market-place to drink fine Lambeth ale, and so to Westminster Hall, and after walking there a great while, home by coach, where I found Mary gone from my wife, she being too high for her, though a very good servant, and my boy too will be going in a few days. For he is not for my family, he is grown so out of order and not to be ruled, and do himself. Against his brother's counsel, desire to be gone, which I am sorry for, because I love the boy and would be glad to bring him to good. At home with my wife and Ashwell talking of her going into the country this year, wherein we had like to have fallen out, she thinking that I have a design to have her go, which I have not, and to let her stay here I perceive will not be convenient, for she expects more pleasure than I can give her here, and I fear I have done very ill in letting her begin to learn to dance. The Queen, which I did not know, it seems was at Windsor, at the late St. George's feast there, and the Duke of Monmouth dancing with her with his hat in his hand, the King came in and kissed him, and made him put on his hat, which every body took notice of. After being a while at my office home to supper and to bed, my will being come home again after being at his father's all the last week taking physique. 28th. Up betimes and to my office, and there all the morning, only stepped up to see my wife and her dancing master at it, and I think after all she will do pretty well at it. So to dinner, Mr. Hunt dining with us, and so to the office, where we sat late, and then I to my office casting up my Lord's sea accounts over again, and putting them in order for payment, and so home to supper and to bed. 29th. Up betimes, and after having at my office settled some accounts for my Lord Sandwich, I went forth, and taking up my father at my brother S, took coach and towards Chelsea, lighting at an alehouse near the gatehouse at Westminster to drink our morning draught, and so up again and to Chelsea, where we found my lord all alone at a little table with one joint of meat at dinner. We sat down and very merry talking, and mightily extolling the manner of his retirement and the goodness of his diet, which indeed is so finely dressed. The mistress of the house, Mrs. Beck, having been a woman of good condition heretofore, a merchant's wife, and hath all things most excellently dressed. Among others, her cakes admirable, and so good that my lord's words were, they were fit to present to my Lady Castlemaine. From ordinary discourse, my lord fell to talk of other matters to me, of which chiefly the second part of the fray, which he told me a little while since of, between Mr. Edward Montagu and himself, which is that after that he had since been with him 3 times, and no notice taken at all of any difference between them. And yet since that he hath forborne coming to him almost 2 months, and do speak not only slightly of my lord everywhere, but hath complained to my lord chancellor of him, and arrogated all that ever my lord hath done to be only by his direction and persuasion. Whether he hath done the like to the king or no, my lord knows not. But my lord hath been with the king since, and finds all things fair. And my lord chancellor hath told him of it, but with so much contempt of Mr. Montagu, as my lord knows himself very secure against anything the fool can do. And notwithstanding all this, so noble is his nature, that he professes himself ready to show kindness and pity to Mr. Montagu on any occasion. My lord told me of his presenting Sir H. Bennet with a gold cup of L100, which he refuses, with a compliment. But my lord would have been glad he had taken it, that he might have had some obligations upon him, which he thinks possible the other may refuse to prevent it, not that he hath any reason to doubt his kindness. But I perceive great differences there are at court, and Sir H. Bennet and my Lord Bristol, and their faction are likely to carry all things before them, which my lord's judgment is, will not be for the best, and particularly against the chancellor, who, he tells me, is irrecoverably lost. But however, that he will not actually join in anything against the chancellor, whom he do own to be his most sure friend, and to have been his greatest. And therefore will not openly act in either, but passively carry himself even. The queen, my lord tells me, he thinks he hath incurred some displeasure with, for his kindness to his neighbour, my lady Castlemaine. My lord tells me he hath no reason to fall for her sake, whose wit, management, nor interest is not likely to hold up any man, and therefore he thinks it not his obligation to stand for her against his own interest. The Duke and Mr. Coventry my lord says he is very well with, and fears not but they will show themselves his very good friends, specially at this time, he being able to serve them, and they needing him, which he did not tell me wherein. Talking of the business of Tangier, he tells me that my Lord Teviot is gone away without the least respect paid to him, nor indeed to any man, but without his commission. And, if it be true what he says, having laid out 7,000 or 8,000 pounds in commodities for the place. And besides having not only disobliged all the commissioners for Tangier, but also Sir Charles Berkeley the other day, who, speaking in behalf of Colonel Fitzgerald, that having been deputy governor there already, he ought to have expected and had the governorship upon the death or removal of the former governor. And whereas it is said that he and his men are Irish, which is indeed the main thing that hath moved the king and council to put in Teviot to prevent the Irish having too great, and the whole command there under Fitzgerald. He further said that there was never an Englishman fit to command Tangier. My Lord Teviot answered yes, that there were many more fit than himself or Fitzgerald either. So that Fitzgerald being so great with the Duke of York, and being already made deputy governor, independent of my Lord Teviot, and he being also left here behind him for a while, my Lord Sandwich do think that, putting all these things together, the few friends he hath left, and the ill posture of his affairs, my Lord Teviot is not a man of the conduct and management that either people take him to be, or is fit for the command of the place. And here, speaking of the Duke of York and Sir Charles Berkeley, my lord tells me that he do very much admire the good management, and discretion, and nobleness of the Duke, that whatever he may be led by him or Mr. Coventry singly in private, yet he did not observe that in public matters, but he did give as ready hearing and as good acceptance to any reasons offered by any other man against the opinions of them, as he did to them, and would concur in the prosecution of it. Then we came to discourse upon his own sea comps, and came to a resolution what and how to proceed in them. Wherein he resolved, though I offered him a way of evading the greatest part of his debt honestly, by making himself debtor to the Parliament, before the king's time, which he might justly do, yet he resolved to go openly and nakedly in it, and put himself to the kindness of the king and duke, which humour, I must confess, and so did tell him, with which he was not a little pleased, had thriven very well with him, being known to be a man of candid and open dealing, without any private tricks or hidden designs as other men commonly have in what they do. From that we had discourse of Sir G. Carteret, who he finds kind to him, but it may be a little envious, and most other men are, and of many others. And upon the whole do find that it is a troublesome thing for a man of any condition at court to carry himself even, and without contracting enemies or enviers, and that much discretion and dissimulation is necessary to do it. My father stayed a good while at the window, and then sat down by himself while my lord and I were thus an hour together or two after dinner discoursing, and by he took his leave, and told me he would stay below for me. Anon I took leave, and coming down found my father unexpectedly in great pain, and desiring for God's sake to get him a bed to lie upon, which I did. And Howe and I stayed by him, in so great pain as I never saw, poor wretch, and with that patience, crying only, terrible, terrible pain, God help me, with the mournful voice that made my heart ache. He desired to rest a little alone to see whether it would abate, and Howe and I went down and walked in the gardens, which are very fine, and a pretty fountain with which I was finely wetted, and up to a banqueting house with a very fine prospect. And so back to my father, who I found in such pain that I could not bear the sight of it without weeping, never thinking that I should be able to get him from thence. But at last, finding it like to continue, I got him to go to the coach, with great pain. And driving hard, he all the while in a most unsufferable torment, meeting in the way with Captain Furrers going to my lord, to tell him that my Lady Jemima is come to town, and that Will Stanks is come with my father's horses, not staying the coach to speak with any body. But once, in St. Paul's churchyard, we were forced to stay, the jogging and pain making my father vomit, which it never had done before. At last we got home, and all helping him we got him to bed presently, and after half an hour's lying in his naked bed, it being a rupture which he is troubled, and has been this 20 years, but never in half the pain and with so great swelling as now, and how this came but by drinking of cold small beer, and sitting long upon a low stool, and then standing long after it, he cannot tell. After which he was at good ease, and so continued, and so fell to sleep, and we went down whither W. Stanks was come with his horses. But it is very pleasant to hear how he rails at the rumbling and ado that is in London over it is in the country, that he cannot endure it. He supped with us, and very merry, and then he to his lodgings at the inn with the horses, and so we to bed, I to my father who is very well again, and both slept very well. 30th, up, and after drinking my morning draught with my father and W. Stanks, I went forth to Sir W. Batten, who is going to no purpose as he uses to do to Chatham upon a survey. So to my office, where till towards noon, and then to the Exchange and back home to dinner, where Mrs. Hunt, my father, and W. Stanks, but Lord, what a stir Stanks makes with his being crowded in the streets and wearied in walking in London, and would not be wooed by my wife and Ashwell to go to a play, nor to Whitehall, or to see the Lion. The Tower Menagerie, with its famous lions, which was one of the chief sights of London, and gave rise to a new English word, was not abolished until the early part of the present century. Though he was carried in a coach, I never could have thought there had been upon earth a man so little curious in the world as he is. At the office all the afternoon till 9 at night, so home to cards with my father, wife, and Ashwell, and so to bed. May 1663. May 1st. Up betimes and my father with me, and he and I all the morning in Will Stanks' private, in my wife's closet above, settling our matters concerning our Brampton estate, and see, and I find that there will be, after all debts paid within L 100, L 50 per annum clear coming towards my father's maintenance, besides L25 per annum annuities to my Uncle Thomas and Aunt Perkins. Of which, though I was in my mind glad, yet thought it not fit to let my father know it thoroughly. But after he had gone out to visit my Uncle Thomas and brought him to dinner with him, and after dinner I got my father, brother Tom, and myself together, I did make the business worse to them, and did promise L20 out of my own purse to make it L50 a year to my father, propounding that Stortlow may be sold to pay L200 for his satisfaction therein, and the rest to go towards payment of debts and legacies. The truth is I am fearful lest my father should die before debts are paid, and then the land goes to Tom, and the burden of paying all debts will fall upon the rest of the land. Not that I would do my brother any real hurt. I advised my father to good husbandry, and to living within the compass of L50 a year, and all in such kind words, as not only made them but myself to weep, and I hope it will have a good effect. That being done, and all things agreed on, we went down, and after a glass of wine we all took horse, and I upon a horse hired of Mr. Game, saw him out of London at the end of Bishopsgate Street. And so I turned and rode with some trouble through the fields, and then Holborn, and see towards Hyde Park, whither all the world, I think, are going, and in my going, almost thither, met W. Howe coming galloping upon a little crop black nag. It seems one that was taken in some ground of my Lord S. by some mischance being left by his master, a thief. This horse being found with black cloth ears on, and a false mane, having none of his own. And I back again with him to the Chequer, at Charing Cross, and there put up my own dull jade, and by his advice saddled a delicate stone horse of Captain Ferrers's, and with that rid in state to the park, where none better mounted than I almost. But being in a throng of horses, seeing the king's riders showing tricks with their managed horses, which were very strange, my stone horse was very troublesome, and begun to fight with other horses to the dangering him and myself, and with much ado I got out, and kept myself out of harm's way. Here I saw nothing good, neither the king, nor my Lady Castlemaine, nor any great ladies or beauties being there being more pleasure a great deal at an ordinary day, or else those few good faces that there were choked up with the many bad ones, there being people of all sorts in coaches there, to some thousands, I think. Going thither in the highway just by the park gate, I met a boy in a sculler boat, carried by a dozen people at least, rowing as hard as he could drive, it seems upon some wager. By and by, about 7 or 8 o'clock, homeward, and changing my horse again, I rode home, coaches going in great crowds to the further end of the town almost. In my way in Leadenhall Street, there was Morris dancing which I have not seen a great while, so set my horse up at games, paying 5s for him. And so home to see Sir J. Minns, who is well again, and after staying talking with him a while, I took leave and went to hear Mrs. Turner's daughter, at whose house Sir J. Minns lies, play on the harpsichon. But, Lord, it was enough to make any man sick to hear her, yet I was forced to commend her highly. So home to supper and to bed, Ashwell playing upon the triangle very well before I went to bed. This day Captain Grove sent me a side of pork, which was the oddest present, sure that was ever made any man. And the next, I remember I told my wife, I believe would be a pound of candles or a shoulder of mutton. But the fellow do it in kindness, and is one I am beholden to. So to bed very weary and a little galled for lack of writing, praying to God for a good journey to my father, of whom I am afeard, he being so lately ill of his pain. Second, being weary last night, I slept till almost 7 o'clock, a thing I have not done many a day. So up and to my office, being come to some angry words with my wife about neglecting the keeping of the house clean, I calling her beggar, and she me pricklouse, which vexed me and there all the morning. So to the Exchange, and then home to dinner, and very merry and well pleased with my wife, and so to the office again, where we met extraordinary upon drawing up the debts of the Navy to my Lord Treasurer. So rose and up to Sir W. Penn to drink a glass of bad cider in his new far low dining room, which is very noble, and so home, where Captain Ferrers and his lady are come to see my wife, he being to go the beginning of next week to France to see, and I think to fetch over my young Lord Hinchinbroke. They being gone, I to my office to write letters by the post, and so home to supper and to bed. Third, Lord's Day. Up before 5 o'clock and alone at setting my Brampton papers to rights according to my father's, and my computation and resolution the other day to my good content. I finding that there will be clear save to us L50 per annum, only a debt of it may be L100. So made myself ready and to church, where Sir W. Penn showed me the young lady which young Dawes, that sits in the new corner pew in the church, hath stole away from Sir Andrew Rickard, her guardian, worth L1000 per annum present, good land and some money and a very well-bred and handsome lady. He, I doubt, but a simple fellow. However, he got this good luck to get her, which methinks I could envy him with all my heart. Home to dinner with my wife, who not being very well did not dress herself but stayed at home all day, and so I to church in the afternoon and so home again, and up to teach Ashwell the grounds of time and other things on the triangle, and made her take out a psalm very well, she having a good ear and hand. And so a while to my office, and then home to supper and prayers, to bed, my wife and I having a little falling out because I would not leave my discourse below with her and Ashwell to go up and talk with her alone upon something she has to say. She reproached me, but I had rather talk with any body than her, by which I find I think she is jealous of my freedom with Ashwell, which I must avoid giving occasion of. Fourth, up betimes and to setting my Brampton papers in order and looking over my wardrobe against summer, and laying things in order to send to my brother to alter. By and by took boat intending to have gone down to Woolwich, but seeing I could not get back time enough to dinner, I returned and home. Whither by and by the dancing master came, whom standing by, seeing him instructing my wife when he had done with her, he would needs have me try the steps of a coranto, and what with his desire and my wife's importunity, I did begin, and then was obliged to give him entry money 10s, and am become his scholar. The truth is, I think it a thing very useful for a gentleman, and sometimes I may have occasion of using it, and though it cost me what I am heartily sorry it should, besides that I must by my oath give half as much more to the poor, yet I am resolved to get it up some other way, and then it will not be above a month or 2 in a year. So though it be against my stomach, yet I will try it a little while. If I see it comes to any great inconvenience or charge, I will fling it off. After I had begun with the steps of half a coranto, which I think I shall learn well enough, he went away, and we to dinner and by out by coach, and set my wife down at my Lord Crew's, going to see my Lady Jem. Montagu, who is lately come to town, and I to St. James's, where Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Penn and I stayed a good while for the Duke S. coming in, but not coming, we walked to Whitehall. And meeting the King, we followed him into the park, where Mr. Coventry and he talked of building a new yacht, which the King is resolved to have built out of his privy purse, he having some contrivance of his own. The talk being done, we fell off to Whitehall, leaving the King in the park, and going back, met the Duke going towards St. James's to meet us. So he turned back again, and to his closet at Whitehall. And there, my Lord Sandwich present, we did our weekly errand and so broke up, and I down into the garden with my Lord Sandwich, after we had sat an hour at the Tangier Committee. And after talking largely of his own businesses, we begun to talk how matters are at court. And though he did not flatly tell me any such thing, yet I do suspect that all is not kind between the King and the Duke, and that the King's fondness to the little Duke do occasion it, and it may be that there is some fear of his being made heir to the crown. But this my lord did not tell me, but is my guess only, and that my Lord Chancellor is without doubt falling past hopes. He being gone to Chelsea by coach I to his lodgings, where my wife stayed for me, and she from thence to see Mrs. Pearson called me at Whitehall stairs, where I went before by land to know whether there was any play at court tonight, and there being none she and I to Mr. Creed to the Exchange, where she bought something, and from thence by water to White Friars and wife to see Mrs. Turner, and then came to me at my brother's, where I did give him order about my summer clothes, and so home by coach. And after supper, to bed to my wife, with whom I have not lain since I used to lie with my father till tonight. Fifth, up betimes and to my office, and there busy all the morning, among other things walked a good while up and down with Sir J. Minns, he telling many old stories of the Navy, and of the state of the Navy at the beginning of the late troubles. And I am troubled at my heart to think, and shall hereafter cease to wonder at the bad success of the King's cause, when such a knave as he, if it be true what he says, had the whole management of the fleet, and the design of putting out of my Lord Warwick, and carrying the fleet to the King, wherein he failed most fatally to the King's ruin. Dined at home, and after dinner up to try my dance, and so to the office again, where we sat all the afternoon. In the evening Dean of Woolwich went home with me and showed me the use of a little sliding ruler, less than that I bought the other day, which is the same with that, but more portable. However, I did not seem to understand or even to have seen anything of it before, but I find him an ingenious fellow and a good servant in his place to the king. Thence to my office busy writing letters, and then came Sir W. Warren, staying for a letter in his business by the post, and while that was writing he and I talked about merchandise, trade, and getting of money. I made it my business to inquire what way there is for a man bred like me to come to understand anything of trade. He did most discreetly answer me in all things, showing me the danger for me to meddle either in ships or merchandise of any sort or common stocks, but what I have to keep at interest, which is a good, quiet, and easy profit, and once in a little while something offers that with ready money you may make use of money to good profit. Wherein I concur much with him, and parted late with great pleasure and content in his discourse, and so home to supper and to bed. It has been this afternoon very hot and this evening also, and about 11 at night going to bed, it fell a thundering and lightning, the greatest flashes enlightening the whole body of the yard that ever I saw in my life. 6. Up betimes and to my office a good while at my new rulers, then to business, and towards noon to the exchange with Creed, where we met with Sir J. Minns coming in his coach from Westminster, who tells us, in great heat, that by God the Parliament will make mad work, that they will render all men incapable of any military or civil employment that have borne arms in the late troubles against the king, excepting some persons. Which, if it be so, as I hope it is not, will give great cause of discontent, and I doubt will have but bad effects. I left them at the exchange and walked to Paul's churchyard to look upon a book or two, and so back, and thence to the Trinity House, and there dined, where, among other discourse worth hearing among the old seamen, they tell us that they have catched often in Greenland in fishing whales with the iron grapnels that had formerly been struck into their bodies covered over with fat, that they have had 11 hogsheads of oil out of the tongue of a whale. Thence, after dinner, home to my office, and there busy till the evening. Then home and to supper, and while at supper comes Mr. Pembleton, and after supper we up to our dancing room and there danced 3 or 4 country dances, and after that a practice of my coranto I began with him the other day, and I begin to think that I shall be able to do something at it in time. Late and merry at it, and so weary to bed. 7th, up betimes and to my office a while, and then by water with my wife, leaving her at the New Exchange, and I to see Dr. Williams, and spoke with him about my business with Tom Trice, and so to my brothers, who I find very careful nowadays, more than ordinary in his business and like to do well. From thence to Westminster, and there up and down from the hall to the lobby, the Parliament sitting. Sir Thomas Crew this day tells me that the Queen, hearing that there was L40000 per annum brought into her account among the other expenses of the Crown to the Committee of Parliament, she took order to let them know that she hath yet for the payment of her whole family received but L4000, which is a notable act of spirit, and I believe is true. So by coach to my Lord Crew, S., and there dined with him. He tells me of the order the House of Commons have made for the drawing an act for the rendering none capable of preferment or employment in the state, but who have been loyal and constant to the king and church, which will be fatal to a great many, and makes me doubt lest I myself, with all my innocence during the late times, should be brought in, being employed in the exchequer. But I hope God will provide for me. This day the new Theatre Royal begins to act with scenes The Humorous Lieutenant, but I have not time to see it, nor could stay to see my Lady Jemima lately come to town, and who was here in the house, but dined above with her grandmother. But taking my wife at my brother's home by coach, and the officers being at Deptford at a pay, we had no office. But I took my wife by water and so spent the evening, and so home with great pleasure to supper, and then to bed. 8th, up very early and to my office, they're preparing letters to my father of great import in the settling of our affairs, and putting him upon a way good husbandry, I promising to make out of my own purse him up to L50 per annum, till either by my Uncle Thomas's death or the fall of the wardrobe place he be otherwise provided. That done I by water to the Strand, and there viewed the Queen Mother's works at Somerset House, and thence to the new playhouse, but could not get in to see it. So to visit my Lady Jemima, who is grown much since I saw her, but lacks mightily to be brought into the fashion of the court to set her off. Thence to the Temple, and there sat till 1 o'clock reading at Playford's in Dr. Usher's Body of Divinity, his discourse of the Scripture, which is as much, I believe, as is anywhere said by any man, but yet there is room to cavil if a man would use no faith to the tradition of the church in which he is born, which I think to be as good an argument as most is brought for many things, and it may be for that among others. Thence to my brother S., and there took up my wife and Ashwell to the Theatre Royal, being the second day of its being opened. The house is made with extraordinary good contrivance, and yet hath some faults, as the narrowness of the passages in and out of the pit, and the distance from the stage to the boxes, which I am confident cannot hear. But for all other things it is well, only above all, the musique being below, and most of it sounding under the very stage, there is no hearing of the basses at all, nor very well of the trebles, which sure must be mended. The play was The Humorous Lieutenant, a play that hath little good in it, nor much in the very part which, by the king's command, Lacy now acts instead of Clun. In the dance, the tall devil's actions was very pretty. The play being done, we home by water, having been a little shamed that my wife and woman were in such a pickle, all the ladies being finer and better dressed in the pit than they used, I think, to be. To my office to set down this day's passage, and though my oath against going to plays do not oblige me against this house, because it was not then in being, yet believing that at the time my meaning was against all public houses, I am resolved to deny myself the liberty of 2 plays at court, which are in arrear to me for the months of March and April, which will more than countervail this excess. So that this month of May is the first that I must claim a liberty of going to a court play, according to my oath. So home to supper, and at supper comes Pembleton, and afterwards we all up to dancing till late, and so broke up into bed, and they say that I am like to make a dancer. 9th. Up betimes and to my office, whither sooner than ordinary comes Mr. Hayter desiring to speak a word to me alone, which I was from the disorder of his countenance amused at, and so the poor man began telling me that by Providence being the last Lord's Day at a meeting of some friends upon doing of their duties, they were surprised, and he carried to the counter, but afterwards released. However, hearing that Sir W. Batten do hear if he thought it good to give me an account of it, lest it might tend to any prejudice to me. I was extraordinary surprised with it, and troubled for him, knowing that now it is out it is impossible for me to conceal it, or keep him in employment under me without danger to myself. I cast about all I could, and did give him the best advice I could, desiring to know if I should promise that he would not for the time to come commit the same. He told me he desired that I would rather forbear to promise that, for he durst not do it, whatever God in his providence shall do with him, and that for my part, he did bless God and thank me for all the love and kindness I have showed him hitherto. I could not without tears in my eyes discourse with him further, but at last did pitch upon telling the truth of the whole to Mr. Coventry as soon as I could, and to that end did use means to prevent Sir W. Batten, who came to town last night, from going to that end today, lest he might doe it to Sir G. Carteret or Mr. Coventry before me, which I did prevail and kept him at the office all the morning. At noon dined at home with a heavy heart for the poor man, and after dinner went out to my brother S., and thence to Westminster, where at Mr. Jervis's, my old barber, I did try 2 or 3 borders and periwigs, meaning to wear one, and yet I have no stomach but that the pains of keeping my hair clean is so great. He trimmed me, and at last I parted, but my mind was almost altered from my first purpose, from the trouble that I foresee will be in wearing them also. Thence by water home and to the office, where busy late, and so home to supper and bed, with my mind much troubled about T. Hayter. 10th Lord's Day. Up betimes, and put on a black cloth suit, with white linings under all, as the fashion is to wear, to appear under the breeches. So being ready walked to St. James's, where I sat talking with Mr. Coventry, while he made himself ready about several businesses of the navy, and afterwards, the Duke being gone out, he and I walked to Whitehall together over the park. I telling him what had happened to Tom Hayter, at which he seems very sorry, but tells me that if it is not made very public, it will not be necessary to put him away at present, but give him good caution for the time to come. However, he will speak to the Duke about it, and know his pleasure. Parted with him there, and I walked back to St. James's, and was there at Mass, and was forced in the crowd to kneel down. And Mass being done, to the King's Head Ordinary, whither I sent for Mr. Creed, and there we dined, where many parliament men. And most of their talk was about the news from Scotland, that the Bishop of Galloway was besieged in his house by some woman, and had like to have been outraged, but I know not how he was secured. Which is bad news, and looks just as it did in the beginning of the late troubles. From thence they talked of rebellion, and I perceive they make it their great maxime to be sure to master the city of London, whatever comes of it or from it. After that to some other discourse, and among other things, talking of the way of ordinaries, that it is very convenient, because a man knows what he hath to pay. One did wish that, among many bad, we could learn two good things of France, which were that we would not think it below the gentleman or person of honor at a tavern to bargain for his meat before he eats it. And next, to take no servant without certificate from some friend or gentleman of his good behavior and abilities. Hence with Creed into St. James's Park, and there walked all the afternoon, and thence on foot home, and after a little while at my office walked in the garden with my wife, and so home to supper, and after prayers to bed. My brother Tom supped with me, and should have brought my Aunt Ellen with him. She was not free to go abroad. 11th, up betimes, and by water to Woolwich on board the Royal James, to see in what dispatch she is to be carried about to Chatham. So to the yard a little, and thence on foot to Greenwich, where going I was set upon by a great dog, who got hold of my garters and might have done me hurt. But, Lord, to see in what amaze I was, that, having a sword about me, I never thought of it, or had the heart to make use of it, but might, for want of that courage, have been worried. Took water there and home, and both coming and going did con my lesson on my ruler to measure timber, which I think I can well undertake now to do. At home there being Pembleton I danced, and I think shall come on to do something in a little time, and after dinner by coach with Sir W. Penn, setting down his daughter at Clerkenwell, to St. James's, where we attended the Duke of York. And among other things, Sir G. Carteret and I had a great dispute about the different value of the pieces of 8 rated by Mr. Creed at 4s, and 5d, and by Pitts at 4s, and 9d, which was the greatest husbandry to the king. He persisting that the greatest sum was, which is as ridiculous a piece of ignorance as could be imagined. However, it is to be argued at the board, and reported to the Duke next week, which I shall do with advantage, I hope. Thence to the Tangier Committee, where we should have concluded in sending Captain Cuttance and the rest to Tangier to deliberate upon the design of the mole before they begin to work upon it. But there being not a committee, my lord intending to be there, but was taken up at my Lady Castlemaine. I parted and went homeward, after a little discourse with Mr. Pierce the surgeon, who tells me that my Lady Castlemaine hath now got lodgings near the king's chamber at court. And that the other day Dr. Clerk and he did dissect 2 bodies, a man and a woman, before the king, with which the king was highly pleased. By water and called upon Tom Trice by appointment with Dr. Williams, but the doctor did not come, it seems by T. Trice's desire, not thinking he should be at leisure. However, in general we talked of our business, and I do not find that he will come to any lower terms than L150, which I think I shall not give him but by law, and so we parted, and I called upon Mr. Crumlum, and did give him the 10s. Remaining, not laid out of the L5, I promised him for the school, with which he will buy strings and golden letters upon the books I did give them. I sat with him and his wife a great while talking, and she is pretty woman, never yet with child, and methinks looks as if her mouth watered now and then upon some of her boys. Then upon Tom Pepys, the turner, desiring his father and his letter to Pigot signifying his consent to the selling of his land for the paying of us his money, and so home, and finding Pembleton there, we did dance till it was late, and so to supper and to bed. 12th, up between 4 and 5, and after dressing myself then to my office to prepare business against the afternoon, where all the morning, and dined at noon at home, were a little angry with my wife for minding nothing now but the dancing master, having him come twice a day, which is a folly. Again, to my office. We sat till late, our chief business being the reconciling the business of the pieces of 8 mentioned yesterday before the Duke of York, wherein I have got the day, and they are all brought over to what I said, of which I am proud. Late writing letters, and so home to supper and to bed. Here I found Creed staying for me, and so after supper I stayed him all night and lay with me, our great discourse being the folly of our 2 doting nights, of which I am ashamed. 13th, lay till 6 o'clock and then up, and after a little talk and mirth, He went away, and I to my office, where busy all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and after dinner Pembleton came and I practiced. But, Lord, to see how my wife will not be thought to need telling by me or Ashwell, and yet will plead that she has learnt but a month, which causes many short fallings out between us. So to my office, whither one-eyed Cooper came to see me, and I made him to show me the use of plats and to understand the lines and how to find how lands bear and sea, to my great content. Then came Mr. Barrow, storekeeper of Chatham, who tells me many things, how basely Sir W. Batten has carried himself to him, and in all things else like a passionate dotard, to the king's great wrong. God mend all, for I am sure we are but in an ill condition in the navy, however the king is served in other places. Home to supper, to cards, and to bed. 14th. Up betimes and put up some things to send to Brampton. Then abroad to the Temple, and up and down about business, and met Mr. Moore, and with him to an alehouse in Holborn, where in discourse he told me that he fears the king will be tempted to endeavour the setting the crown upon the little duke, which may cause troubles, which God forbid, unless it be his due. He told me my lord do begin to settle to business again, which I am glad of, for he must not sit out, now he has done his own business by getting his estate settled, and that the king did send for him the other day to my Lady Castlemaine, to play at cards, where he lost L50. For which I am sorry, though he says my lord was pleased at it, and said he would be glad at any time to lose L50 for the king to send for him to play, which I do not so well like. Thence home, and after dinner to the office, where we sat till night, and then made up my papers and letters by the post, and so home to dance with Pembleton. This day we received a basket from my sister Paul, made by her of paper, which hath a great deal of labour in it for country innocent work. After supper to bed, and going to bed received a letter from Mr. Coventry, desiring my coming to him tomorrow morning, which troubled me to think what the business should be, fearing it must be some bad news in Tom Hayter's business. 15th. Up betimes and walked to St. James's, where Mr. Coventry being in bed I walked in the park, discoursing with the keeper of the Pall Mall, who was sweeping of it, who told me of what the earth is mixed that do floor the mall, and that over all there is cockle-shells powdered, and spread to keep it fast, which, however, in dry weather, turns to dust and deads the ball. Thence to Mr. Coventry, and sitting by his bedside, he did tell me that he sent for me to discourse upon my Lord Sandwich's allowances for his several pays, and what his thoughts are concerning his demands, which he could not take the freedom to do face to face, it being not so proper as by me, and did give me a most friendly and ingenuous account of all, telling me how unsafe at this juncture, while every man, and his actions particularly, are descanted upon, it is either for him to put the Duke upon doing, or my lord himself to desire anything extraordinary, specially the king having been so bountiful already, which the world takes notice of even to some repinings. All which he did desire me to discourse with my lord of, which I have undertook to do. We talked also of our office in general, with which he told me that he was nowadays nothing so satisfied as he was wont to be. I confess, I told him things are ordered in that way that we must of necessity break in a little time a pieces. After done with him about these things, he told me that for Mr. Hayter the Duke's word was in short that he found he had a good servant, an Anabaptist, and unless he did carry himself more to the scandal of the office, he would bear with his opinion till he heard further, which do please me very much. Thence walked to Westminster, and there up and down in the hall and the Parliament House all the morning, at noon by coach to my Lord Crew's, hearing that Lord Sandwich did dine there, where I told him what had passed between Mr. Coventry and myself, with which he was contented, though I could perceive not very well pleased. And I do believe that my lord do find some other things go against his mind in the house. For in the motion made the other day in the house by my Lord Bruce, that none be capable of employment, but such as have been loyal and constant to the king and church, the general and my lord were mentioned to be accepted. And my Lord Bruce did come since to my lord, to clear himself that he meant nothing to his prejudice, nor could it have any such effect if he did mean it. After discourse with my lord, to dinner with him, there dining there my Lord Montagu of Boughton, Mr. William Montagu his brother, the Queen's solicitor, and a fine dinner. There talk about a ridiculous falling out 2 days ago at my Lord of Oxford's house, at an entertainment of his, there being there my Lord of Albemarle, Lindsay, 2 of the porters, my Lord Bellas's, and others, where there were high words and some blows, and pulling off of periwigs, till my Lord Monk took away some of their swords, and sent for some soldiers to guard the house till the fray was ended. To such a degree of madness the nobility of this age is come. After dinner I went up to Sir Thomas Crew, who lies there not very well in his head, being troubled with vapours and fits of dizziness. And there I sat talking with him all the afternoon from one discourse to another. The most was upon the unhappy posture of things at this time, that the king do mind nothing but pleasures, and hates the very sight or thoughts of business, that my Lady Castlemaine rules him, who, he says, hath all the tricks of Ayrton. An allusion to Ayrton's infamous letters and sonnets accompanying the as infamous postures, engraved by Marc Antonio from the designs of Giulio Romano, Steinman's Memoir of Barbara, Duchess of Cleveland, privately printed, 1871. That are to be practiced to give pleasure, in which he is too able, but what is the unhappiness in that, as the Italian proverb says, lazzo dritto non vuelt consiglio. If any of the sober counselors give him good advice, and move him in anything that is to his good and honor, the other part, which are his counsellors of pleasure, take him when he is with my Lady Castlemaine, and in a humour of delight, and then persuade him that he ought not to hear nor listen to the advice of those old dotards or counsellors that were heretofore his enemies, when, God knows, it is they that nowadays do most study his honour. It seems the present favourites now are my Lord Bristol, Duke of Buckingham, Sir H. Bennet, my Lord Ashley, and Sir Charles Barkeley, who, among them, have cast my Lord Chancellor upon his back, past ever getting up again, there being now little for him to do, and he waits at court attending to speak to the king as others do, which I pray God may prove of good effects, for it is feared it will be the same with my Lord Treasurer shortly. But strange to hear how my Lord Ashley, by my Lord Bristol's means, he being brought over to the Catholic party against the bishops, whom he hates to the death, and publicly rails against them. Not that he is become a Catholic, but merely opposes the bishops. And yet, for aught I hear, the Bishop of London keeps as great with the king as ever, is got into favour, so much that, being a man of great business and yet of pleasure, and drolling too, he, it is thought, will be made Lord Treasurer upon the death or removal of the good old man. My Lord Albemarle, I hear, do bear through and bustle among them, and will not be removed from the king's good opinion and favour, though none of the cabinet, but yet he is envied enough. It is made very doubtful whether the king do not intend the making of the Duke of Monmouth legitimate. Thomas Ross, Monmouth's tutor, put the idea into his head that Charles Roman II had married his mother. The report was sedulously spread abroad and obtained some kind of credence, until in June the king set the matter at rest by publishing a declaration, which was entered in the council book and registered in Chancery. The words of the declaration are, that to avoid any dispute which might happen in time to come concerning the succession of the crown he, Charles, did declare, in the presence of Almighty God, that he never gave, nor made any contract of marriage, nor was married to Mrs. Barlow, alias Waters, the Duke of Monmouth's mother, nor to any other woman whatsoever, but to his present wife, Queen Catherine, then living. But surely the Commons of England will never do it, nor the Duke of York suffer it, whose lady, I am told, is very troublesome to him by her jealousy. But it is wonderful that Sir Charles Barkeley should be so great still, not with the king, but Duke also, who did so stiffly swear that he had lain with her. The conspiracy of Sir Charles Berkeley, Lord Arran, Jermyn, Talbot, and Killigrew to traduce Anne Hyde was peculiarly disgraceful, and the conduct of all the actors in the affair of the marriage, from Lord Clarendon downwards, was far from creditable. See Lister's Life of Clarendon, Roman II. 6879. And another one armour that he rode before her on horseback in Holland, I think. No care is observed to be taken of the main chance, either for maintaining of trade or opposing of factions, which, God knows, are ready to break out, if any of them, which God forbid, should dare to begin, the king and every man about him minding so much their pleasures or profits. My Lord Hinchingbroke, I am told, hath had a mischance to kill his boy by his birding piece going off as he was a-fowling. The gun was charged with small shot, and hit the boy in the face and about the temples, and he lived 4 days. In Scotland, it seems, for all the news books tell us every week that they are all so quiet, and everything in the church settled, The old woman had like to have killed, the other day, the Bishop of Galloway, and not half the churches of the whole kingdom conform. Strange were the effects of the late thunder and lightning about a week since at Northampton, coming with great rain, which caused extraordinary floods in a few hours, bearing away bridges, drowning horses, men, and cattle. 2 men passing over a bridge on horseback, the arches before and behind them were borne away, and that left which they were upon. But however, one of the horses fell over, and was drowned. Stacks of faggots carried as high as a steeple, and other dreadful things, which Sir Thomas Crew showed me letters to him about from Mr. Fremantle and others, that it is very true. The Portugals have choused us. The word chouse appears to have been introduced into the language at the beginning of the 17th century. In 1609, a chaya sent by Sir Robert Shirley from Constantinople to London had chaya used, or choused, the Turkish and Persian merchants out of L4000 before the arrival of his employer and had decamped. The affair was quite recent in 1610, when Johnson's Alchemist appeared, in which it is alluded to. It seems, in the island of Bombay, in the East Indies. For after a great charge of our fleets being sent thither with full commission from the King of Portugal to receive it, the governor by some pretence or other will not deliver it to Sir Abraham Shipman, sent from the king, nor to my Lord of Marlborough, which the king takes highly ill, and I fear our queen will fare the worse for it. The Dutch decay there exceedingly, it being believed that their people will revolt from them there, and they forced to give over their trade. This is talked of among us, but how true I understand not. Sir Thomas showed me his picture and Sir Anthony Van Dyck's, in crayon and little, done exceedingly well. Having thus freely talked with him, and of many more things, I took leave, and by coach to St. James's, and there told Mr. Coventry what I had done with my lord with great satisfaction, and so well pleased home, where I found it almost night, and my wife and the dancing master alone above, not dancing but talking. Now so deadly full of jealousy I am that my heart and head did so cast about and fret that I could not do any business possibly, but went out to my office, and anon late home again and ready to chide at everything, and then suddenly to bed and could hardly sleep, yet durst not say anything, but was forced to say that I had bad news from the Duke concerning Tom Hayter as an excuse to my wife, who by my folly has too much opportunity given her with the man, who is a pretty neat black man. But married? But it is a deadly folly and plague that I bring upon myself to be so jealous, and by giving myself such an occasion more than my wife desired of giving her another month's dancing, which however shall be ended as soon as I can possibly. But I am ashamed to think what a course I did take by lying to see whether my wife did wear drawers today as she used to do, and other things to raise my suspicion of her, but I found no true cause of doing it. 16th. Up with my mind disturbed and with my last night's doubts upon me, for which I deserve to be beaten if not really served as I am fearful of being, especially since God knows that I do not find honesty enough in my own mind, but that upon a small temptation I could be false to her, and therefore ought not to expect more justice from her, but God pardon both my sin and my folly herein. To my office and there sitting all the morning, and at noon dined at home. After dinner comes Pembleton, and I being out of humor would not see him, pretending business, but Lord, with what jealousy did I walk up and down my chamber listening to hear whether they danced or no, which they did, notwithstanding I afterwards knew, and did then believe that Ashwell was with them. So to my office a while, and my jealousy still reigning, I went in, and not out of any pleasure but from that only reason, did go up to them to practice, and did make an end of La Duchesse, which I think I should, with a little pains, do very well. So broke up and saw him gone. Then Captain Cock coming to me to speak about my seeming discourtesy to him in the business of his hemp, I went to the office with him, and there discoursed it largely and I think to his satisfaction. Then to my business, writing letters and other things till late at night, and so home to supper and bed. My mind in some better ease resolving to prevent matters for the time to come as much as I can, it being to no purpose to trouble myself for what is past, being occasioned too by my own folly. 17th, Lord's Day. Up and in my chamber all the morning, preparing my great letters to my father, stating to him the perfect condition of our estate. My wife and Ashwell to church, and after dinner they to church again, and I all the afternoon making an end of my morning's work, which I did about the evening, and then to talk with my wife till after supper, and so to bed having another small falling out and myself vexed with my old fit of jealousy about her dancing master. But I am a fool for doing it. So to bed by daylight, I having a very great cold, so as I doubt whether I shall be able to speak tomorrow at our attending the Duke, being now so hoarse. 18th. Up and after taking leave of Sir W. Batten, who is gone this day towards Portsmouth, to little purpose, God knows, upon his survey, I home and spent the morning at dancing. At noon Creed dined with us and Mr. Dean Woolwich, and so after dinner came Mr. Howe, who however had enough for his dinner. And so, having done, by coach to Westminster, she to Mrs. Clerk and I to St. James's, where the Duke being gone down by water today with the King I went thence to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, where Mr. Howe and I walked a while, and going towards Whitehall through the garden Dr. Clerk and Creed called me across the bowling green. And so I went thither, and after a stay went up to Mrs. Clerk, who was dressing herself to go abroad with my wife. But, Lord, in what a poor condition her best chamber is, and things about her, for all the outside and show that she makes, but I found her just such a one as Mrs. Pierce, contrary to my expectation, so much that I am sick and sorry to see it. Thence for an hour Creed and I walked to Whitehall, and into the park, seeing the Queen and maids of honor passing through the house going to the park. But above all, Mrs. Stewart is a fine woman, and they say now a common mistress to the King. The King said to La Belle Stewart, who resisted all his importunities, that he hoped he should live to see her ugly and willing. Lord Dartmouth's note to Burnet S. Own Time, Volume IP, 436, ed. 1823. As my Lady Castlemaine is, which is a great pity. Thence taking a coach to Mrs. Clerk's, took her and my wife and Ashwell and a Frenchman, a kinsman of hers, to the park, where we saw many fine faces, and one exceeding handsome, in a white dress over her head, with many others very beautiful. Staying there till past 8 at night, I carried Mrs. Clerk and her Frenchman, who sings well, home, and thence home ourselves, talking much of what we had observed today of the poor household stuff of Mrs. Clerk and mere show, and flutter that she makes in the world, and pleasing myself in my own house and manner of living more than ever I did by seeing how much better and more substantially I live than others do. So to supper and bed. 19th. Up pretty betimes, but yet I observe how my dancing and lying a morning or two longer than ordinary for my cold do make me hard to rise as I used to do, or look after my business as I am wont. To my chamber to make an end of my papers to my father to be sent by the post tonight, and taking copies of them, which was a great work. But I did it this morning, and so to my office, and thence with Sir John Minns to the Tower. And by Mr. Slingsby and Mr. Howard, Controller of the Mint, we were shown the method of making this new money, from the beginning to the end, which is so pretty that I did take a note of every part of it, and set them down by themselves for my remembrance hereafter. That being done, it was dinner time, and so the Controller would have us dine with him and his company, the King giving them a dinner every day. And very merry and good discourse about the business we have been upon, and after dinner went to the assay office, and there saw the manner of assaying of gold and silver, and how silver melted down with gold due part, just being put into aquafortis, the silver turning into water, and the gold lying whole in the very form it was put in, mixed of gold and silver, which is a miracle. And to see no silver at all but turned into water, which they can bring again into itself out of the water. And here I was made thoroughly to understand the business of the fineness and coarseness of metals, and have put down my lessons with my other observations therein. At table, among other discourse, they told us of 2 cheats, the best I ever heard. One of a laborer discovered to convey away the bits of silver cut out pence by swallowing them down into his belly, and so they could not find him out, though of course they searched all the laborers. But having reason to doubt him, they did, by threats and promises, get him to confess, and did find L7 of it in his house at one time. The other of one that got a way of coining money as good and passable and large as the true money is, and yet saved 50%. To himself, which was by getting molds made to stamp groats like old groats, which is done so well. And I did beg 2 of them which I keep for rarities, that there is not better in the world, and is as good, nay, better than those that commonly go, which was the only thing that they could find out to doubt them by, besides the number that the party do go to put off. And then coming to the Controller of the Mint, he could not, I say, find out any other thing to raise any doubt upon. But only their being so truly round or near it, though I should never have doubted the thing neither. He was neither hanged nor burned, the cheat was thought so ingenious, and being the first time they could ever trap him in it, and so little hurt to any man in it, the money being as good as commonly goes. Thence to the office till the evening we sat, and then by water taking Pembleton with us, over the water to the halfway house, where we played at 9 pins, and there my damned jealousy took fire, he and my wife being of a side, and I seeing of him take her by the hand in play, though I now believe he did only in passing and sport. Thence home, and being 10 o'clock was forced to land beyond the custom-house, and so walked home and to my office, and having dispatched my great letters by the post to my father, of which I keep copies to show by me and for my future understanding, I went home to supper and bed, being late. The most observables in the making of money which I observed today is the steps of their doing it. 1. Before they do anything they assay the bullion, which is done, if it be gold, by taking an equal weight of that and of silver, of each a small weight, which they reckon to be 6 ounces or half a pound troy. This they wrap up in within lead. If it be silver, they put such a quantity of that alone and wrap it up in lead, and then putting them into little earthen cups made of stuff like tobacco pipes, and put them into a burning hot furnace, where, after a while, the whole body is melted, and at last the lead in both is sunk into the body of the cup, which carries away all the copper or dross with it, and left the pure gold and silver embodied together, of that which hath both been put into the cup together. And the silver alone in these, where it was put alone in the leaden case. And to part the silver and the gold in the first experiment, they put the mixed body into a glass of aquafortis, which separates them by spitting out the silver into such small parts that you cannot tell what it becomes, but turns into the very water and leaves the gold at the bottom clear of itself, with the silver wholly spit out. And yet the gold in the form that it was doubled together in when it was a mixed body of gold and silver, which is a great mystery. And after all this is done to get the silver together out of the water is as strange. But the nature of the assay is thus. The piece of gold that goes into the furnace 12 ounces, if it comes out again 11 ounces, and the piece of silver which goes in 12 and comes out again 11 and 2 pennyweight, are just of the alloy of the standard of England. If it comes out, either of them, either the gold above 11, as very fine will sometimes within very little of what it went in, or the silver above 11 and 2 pennyweight, as that also will sometimes come out 11 and 10 pennyweight or more, they are so much above the goodness of the standard. And so they know what proportion of worse gold and silver to put to such a quantity of the bullion to bring it to the exact standard. And on the contrary, it comes out lighter, then such a weight is beneath the standard, and so requires such a proportion of fine metal to be put to the bullion to bring it to the standard. And this is the difference of good and bad, better and worse than the standard, and also the difference of standards, that of Seville being the best and that of Mexico worst, and I think they said none but Seville is better than ours. 2. They melt it into long plates, which, if the mold do take air, then the plate is not of an equal heaviness in every part of it, as it often falls out. 3. They draw these plates between rollers to bring them to an even thickness all along and every plate of the same thickness, and it is very strange how the drawing it twice easily between the rollers will make it as hot as fire, yet cannot touch it. 4. They bring it to another pair of rollers, which they call adjusting it, which bring it to a greater exactness in its thickness than the first could be. 5. They cut them into round pieces, which they do with the greatest ease, speed, and exactness in the world. 6. They weigh these, and where they find any to be too heavy they file them, which they call sizing them, or light they lay them by, which is very seldom, but they are of a most exact weight. But however, in the melting, all parts by some accident not being close alike, now and then a difference will be. And this filing being done, there shall not be any imaginable difference almost between the weight of 40 of these against another 40 chosen by chance out of all their heaps. 7. These round pieces having been cut out of the plates, which in passing the rollers are bent, they are sometimes a little crooked or swelling out or sinking in, and therefore they have a way of clapping 100 or 2 together into an engine, which with a screw presses them so hard that they come out as flat as is possible. 8. They blanch them. 9. They mark the letters on the edges, which is kept as the great secret by Blondeau, who was not in the way, and so I did not speak with him today. Professor W.C. Roberts Austin, C.B., F.R.S., chemist to the Royal Mint, refers to Pepys's diary and to Blondeau's machine in his Cantor lectures on alloys used for coinage, printed in the Journal of the Society of Arts, volume Roman 32. He writes, "The hammer was still retained for coining in the mint in the Tower of London, but the question of the adoption of the screw press by the Muniers appears to have been revived in 1649, when the Council of State had it represented to them that the coins of the government might be more perfectly and beautifully done, and made equal to any coins in Europe. It was proposed to send to France for Peter Blondeau, who had invented and improved a machine and method for making all coins with the most beautiful polish and equality on the edge, or with any proper inscription or graining. He came on 3rd of September, and although a committee of the Mint reported in favor of his method of coining, the company of moneyers, who appear to have boasted of the success of their predecessors in opposing the introduction of the mill and screw press in Queen Elizabeth's reign, prevented the introduction of the machinery, and consequently he did not produce pattern pieces until 1653. It is certain that Blondeau did not invent, but only improved the method of coining by the screw press, and I believe his improvements related chiefly to a method for rounding the pieces before they are sized, and in making the edges of the moneys with letters and graining, which he undertook to reveal to the king. Special stress is laid on the engines wherewith the rims were marked, which might be kept secret among few men. I cannot find that there is any record in the Paris Mint of Blondeau's employment there, and the only reference to his invention in the mint records of this country refers to the collars, or perforated discs of metal surrounding the blank, while it was struck into a coin. There is, however, in the British Museum a miz believed to be in Blondeau's hand, in which he claims his process, as a new invention to make a handsome coin, than can be found in all the world besides, viz., that shall not only be stamped on both flat sides, but shall even be marked with letters on the thickness of the brim. The letters were raised. The press Blondeau used was, I believe, the ordinary screw press, and I suppose that the presses drawn in Ackermann's well-known plate of the coining room of the Mint in the Tower, published in 1803, Microcosm of London, volume Roman 2, p. 202, if not actually the same machines, were similar to those erected in 1661-62 by Sir William Parkhurst and Sir Anthony St. Leger, wardens of the Mint, at a cost of L1400. Professor Roberts Austin shows that Benvenuto Cellini used a similar press to that attributed to Blondeau, and he gives an illustration of this in his lecture, p. 810. In a letter to the editor, the professor writes, Pepys's account of the operations of coining, and especially of assaying gold and silver, is very interesting and singularly accurate considering that he could not have had technical knowledge of the subject. 10. They mill them, that is, put on the marks on both sides at once with great exactness and speed, and then the money is perfect. The mill is after this manner. One of the dies, which has one side of the piece cut, is fastened to a thing fixed below, and the other die, and they tell me a pair of dies will last the marking of L10000 before it be worn out, they and all other their tools being made of hardened steel. And the Dutchman who makes them is an admirable artist, and has so much by the pound for every pound that is coined to find a constant supply of dies to an engine above, which is movable by a screw, which is pulled by men. And then a piece being clapped by one sitting below between the two dies, when they meet the impression is set, and then the man with his finger strikes off the piece and claps another in, and then the other men they pull again and that is marked, and then another and another with great speed. They say that this way is more charge to the king than the old way, but it is neater, freer from clipping or counterfeiting, the putting of the words upon the edges being not to be done, though counterfeited, without an engine of the charge, and noise that no counterfeit will be at or venture upon, and it employs as many men as the old and speedier. They now coin between L16 and L24000 in a week. At dinner they did discourse very finely to us of the probability that there is a vast deal of money hid in the land. From this, that in King Charles's time there was near 10 millions of money coined, besides what was then in being of King James's and Queen Elizabeth's, of which there is a good deal at this day in being. Next, that there was but L750 000 coin of the harp and cross money. The Commonwealth coins, stamped with the cross and harp, and the inscription, "The Commonwealth of England," were called in by proclamation September 1660, and when brought to the mint an equal amount of lawful money was allowed for them, weight for weight, deducting only for the coinage Rooting S. Annals of the Coinage, 18, volume Roman 3, p. 293. The harp was taken out of the naval flags in May 1660. And of this, there was L500000 brought in upon its being called in. And from very good arguments, they find that there cannot be less of it in Ireland and Scotland than L100000, so that there is but L150,000 missing. And of that, suppose that there should be not above 650,000 still remaining, either melted down, hid, or lost, or hoarded up in England. There will then be but L100000 left to be thought to have been transported. Now, if L75000 in 12 years, time lost but a L100,000 in danger of being transported, then within 35 years, time will have lost but L3888880 and odd pounds. And as there is L650,000 remaining after 12 years' time in England, so after 35 years' time, which was within this 2 years, there ought in proportion to have been resting L6111120 or thereabouts, beside King James's and Queen Elizabeth's money. Now that most of this must be hid is evident, as they reckon, because of the dearth of money immediately upon the calling in of the state's money, which was L500,000 that came in, and yet there was not any money to be had in this city, which they say to their own observation and knowledge was so. And therefore, though I can say nothing in it myself, I do not dispute it. 20th. Up into my office, and anon home and to see my wife dancing with Pembleton about noon, and I to the Trinity House to dinner and after dinner home. And there met Pembleton, who I perceive has dined with my wife, which she takes no notice of, but whether that proceeds out of design, or fear to displease me I know not. But it put me into a great disorder again, that I could mind nothing but vexing. But however I continued my resolution of going down by water to Woolwich, took my wife and Ashwell. And going out met Mr. Howcome to see me, whose horse we caused to be set up, and took him with us. The tide against us, so I went ashore at Greenwich before, and did my business at the yard about putting things in order as to their proceeding to build the new yacht ordered to be built by Christopher Pett. In the minutes of the Royal Society is the following entry. June, 1662. Dr. Pett's brother showed a draft of the pleasure boat which he intended to make for the King, Birch S. History of the Royal Society, Volume I, p. 85. Peter Pett had already built a yacht for the King at Deptford. And so to Woolwich town, where at an alehouse I found them ready to attend my coming, and so took boat again, it being cold, and I sweating with my walk, which was very pleasant along the green Cum and Peas. And most of the way sang, he and I, and eat some cold meat we had, and with great pleasure home, and so he took horse again, and Pembleton coming, we danced a country dance or two, and so broke up into bed, my mind restless and like to be so while she learns to dance. God forgive my folly. 21st. Up, but cannot get up so early as I was wont, nor my mind to business as it should be and used to be before this dancing. However, to my office, where most of the morning talking of Captain Cox of Chatham about his and the whole yard's difference against Mr. Barrow the storekeeper, wherein I told him my mind clearly that he would be upheld against the design of any to ruin him, he being we all believed, but Sir W. Batten his mortal enemy, as good a servant as any the King has in the yard. After much good advice and other talk I home and danced with Pembleton, and then the barber trimmed me, and so to dinner, my wife and I having high words about her dancing to that degree that I did enter and make a vow to myself not to oppose her or say anything to dispraise or correct her therein as long as her month lasts, in pain of twos. 6d. For every time which, if God pleases, I will observe, for this roguish business has brought us more disquiet than anything has happened a great while. After dinner to my office, where late and then home, and Pembleton being there again, we fell to dance a country dance or two, and so to supper and bed. But being at supper my wife did say something that caused me to oppose her in, she used the word devil, which vexed me, and among other things I said I would not have her to use that word, upon which she took me up most scornfully, which, before Ashwell and the rest of the world, I know not nowadays how to check, as I would heretofore, for less than that would have made me strike her. So that I fear without great discretion I shall go near to lose too my command over her, and nothing do it more than giving her this occasion of dancing and other pleasures, whereby her mind is taken up from her business, and finds other sweets besides pleasing of me, and so makes her that she begins not at all to take pleasure in me, or study to please me as heretofore. But if this month of her dancing were but out, as my first was this night, and I paid off Pembleton for myself, I shall hope with a little pains to bring her to her old wont. This day Susan that lived with me lately being out of service, and I doubt a simple wench, my wife do take her for a little time to try her at least till she goes into the country, which I am yet doubtful whether it will be best for me to send her or no, for fear of her running off in her liberty before I have brought her to her right temper again. 22nd. Up pretty betimes, and shall, I hope, come to myself and business again after a small playing the truant, for I find that my interest and profit do grow daily, for which God be praised and keep me to my duty, to my office, and anon one tells me that Rundall, the house carpenter of Diptford, hath sent me a fine blackbird, which I went to see. He tells me he was offered 20s. For him as he came along, he do so whistle. So to my office, and busy all the morning, among other things, learning to understand the course of the tides, and I think I do now do it. At noon Mr. Creed comes to me, and he and I to the Exchange, where I had much discourse with several merchants, and so home with him to dinner, and then by water to Greenwich, and calling at the little alehouse at the end of the town to wrap a rag about my little left toe, being new sore with walking, we walked pleasantly to Woolwich, in our way hearing the nightingales sing. So to Woolwich Yard, and after doing many things there, among others preparing myself for a dispute against Sir W. Penn in the business of Bowyer's, wherein he is guilty of some corruption to the king's wrong, we walked back again without drinking, which I never do because I would not make my coming troublesome to any, nor would become obliged too much to any. In our going back, we were overtook by Mr. Steventon, a purser, and uncle to my clerk Will, who told me how he was abused in the passing of his accounts by Sir J. Minns to the degree that I am ashamed to hear it, and resolved to retrieve the matter if I can, though the poor man has given it over. And however am pleased enough to see that others do see his folly and dotage as well as myself, though I believe in my mind the man in general means well. Took boat at Greenwich and to Deptford, where I did the same thing, and found Davis, the storekeeper, a knave and shuffling in the business of Beaupers, being of the party with Young and Whistler to abuse the king, but I hope I shall be even with them. So walked to Redriff, drinking at the halfway house, and so walked and by water to Whitehall. All our way by water coming and going reading a little book said to be writ by a person of quality concerning English gentry to be preferred before titular honours. But the most silly nonsense, no sense nor grammar, yet in as good words that ever I saw in all my life. But from beginning to end, you met not with one entire and regular sentence. At Whitehall Sir G. Carteret was out of the way, and so returned back presently, and home by water and to bed. 23rd. Waked this morning between 4 and 5 by my blackbird, which whistles as well as ever I heard any. Only it is the beginning of many tunes very well, but there leaves them, and goes no further. So up into my office, where we sat, and among other things I had a fray with Sir J. Minns in defense of my will in a business where the old coxcomb would have put a foot upon him, which was only in Jack Davis, and in him, a downright piece of knavery in procuring a double ticket, and getting the wrong one paid as well as the second was to the true party. But it appeared clear enough to the board that Will was true in it. Home to dinner, and after dinner by water to the Temple, and there took my Lyra Vile book bound up with blank paper for new lessons. Thence to Greatorex, S., and there seeing Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Penn go by coach I went in to them and to Whitehall, where, in the matted gallery, Mr. Coventry was, who told us how the Parliament have required of Sir G. Carteret and him an account what money shall be necessary to be settled upon the Navy for the ordinary charge, which they intend to report L200,000 per annum. And how to allot this we met this afternoon, and took their papers for our perusal, and so we parted. Only there was walking in the gallery some of the Barbary Company, and there we saw a draft of the arms of the company, which the king is of, and so is called the Royal Company, which is, in a field argent and elephant proper, with a canton on which England and France is quartered, supported by 2 Moors. The crest and anchor winged, I think it is, and the motto too tedious. Regio florit patrocinio commercium commercioque regnum. Thence back by water to Greatorex, S, and there he showed me his varnish which he had invented, which appears every whit as good, upon a stick which he hath done, as the Indian, though it did not do very well upon my paper ruled with musique lines, for it sunk and did not shine. Thence home by water, and after a dance with Pembleton to my office, and wrote by the post to Sir W. Batten at Portsmouth to send for him up against next Wednesday, being our trial day against Field at Guildhall, in which God give us good end. So home, to supper and to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. Having taken one of Mr. Holliard's pills last night, it brought a stool or 2 this morning, and so forbore going to church this morning, but stayed at home looking over my papers about Tom Trice's business, and so at noon dined, and my wife telling me that there was a pretty lady come to church with Peg Pen today. I, against my intention, had a mind to go to church to see her, and did so, and she is pretty handsome. But over against our gallery I espied Pembleton, and saw him leer upon my wife all the sermon, I taking no notice of him, and my wife upon him, and I observed she made a curtsy to him at coming out without taking notice to me at all of it, which with the consideration of her being desirous these 2 last Lord's days to go to church both forenoon and afternoon do really make me suspect something more than ordinary, though I am loth to think the worst. But yet it put and do still keep me at a great loss in my mind, and makes me curse the time that I consented to her dancing, and more my continuing it a 2nd month, which was more than she desired, even after I had seen too much of her carriage with him. But I must have patience and get her into the country, or at least to make an end of her learning to dance as soon as I can. After sermon to Sir W. Penn's, with Sir J. Minns to do a little business to answer Mr. Coventry tonight. And so home, and with my wife and Ashwell into the garden walking a great while, discoursing what this pretty wench should be by her garb and deportment. With respect to Mrs. Penn, she may be her woman, but only that she sat in the pew with her, which I believe he would not let her do. So home, and read to my wife a fable or 2 in Ogilby's Aesop, and so to supper, and then to prayers and to bed. My wife this evening discoursing of making clothes for the country, which I seem against, pleading lack of money, but I am glad of it in some respects because of getting her out of the way from this fellow, and my own liberty to look after my business more than of late I have done. So to prayers and to bed. This morning it seems Susan, who I think is distracted, or however is since she went from me taught to drink, and so gets out of doors 2 or 3 times a day without leave to the alehouse, did go before 5 o'clock today, making Griffin rise in his shirt to let her out to the alehouse, she said to warm herself, but her mistress, falling out with her about it, turned her out of doors this morning, and so she is gone like an idle slut. I took a pill also this night. 25th. Up, and my pill working a little I stayed within most of the morning, and by the barber came, and Sarah Kite my cousin, poor woman, came to see me and borrow 40s. Of me, telling me she will pay it at Michaelmas again to me. I was glad it was no more, being indifferent whether she pays it me or no, but it will be a good excuse to lend her nor give her any more. So I did freely at first word do it, and give her a crown more freely to buy her child something, she being a good-natured and painful wretch, and one that I would do good for as far as I can that I might not be burdened. My wife was not ready, and she coming early did not see her, and I was glad of it. She gone, I up and then hear that my wife and her maid Ashwell had between them spilled the pot. Upon the floor and stool and God knows what, and were mighty merry making of it clean. I took no great notice, but merrily. Ashwell did by and by come to me with an errand from her mistress to desire money to buy a country suit for her against she goes as we talked last night, and so I did give her L4, and believe it will cost me the best part of 4 more to fit her out, but with peace and honor, I am willing to spare anything so as to be able to keep all ends together, and my power over her undisturbed. So to my office and by home, where my wife and her master were dancing, and so I stayed in my chamber till they had done, and sat down myself to try a little upon the lyra viol, my hand being almost out, but easily brought to again. So by to dinner, and then carried my wife and Ashwell to St. James's, and there they sat in the coach while I went in, and finding nobody there likely to meet with the Duke, but only Sir J. mins with my Lord Berkeley, who speaks very kindly, and invites me with great compliments to come now and then and eat with him, which I am glad to hear, though I value not the thing. But it implies that my esteem do increase rather than fall, and so I stayed not, but into the coach again. And taking up my wife's tailor, it raining hard, they set me down, and who should our coachman be but Carleton the vintner, that should have had Mrs. Sarah, at Westminster, my Lord Chancellor S., and then to Paternoster Row. I stayed there to speak with my Lord Sandwich, and in my staying, meeting Mr. Lewis Phillips of Brampton, he and afterwards others tell me that news came last night to court, that the King of France is sick of the spotted fever, and that they are struck in again. And this afternoon my Lord Manville is gone from the King to make him a visit, which will be great news and of great import through Europe. By and by, out comes my Lord Sandwich, and he and I talked a great while about his business, of his accounts for his pay, and among other things he told me that this day a vote hath passed that the King's grants of land to my Lord Monk and him should be made good, which pleases him very well. He also tells me that things don't go right in the house with Mr. Coventry. I suppose he means in the business of selling of places, but I am sorry for it. Thence by coach home, where I found Pembleton, and so I up to dance with them till the evening, when there came Mr. Alsop, the King's brewer, and Lannion of Plymouth to see me. Mr. Alsop tells me of a horse of his that lately, after 4 days' pain, voided at his fundament 4 stones, bigger than that I was cut of, very heavy, and in the middle of each of them either a piece of iron or wood. The King has 2 of them in his closet, and a third the College of Physicians to keep for rarity, and by the King's command he causes the turd of the horse to be every day searched to find more. At night to see Sir W. Batten come home this day from Portsmouth. I met with some that say that the King of France is poisoned, but how true that is not known. So home to supper, and to bed pleasant. 26th, lay long in bed talking and pleasing myself with my wife. So up into my office a while and then home, where I found Pembleton, and by many circumstances I am led to conclude that there is something more than ordinary between my wife and him, which do so trouble me that I know not at this very minute, that I now write this almost what either I write or am doing, nor how to carry myself to my wife in it, being unwilling to speak of it to her for making of any breach and other inconveniences. Nor let it pass for fear of her continuing to offend me, and the matter grow worse thereby. So that I am grieved at the very heart, but I am very unwise in being so. There dined with me Mr. Creed and Captain Grove, and before dinner I had much discourse in my chamber with Mr. Dean, the builder of Woolwich, about building of ships. But nothing could get the business out of my head, I fearing that this afternoon by my wife's sending every abroad, and knowing that I must be at the office she has appointed him to come. This is my devilish jealousy, which I pray God may be false, but it makes a very hell in my mind, which the God of heaven remove, or I shall be very unhappy. So to the office, where we sat a while. By and by my mind being in great trouble I went home to see how things were, and there I found as I doubted Mr. Pembleton with my wife, and nobody else in the house, which made me almost mad, and going up to my chamber after a turn or 2, I went out again and called somebody on pretence of business, and left him in my little room at the door. It was the Dutchman, commander of the King's pleasure boats, who having been beat by one of his men sadly, was come to the office today to complain, telling him I would come again to him to speak with him about his business. So in great trouble and doubt to the office, and Mr. Coventry nor Sir G. Carteret being there I made a quick end of our business and desired leave to be gone, pretending to go to the Temple, but it was home, and so up to my chamber. And as I think if they had any intention of hurt, I did prevent doing anything at that time, but I continued in my chamber vexed and angry till he went away, pretending aloud, that I might hear, that he could not stay. And Mrs. Ashwell not being within they could not dance. And Lord, to see how my jealousy wrought so far that I went softly up to see whether any of the beds were out of order or no, which I found not, but that did not content me, but I stayed all the evening walking, and though anon my wife came up to me and would have spoke of business to me, yet I construed it to be but impudence, and though my heart full yet I did say nothing, being in a great doubt what to do. So at night suffered them to go all to bed, and late put myself to bed in great discontent, and so to sleep. 27th. So I waked by 3 o'clock, my mind being troubled, and so took occasion by making water to wake my wife. And after having lain till past 4 o'clock seemed going to rise, though I did it only to see what she would do. And so going out of the bed, she took hold of me and would know what ailed me. And after many kind and some cross words, I began to tax her discretion in yesterday's business. But she quickly told me my own, knowing well enough that it was my old disease of jealousy, which I denied. But to no purpose. After an hour's discourse, sometimes high and sometimes kind, I found very good reason to think that her freedom with him is very great and more than was convenient, but with no evil intent. And so after a while I caressed her and parted seeming friends, but she crying in a great discontent. So I up and by water to the temple, and thence with Commissioner Pett to St. James's, where an hour with Mr. Coventry talking of Mr. Pett's proceedings lately in the forest of Sherwood, and thence with Pett to my Lord Ashley, Chancellor of the Exchequer, where we met the auditors about settling the business of the accounts of persons to whom money is due before the King's time in the Navy, and the clearing of their imprests for what little of their debts they have received. I find my lord, as he is reported, a very ready, quick, and diligent person. Thence I to Westminster Hall, where term and Parliament make the hall full of people. No further news yet of the King of France, whether he be dead or not. Here I met with my cousin Roger Pepys, and walked a good while with him, and among other discourse as a secret he hath committed to nobody but myself. And he tells me that his sister Claxton now resolving to give over the keeping of his house at Impington, he thinks it fit to marry again, and would have me, by the help of my Uncle White or others, to look him out a widow between 30 and 40 years old, without children, and with a fortune, which he will answer in any degree with a jointure fit for her fortune, a woman sober and no high flyer as he calls it. I demanded his estate. He tells me, which he says also he hath not done to any, that his estate is not full L800 per annum, but it is L780 per annum, of which L200 is by the death of his last wife, which he will allot for a jointure for a wife. But the rest, which lies in Cambridgeshire, he is resolved to leave entire for his eldest son. I undertook to do what I can in it, and so I shall. He tells me that the king hath sent to them to hasten to make an end by midsummer, because of his going into the country. So they have set upon 4 bills to dispatch. The first of which is, he says, too devilish a severe act against conventicles, so beyond all moderation that he is afeard it will ruin all. Telling me that it is matter of the greatest grief to him in the world, that he should be put upon this trust of being a Parliament man, because he says nothing is done that he can see out of any truth and sincerity, but mere envy and design. Thence by water to Chelsea, all the way reading a little book one bought of Improvement of Trade, a pretty book and many things useful in it. So walked to Little Chelsea, where I found my Lord Sandwich with Mr. Beck, the master of the house, and Mr. Creed at dinner, and I sat down with them and very merry. After dinner, Mr. Gibbons being come in also before dinner done, to musique, they played a good fancy, to which my lord is fallen again, and says he cannot endure a merry tune, which is a strange turn of his humour, after he has for 2 or 3 years flung off the practice of fancies, and played only fiddlers' tunes. Then into the great garden up to the banqueting house, and there by his glass we drew in the species very pretty. Afterwards to Ninepins, where I won a shilling, Creed and I playing against my lord and cook. This day there was great thronging to Banstead Downs, upon a great horse race and foot race. I am sorry I could not go thither. So home back as I came, to London Bridge, and so home, where I find my wife in a musty humour, and tells me before Ashwell that Pembleton had been there, and she would not have him come in unless I was there, which I was ashamed of. But however, I had rather it should be so than the other way. So to my office, to put things in order there, and by comes Pembleton, and word is brought me from my wife thereof that I might come home. So I sent word that I would have her go dance, and I would come presently. So being at a great loss whether I should appear to Pembleton or no, and what would most proclaim my jealousy to him, I at last resolved to go home, and took Tom Hayter with me, and stayed a good while in my chamber. And there took occasion to tell him how I hear that Parliament is putting an act out against all sorts of conventicles. 16 Car, Roman 2, Cap. 4, an act to prevent and suppress seditious conventicles. It was enacted that anyone of the age of 16 or upwards present at an unlawful assembly or conventicle was to incur fine or imprisonment. A conventicle was defined as an assembly of more than 5 persons besides the members of a family met together for holding worship not according to the rites of the Church of England. The Act was amended 22 Car. Roman 2. Cap. I 1670 and practically repealed by the Toleration Act of 1689, but the Act 22 Car. Roman 2. Cap. I was specially repealed 52 Geo. Roman 3. Cap. 155 S. And did give him good counsel, not only in his own behalf, but my own, that if he did hear or know anything that could be said to my prejudice, that he would tell me, for in this wicked age, specially Sir W. Batten being so open to my reproaches, and Sir J. Minns for the neglect of their duty, and so will think themselves obliged to scandalize me all they can to right themselves if there shall be any inquiry into the matters of the navy. As I doubt there will, a man ought to be prepared to answer for himself in all things that can be inquired concerning him. After much discourse of this nature to him, I sent him away, and then went up, and there we danced country dances, and single, my wife and I, and my wife paid him off for this month also, and so he is cleared. After dancing, we took him down to supper, and were very merry, and I made myself so, and kind to him as much as I could, to prevent his discourse, though I perceive to my trouble that he knows all, and may do me the disgrace to publish it as much as he can. Which I take very ill, and if too much provoked shall witness it to her. After supper and he gone we to bed. 28th. Up this morning, and my wife, I know not for what cause, being against going to Chelsea today, it being a holy day, Ascension Day, and I at leisure, it being the first holy day almost that we have observed ever since we came to the office, we did give Ashwell leave to go by herself, and I out to several places about business. Among others to Dr. Williams, to reckon with him for physique that my wife has had for a year or two, coming to almost L4. Then to the Exchange, where I hear that the king had letters yesterday from France that the king there is in or of living again, which I am glad to hear. At the coffee house in Exchange Alley I bought a little book, Counsel to Builders, by Sir Balth Gerbier. It is dedicated almost to all the men of any great condition in England, so that the epistles are more than the book itself, and both it and them not worth a turd, that I am ashamed that I bought it. Home and there found Creed, who dined with us, and after dinner by water to the Royal Theatre. But that was so full they told us we could have no room. And so to the Duke's house, and there saw Hamlet done, giving us fresh reason never to think enough of Betterton. Who should we see come upon the stage but Gosnell, my wife's maid? But neither spoke, danced, nor sung, which I was sorry for. But she becomes the stage very well. Thence by water home, after we had walked to and fro, backwards and forwards, 6 or 7 times in the Temple walks, disputing whether to go by land or water. By land home, and thence by water to Halfway House, and there eat some supper we carried with us, and so walked home again. It being late we were forced to land at the dock, my wife and they, but I in a humour not willing to daub my shoes went round by the custom house. So home, and by to bed, Creed lying with me in the Red Chamber all night. 29th. This day is kept strictly as a holy day, being the king's coronation. We lay long in bed, and it rained very hard, rain and hail almost all the morning. By Creed and I abroad and called at several churches, and it is a wonder to see, and by that to guess the ill temper of the city at this time, either to religion in general or to the king, that in some churches there was hardly 10 people in the whole church, and those poor people. So to a coffee house, and there in discourse here the King of France is likely to be well again. So home to dinner and out by water to the Royal Theatre, but they not acting today, then to the Duke's house, and there saw the Slighted Maid, wherein Gosnell acted Pierimna, a great part, and did it very well, and I believe will do it better and prove a good actor. The play is not very excellent, but is well acted, and in general the actors in all particulars are better than at the other house. Thence to the Cock Ale House, and there having drunk, sent them with Creed to see the German princess. Mary Motters, alias Stedman, a notorious impostor who pretended to be a German princess. Her arrival as the German princess, at the Exchange Tavern, right against the stocks betwixt the Poultry and Cornhill at 5 in the morning, with her marriage to Carleton the taverner's wife's brother, are incidents fully narrated in Francis Kirkman's Counterfeit Lady Unveiled, 1673, Boyne's Tokens, ed. Williamson, Volume I, p. 703. Her adventures formed the plot of a tragicomedy by T.P., entitled A Witty Combat, or The Female Victor, 1663, which was acted with great applause by persons of quality in Whitsun week. Mary Carleton was tried at the Old Bailey for bigamy and acquitted, after which she appeared on the stage in her own character as the heroine of a play entitled The German Princess. Pepys went to the Duke's house to see her on April 15, 1664. The rest of her life was one continued course of robbery and fraud, and in 1678 she was executed at Tyburn for stealing a piece of plate in Chancery Lane. At the Gatehouse at Westminster, and I to my brother S., and thence to my uncle Fenner's to have seen my Aunt James, who has been long in town and goes away tomorrow, and I not seen her. But did find none of them within, which I was glad of, and so back to my brother S. to speak with him, and so home, and in my way did take 2 turns forwards and backwards through the Fleet Ally to see a couple of pretty that stood off the doors there. And God forgive me, I could scarce stay myself from going into their houses with them. So apt is my nature to evil after once, as I have these 2 days set upon pleasure again. So home and to my office to put down these 2 days' journals, then home again and to supper, and then Creed and I to bed with good discourse. Only my mind troubled about my spending my time so badly for these 7 or 8 days. But I must impute it to the disquiet that my mind has been in of late about my wife, and for my going these 2 days to plays, for which I have paid the due forfeit by money, and abating the times of going to plays at court, which I am now to remember that I have cleared all my times that I am to go to court plays to the end of this month. And so June is the first time that I am to begin to reckon. 30th, up betimes, and Creed and I by water to Fleet Street, and my brother not being ready, he and I walked to the New Exchange, and there drank our morning draught of whey, the first I have done this year. But I perceive the lawyers come all in as they go to the hall, and I believe it is very good. So to my brother S., and there I found my Aunt James, a poor, religious, well-meaning, good soul, talking of nothing but God Almighty, and that with so much innocence that mightily pleased me. Here was a fellow that said grace so long like a prayer. I believe the fellow is a cunning fellow, and yet I by my brother's desire did give him a crown, he being in great want, and it seems, a parson among the Finatiques and a cousin of my poor aunt's, whose prayers she told me did do me good among the many good souls that did by my father's desires pray for me when I was cut of the stone, and which God did hear, which I also in complacence did own. But, God forgive me, my mind was otherwise. I had a couple of lobsters and some wine for her, and so, she going out of town today, and being not willing to come home with me to dinner, I parted and home, where we sat at the office all the morning, and after dinner all the afternoon till night, there at my office getting up the time that I have of late lost by not following my business, but I hope now to settle my mind again very well to my business. So home, and after supper did wash my feet, and so to bed. 31st, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed talking with my wife, and do plainly see that her distaste, which is beginning now in her again, against Ashwell arises from her jealousy of me and her, and my neglect of herself, which indeed is true, and I to blame. But for the time to come I will take care to remedy all. So up and to church, where I think I did see Pembleton. Whatever the reason is, I did not perceive him to look up towards my wife, nor she much towards him. However, I could hardly keep myself from being troubled that he was there, which is a madness not to be excused now that his coming to my house is past, and I hope all likelihood of her having occasion to converse with him again. Home to dinner, and after dinner up and read part of the new play of the 5 Hours' Adventures, which though I have seen it twice, yet I never did admire or understand it enough, it being a play of the greatest plot that ever I expect to see, and of great vigor quite through the whole play, from beginning to the end. To church again after dinner, my wife finding herself ill, did not go, and there the Scot preaching I slept most of the sermon. This day Sir W. Batten's son's child is christened in the country, whither Sir J. Minns, and Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn are all gone. I wonder, and take it highly ill that I am not invited by the father, though I know his father and mother, with whom I am never likely to have much kindness, but rather I study the contrary are the cause of it, and in that respect I am glad of it. Being come from church, I to make up my month's accounts, and find myself clear worth L726, for which God be praised, but yet I might have been better by L20, almost had I forborne some layings out in dancing and other things upon my wife, and going to plays and other things merely to ease my mind as to the business of the dancing master. which I bless God is now over, and I falling to my quiet of mind and business again, which I have for a fortnight neglected too much. This month the greatest news is the height and heat that the Parliament is in inquiring into the revenue, which displeases the court, and their backwardness to give the king any money. Their inquiring into the selling of places do trouble a great many among the chief, my Lord Chancellor, against whom particularly it is carried, and Mr. Coventry, for which I am sorry. The King of France was given out to be poisoned and dead, but it proves to be the measles, and he is well or likely to be soon well again. I find myself growing in the esteem and credit that I have in the office, and I hope falling to my business again will confirm me in it, and the saving of money which God grant. So to supper, prayers, and bed. My whole family lying longer this morning than was fit, and besides will having neglected to brush my clothes, as he ought to do, till I was ready to go to church. And not then till I bade him, I was very angry, and seeing him make little matter of it, but seeming to make it a matter indifferent whether he did it or no, I did give him a box on the ear, and had it been another day should have done more. This is the second time I ever struck him. June 1663. June 1st. Begun again to rise betimes by 4 o'clock, and made an end of the adventures of 5 hours, and it is a most excellent play. So to my office, where a while and then about several businesses, in my way to my brother's, where I dined being invited with Mr. Peter and Dean Honeywood, where Tom did give us a very pretty dinner, and we very pleasant but not very merry, the Dean being but a weak man, though very good. I was forced to rise, being in haste to St. James's to attend the Duke, and left them to end their dinner. But the Duke having been hunting today, and so lately come home and gone to bed, we could not see him, and Mr. Coventry being out of the house too, we walked away to Whitehall and there took coach, and I with Sir J. Minns to the Strand Maypole. And there light out of his coach, and walked to the new theatre, which, since the King's players are gone to the royal one, is this day begun to be employed by the fencers to play prizes at. And here I came and saw the first prize I ever saw in my life, and it was between one Matthews, who did beat at all weapons, and one Westwick, who was soundly cut several times both in the head and legs, that he was all over blood. And other deadly blows they did give and take in very good earnest, till Westwick was in a most sad pickle. They fought at 8 weapons, 3 bouts at each weapon. It was very well worth seeing, because I did till this day think that it has only been a cheat. But this being upon a private quarrel, they did it in good earnest, and I felt one of their swords, and found it to be very little, if at all blunter on the edge, than the common swords are. Strange to see what a deal of money is flung to them both upon the stage between every bout. But a woeful rude rabble there was, and such noises, made my head ache all this evening. So, well pleased for once with this sight, I walked home, doing several businesses by the way. In my way calling to see Commissioner Pett, who lies sick at his daughter, a pretty woman in Gracious Street, but is likely to be abroad again in a day or two. At home, I found my wife in bed all this day. I went to see Sir W.M. Penn, who has a little pain of his gout again, but will do well. So home to supper and to bed. This day I hear at court of the great plot which was lately discovered in Ireland, made among the presbyters and others, designing to cry up the covenant, and to secure Dublin Castle and other places. And they have debauched a good part of the army there, promising them ready money. This was known as Blood's Plot, and was named after Colonel Thomas Blood, afterwards notorious for his desperate attack upon the Duke of Ormond in St. James's Street, 1670, and for his robbery of the crown jewels in the Tower, 1671. He died August 24, 1680. Some of the Parliament there, they say, are guilty and some withdrawn upon it. Several persons taken, and among others a son of Scots, that was executed here for the king's murder. What reason the king hath, I know not, but it seems he is doubtful of Scotland. And this afternoon, when I was there, the council was called extraordinary, and they were opening the letters this last post's coming and going between Scotland and us and other places. Blessed be God, my head and hands are clear, and therefore my sleep safe. The King of France is well again. 2d. Up and by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, to Mr. Coventry, where I had an hour's private talk with him. Most of it was discourse concerning his own condition, at present being under the censure of the House, being concerned with others in the bill for selling of offices. He tells me that though he thinks himself to suffer much in his fame hereby, yet he values nothing more of evil to hang over him, for that it is against no statute, as is pretended, nor more than what his predecessors time out of mind have taken. And that so soon as he found himself to be in an error, he did desire to have his fees set, which was done. And since that he hath not taken a token more. He undertakes to prove that he did never take a token of any captain to get him employed in his life beforehand, or demanded anything. And for the other accusation, that the cavaliers are not employed, he looked over the list of them now in the service. And of the 27 that are employed, 13 have been heretofore always under the king. 2 neutrals, and the other 12 men of great courage, and such as had either the king's particular commands, or great recommendation to put them in, and none by himself. Besides that, he says it is not the king's nor duke's opinion that the whole party of the late officers should be rendered desperate. And lastly, he confesses that the more of the cavaliers are put in, the less of discipline hath followed in the fleet, and that, whenever there comes occasion, it must be the old ones that must do any good, there being only, he says, but Captain Allen good for anything of them all. He tells me that he cannot guess whom all this should come from, but he suspects Sir G. Carteret, as I also do, at least that he is pleased with it. But he tells me that he will bring Sir G. Carteret to be the first adviser and instructor of him what to make his place of benefit to him, telling him that Smith did make his place worth L 5,000, and he believed L 7,000 to him the first year, besides something else greater than all this, which he forbore to tell me. It seems one Sir Thomas Tomkins of the house, that makes many mad motions, did bring it into the house, saying that a letter was left at his lodgings, subscribed by one Benson, which is a feigned name, for there is no such man in the navy, telling him how many places in the navy have been sold. And by another letter, left in the same manner since nobody appearing, he writes him that there is one Hughes and another Butler, both rogues, that have for their roguery been turned out of their places, that will swear that Mr. Coventry did sell their places and other things. I offered him my service, and will with all my heart serve him, but he tells me he do not think it convenient to meddle, or to any purpose, but is sensible of my love therein. So I bade him good morrow, he being out of order to speak anything of our office business, and so away to Westminster Hall, where I hear more of the plot from Ireland, which it seems hath been hatching, and known to the Lord Lieutenant a great while, and kept close till within 3 days that it should have taken effect. The term ended yesterday, and it seems the courts rose sooner, for want of causes, than it is remembered to have done in the memory of man. Thence up and down about business in several places, as to speak with Mr. Phillips, but missed him, and so to Mr. Beauchamp, the goldsmith, he being one of the jury tomorrow in Sir W. Batten's case against Field. I have been telling him our case, and I believe he will do us good service there. So home, and seeing my wife had dined I went, being invited, and dined with Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minns, and others at Sir W. Batten's, Captain Allen giving them a foy dinner, he being to go down to lie admiral in the Downs this summer. I cannot but think it a little strange that having been so civil to him as I have been he should not invite me to dinner, but I believe it was but a sudden motion, and so I heard naught of it. After dinner to the office, where all the afternoon till late, and so to see Sir W. Penn, and so home to supper and to bed. Tonight I took occasion with the vintner's man, who came by my direction to taste again my tierce of claret, to go down to the cellar with him to consult about the drawing of it. And there, to my great vexation, I find that the cellar door hath long been kept unlocked, and above half the wine drunk. I was deadly mad at it, and examined my people round, but nobody would confess it. But I did examine the boy, and afterwards Will, and told him of his sitting up after we were in bed with the maids. But as to that business he denies it, which I can remedy, but I shall endeavour to know how it went. My wife did also this evening tell me a story of Ashwell stealing some new ribbon from her, a yard or two, which I am sorry to hear, and I fear my wife do take a displeasure against her, that they will hardly stay together, which I should be sorry for, because I know not where to pick such another out anywhere. Third, up betimes, and studying of my double horizontal dial against Dean Honeywood comes to me, who dotes mightily upon it, and I think I must give it him. So after talking with Sir W. Batten, who is this morning gone to Guildhall to his trial with Field, I to my office, and there read all the morning in my statute book, consulting among others the statute against selling of offices, wherein Mr. Coventry is so much concerned. And though he tells me that the statute do not reach him, yet I much fear that it will. At noon, hearing that the trial is done, and Sir W. Batten come to the Sun behind the Exchange, I went thither, where he tells me that he had much ado to carry it on his side, but that at last he did. But the jury, by the judge's favour, did give us but 10 damages and the charges of the suit, which troubles me, but it is well it went not against us, which would have been much worse. So to the Exchange, and thence home to dinner, taking Dean of Woolwich along with me, and he dined alone with my wife being undressed, and he and I spent all the afternoon finely, learning of him the method of drawing the lines of a ship, to my great satisfaction, and which is well worth my spending some time in, as I shall do when my wife is gone into the country. In the evening to the office and did some business, then home, and, God forgive me, did from my wife's unwillingness to tell me whither she had sent the boy, presently suspect that he was gone to Pembleton, S., and from that occasion grew so discontented that I could hardly speak or sleep all night. Fourth, up betimes, and my wife and Ashwell and I whiled away the morning up and down while they got themselves ready, and I did so watch to see my wife put on drawers, which poor soul she did, and yet I could not get off my suspicions, she having a mind to go into Fenchurch Street before she went out for good and all with me, which I must needs construe to be to meet Pembleton, when she afterwards told me it was to buy a fan that she had not a mind that I should know of, and I believe it is so. Specially I did by a while get out of my boy that he did not yesterday go to Pembleton's or thereabouts, but only was sent all that time for some starch, and I did see him bringing home some, and yet all this cannot make my mind quiet. At last by coach I carried her to Westminster Hall, and they two to Mrs. Bowyer to go from thence to my wife's father's and Ashwell to hers, and by seeing my wife's father in the hall, and being loth that my wife should put me to another trouble and charge by missing him today, I did employ a porter to go from a person unknown to tell him his daughter was come to his lodgings, and I at a distance did observe him, but, Lord, what a company of questions he did ask him, what kind of man I was, and God knows what. So he went home, and after I had stayed in the hall a good while, where I heard that this day the Archbishop of Canterbury, Juxon, a man well spoken of by all for a good man, is dead, and the Bishop of London is to have his seat. Home by water, where by and by comes Dean Honeywood, and I showed him my double horizontal dial, and promised to give him one, and that shall be it. So, without eating or drinking, he went away to Mr. Turner S., where Sir J. Minns do treat my Lord Chancellor and a great deal of guests today with a great dinner, which I thank God I do not pay for. And besides, I doubt it is too late for any man to expect any great service from my Lord Chancellor, for which I am sorry, and pray God a worse do not come in his room. So I to dinner alone, and so to my chamber, and then to the office alone, my head aching and my mind in trouble for my wife, being jealous of her spending the day, though God knows I have no great reason. Yet my mind is troubled. By and by comes Will how to see us, and walked with me an hour in the garden, talking of my lord's falling to business again, which I am glad of, and his coming to lie at his lodgings at Whitehall again. The match between Sir J. Cutts and my Lady Jemima, he says, is likely to go on, for which I am glad. In the hall today Dr. Pierce tells me that the Queen begins to be brisk, and play like other ladies, and is quite another woman from what she was, of which I am glad. It may make the King like her the better, and forsake his two mistresses, my Lady Castlemaine and Stuart. He gone we sat at the office till night, and then home, where my wife is come, and has been with her father all the afternoon, and so home, and she and I to walk in the garden, giving ear to her discourse of her father's affairs, and I found all well, so after putting things in order at my office, home to supper and to bed. 5th, up and to read a little, and by the carver coming, I directed him how to make me a neat head for my vial that is making. About 10 o'clock my wife and I, not without some discontent, abroad by coach, and I set her at her father's. But their condition is such that she will not let me see where they live, but goes by herself when I am out of sight. Thence to my brother S, taking care for a passage for my wife the next week in a coach to my father S, and thence to Paul's churchyard, where I found several books ready bound for me. Among others, the New Concordance of the Bible, which pleases me much, and is a book one hope to make good use of. Thence taking the little history of England with me, I went by water to Deptford, where Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten attending the pay. I dined with them, and there Dr. Britton, parson of the town, a fine man and good company, dined with us in good discourse. After dinner I left them and walked to Redriff, and thence to Whitehall, and at my lord's lodgings found my wife, and thence carried her to see my Lady Jemima, but she was not within. So to Mr. Turner S., and there saw Mr. Edward Pepys's lady, who my wife concurs with me to be very pretty, as most women we ever saw. So home, and after a walk in the garden a little troubled to see my wife take no more pleasure with Ashwell, but neglect her and leave her at home. Home to supper and to bed. 6th, lay in bed till 7 o'clock, yet rose with an opinion that it was not 5, and so continued though I heard the clock strike, till noon, and would not believe that it was so late as it truly was. I was hardly ever so mistaken in my life before. Up and to Sir G. Carteret at his house, and spoke to him about business, but he being in a bad humor I had no mind to stay with him, but walked, drinking my morning draught of whey, by the way, to York House, where the Russia ambassador do lie. And there I saw his people go up and down lousing themselves. They are all in a great hurry, being to be gone the beginning of next week. But that pleased me best was the remains of the noble soul of the late Duke of Buckingham appearing in his house, in every place, in the door-cases and the windows. By and by comes Sir John Hebden, the Russia resident, to me, and he and I in his coach to Whitehall, to Secretary Morris S, to see the orders about the Russia hemp that is to be fetched from Archangel for our king, and that being done, to coach again, and he brought me into the city, and so I home. And after dinner abroad by water, and met by appointment Mr. Dean in the Temple Church, and he and I over to Mr. Blackberry's yard, and thence to other places. And after that to a drinking house, in all which places I did so practice and improve my measuring of timber, that I can now do it with great ease and perfection, which do please me mightily. This fellow Dean is a conceited fellow, and one that means the king a great deal of service, more of disservice to other people that go away with the profits which he cannot make. But however, I learn much of him, and he is, I perceive, of great use to the king in his place, and so I shall give him all the encouragement I can. Home by water, and having wrote a letter for my wife to my Lady Sandwich to copy out to send this night's post, I to the office, and wrote there myself several things, and so home to supper and bed. My mind being troubled to think into what a temper of neglect I have myself flung my wife into by my letting her learn to dance, that it will require time to cure her of, and I fear her going into the country will but make her worse. But only I do hope in the meantime to spend my time well in my office, with more leisure than while she is here. Hebden, today in the coach, did tell me how he is vexed to see things at court ordered as they are by nobody that attends to business, but every man himself or his pleasures. He cries up my Lord Ashley to be almost the only man that he sees to look after business, and with that ease and mastery that he wonders at him. He cries out against the king's dealing so much with goldsmiths, and suffering himself to have his purse kept and commanded by them. He tells me also with what exact care and order the States of Holland's stores are kept in their yards, and everything managed there by their builders with such husbandry as is not imaginable, which I will endeavor to understand further, if I can by any means learn. 7th, Lord's Day, Whit Sunday. Lay long talking with my wife, sometimes angry and ended pleased, and hope to bring our matters to a better posture in a little time, which God send. So up and to church, where Mr. Mills preached, but I know not how, I slept most of the sermon. Thence home, and dined with my wife in Ashwell, and after dinner discoursed very pleasantly, and so I to church again in the afternoon, and, the Scot preaching again, slept all the afternoon, and so home, and by to Sir W. Batten S. to talk about business, where my Lady Batten inveighed mightily against the German princess, and I as high in the defence of her wit and spirit, and glad that she is cleared at the sessions. Thence to Sir W. Penn, who I found ill again of the gout. He tells me that now Mr. Castle and Mrs. Martha Batten do own themselves to be married, and have been this fortnight. Much good may it do him, for I do not envy him his wife. So home, and there my wife and I had an angry word or two upon discourse of our boy, compared with Sir W. Penn's boy that he has now, whom I say is much prettier than ours, and she the contrary. It troubles me to see that every small thing is enough nowadays to bring a difference between us. So to my office, and there did a little business, and then home to supper and to bed. Mrs. Turner, who is often at court, do tell me today that for certain the Queen hath much changed her humor, and is become very pleasant and sociable as any, and they say is with child, or believed to be so. 8th, up into my office a while, and thence by coach with Sir J. Minns to St. James's to the Duke, where Mr. Coventry and us two did discourse with the Duke a little about our office business, which saved our coming in the afternoon, and so to Wright's home again and to dinner. After dinner my wife and I had a little jangling, in which she did give me the lie, which vexed me, so that finding my talking did but make her worse, and that her spirit is lately come to be other than it used to be, and now depends upon her having Ashwell by her, before whom she thinks I shall not say nor do anything of force to her, which vexes me and makes me wish that I had better considered all that I have of late done concerning my bringing my wife to this condition of heat. I went up vexed to my chamber, and there fell examining my new concordance, that I have bought, with Newman's, the best that ever was out before, and I find mine altogether as copious as that and something larger, though the order in some respects not so good, that a man may think a place is missing, when it is only put in another place. Up by and by my wife comes and good friends again, and to walk in the garden, and so anon to supper and to bed. My cousin John Angier the son, of Cambridge, coming to me late to see me, and I find his business is that he would be sent to sea, but I dissuaded him from it, for I will not have to do with it without his friends' consent. 9th, up and after ordering some things towards my wife, going into the country, to the office, where I spent the morning upon my measuring rules very pleasantly till noon, and then comes Creed, and he and I talked about mathematiques, and he tells me of a way found out by Mr. Jonas Moore which he calls duodecimal arithmetique, which is properly applied to measuring, where all is ordered by inches, which are 12 in a foot, which I have a mind to learn. So he with me home to dinner, and after dinner walk in the garden, and then we met at the office, where Coventry, Sir J. Minns, and I, and so in the evening, business done, I went home and spent my time till night with my wife. Presently after my coming home comes Pembleton, whether by appointment or no I know not, or whether by a former promise that he would come once before my wife's going into the country, but I took no notice of, let them go up in Ashwell with them to dance, which they did, and I stayed below in my chamber. But, Lord, how I listened and laid my ear to the door, and how I was troubled when I heard them stand still and not dance. Anon they made an end and had done, and so I suffered him to go away, and spoke not to him, though troubled in my mind, but showed no discontent to my wife, believing that this is the last time I shall be troubled with him. So my wife and I to walk in the garden, home and to supper and to bed. 10th, up and all the morning, helping my wife to put up her things towards her, going into the country, and drawing the wine out of my vessel to send. This morning came my cousin Thomas Pepys to desire me to furnish him with some money, which I could not do till his father has wrote to Pigot his consent to the sale of his lands, So by and by we parted, and I to the Exchange a while, and so home and to dinner. And thence to the Royal Theatre by water. And landing, met with Captain Furrers his friend, the little man that used to be with him, and he with us, and sat by us while we saw Love in a Maze. The play is pretty good, but the life of the play is Lacey's part, the clown, which is most admirable, but for the rest, which are counted such old and excellent actors, in my life I never heard both men and women so ill pronounce their parts, even to my making myself sick therewith. Thence Creed happening to be with us, we for to the Half Moon Tavern, I buying some sugar and carrying it with me, which we drank with wine, and thence to the Way House, and drank a great deal of whey, and so by water home, and thence to see Sir W. Penn, who is not in much pain, but his legs swell and so immovable that he cannot stir them, but as they are lifted by other people, and I doubt will have another fit of his late pain. Played a little at cards with him and his daughter, who is grown every day a finer and finer lady, and so home to supper and to bed. When my wife and I came first home, we took Ashwell and all the rest below in the cellar with the vintner drawing out my wine, which I blamed Ashwell much for, and told her my mind that I would not endure it, nor was it fit for her to make herself equal with the ordinary servants of the house. 11th. Up and spent most of the morning upon my measuring ruler, and with great pleasure I have found out some things myself of great dispatch more than my book teaches me, which pleases me mightily. Sent my wife's things and the wine today by the carrier to my father, S., but stayed my boy from a letter of my father, S., wherein he desires that he may not come to trouble his family as he did the last year. Dined at home and then to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and at night home and spent the evening with my wife, and she and I did jangle mightily about her cushions that she wrought with worsteds the last year, which are too little for any use, but were good friends by and by again. But one thing I must confess I do observe, which I did not before, which is, that I cannot blame my wife to be now in a worse humor than she used to be, for I am taken up in my talk with Ashwell, who is a very witty girl, that I am not so fond of her as I used and ought to be, which now I do perceive I will remedy, but I would to the Lord I had never taken any, though I cannot have a better than her. To supper and to bed. The consideration that this is the longest day in the year is very unpleasant to me. It is necessary to note that this was according to the old style. This afternoon my wife had a visit from my Lady Jemina and Mr. Furrers. 12th. Up in my office they're conning my measuring ruler, which I shall grow a master of in a very little time. At noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, and abroad with my wife by water to the Royal Theatre, and there saw The Committee. A merry but indifferent play, only Lacey's part, an Irish footman, is beyond imagination. Here I saw my Lord Falconbridge, and his lady, my Lady Mary Cromwell, who looks as well as I have known her, and well clad. But when the house began to fill, she put on her vizard. Masks were commonly used by ladies in the reign of Elizabeth, and when their use was revived at the Restoration for respectable women attending the theatre, they became general. They soon, however, became the mark of loose women, and their use was discontinued by women of repute. On June 1st, 1704, a song was sung at the theatre in Lincoln's Inn Fields called The Misses' Lamentation for want of their vizard masks at the theatre. Mr. R. W. Lowe gives several references to the use of vizard masks at the theatre in his interesting biography, Thomas Betterton, and so kept it on all the play, which of late is become a great fashion among the ladies, which hides their whole face. So to the Exchange, to buy things with my wife, among others, a vizard for herself, and so by water home and to my office to do a little business, and so to see Sir W. Penn, but being going to bed and not well I could not see him. So home and to supper and bed, being mightily troubled all night and next morning, with the palate of my mouth being down from some cold I took today sitting sweating in the playhouse, and the wind blowing through the windows upon my head. 13th. Up and betimes to Thames Street among the tar men, to look the price of tar, and so by water to Whitehall thinking to speak with Sir G. Carteret, but he lying in the city all night, and meeting with Mr. Cutler the merchant, I with him in his coach into the city to Sir G. Carteret, but missing him there, he and I walked to find him at Sir Tho. Allen's in Bread Street, where not finding him he and I walked towards our office, he discoursing well of the business of the navy, and particularly of the victualling, in which he was once I perceive concerned. And he and I parted and I to the office, and there had a difference with Sir W. Batten about Mr. Bowyer's tar, which I am resolved to cross, though he sent me last night, as a bribe, a barrel of sturgeon, which, it may be, I shall send back. For I will not have the king abused so abominably in the price of what we buy, by Sir W. Batten's corruption and underhand dealing. So from the office, Mr. Waith with me, to the Parliament House, and there I spoke and told Sir G. Carter it all, with which he is well pleased, and do recall his willingness yesterday, it seems, to Sir W. Batten, that we should buy a great quantity of tar, being abused by him. Thence with Mr. Waith, after drinking a cup of ale at the Swan, talking of the corruption of the navy, by water. I landed him at Whitefriars, and I to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, where I found my wife's brother, and thence after dinner by water to the Royal Theatre, where I resolved to bid farewell, as shall appear by my oaths tomorrow against all plays either at public houses or court till Christmas be over. Here we saw the faithful shepherdess, a most simple thing, and yet much thronged after and often shown, but it is only for the scene's sake, which is very fine indeed and worth seeing. But I am quite out of opinion with any of their actings, but Lacy, compared with the other house. Thence to see Mrs. Hunt, which we did and were much made of, and in our way saw my Lady Castlemaine, who, I fear, is not so handsome as I have taken her for, and now she begins to decay something. This is my wife's opinion also, for which I am sorry. Thence by coach, with a mad coachman, that drove like mad and down byways through Bucklersbury home, everybody through the street cursing him, being ready to run over them. So home, and after writing letters by the post, home to supper and bed. Yesterday, upon conference with the king in the banqueting house, the Parliament did agree with much ado, it being carried but by 42 voices, that they would supply him with a sum of money. But what and how is not yet known, but expected to be done with great disputes the next week. But if done at all, it is well. 14th Lord's Day, lay long in bed, so up and to church. Then to dinner, and Tom dined with me, who I think grows a very thriving man, as he himself tells me. He tells me that his man John has got a wife, and for that he intends to part with him, which I am sorry for, and then that Mr. Armiger comes to be a constant lodger at his house, and he says his money in his purse and will be a good paymaster, but I do much doubt it. He being gone, I up and sending my people to church, my wife and I did even our reckonings, and had a great deal of serious talk, wherein I took occasion to give her hints of the necessity of our saving all we can. I do see great cause every day to curse the time that ever I did give way to the taking of a woman for her, though I could never have had a better, and also the letting of her learn to dance, by both which her mind is so devilishly taken off her business and minding her occasions, and besides has got such an opinion in her of my being jealous, that it is never to be removed, I fear, nor hardly my trouble that attends it, but I must have patience. I did give her 40s. To carry into the country tomorrow with her, whereof 15s, is to go for the coach hire for her and Ashwell, there being 20s, paid here already in earnest. In the evening our discourse turned to great content and love, and I hope that, after a little forgetting our late differences, and being a while absent one from another, we shall come to agree as well as ever. So to Sir W. Penn's to visit him, and finding him alone, sent for my wife, who is in her riding suit, to see him, which she hath not done these many months, I think. By and by in come Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten, and so we sat talking. Among other things, Sir J. Minns brought many fine expressions of Chaucer, which he dotes on mightily, and without doubt he is a very fine poet. Pepys continued through life an admirer of Chaucer, and we have the authority of Dryden himself for saying that we owe his character of the good parson to Pepys's recommendation. Sir W. Penn continues lame of the gout, that he cannot rise from his chair. So after staying an hour with him, we went home and to supper, and so to prayers and bed. 15th, up betimes, and anon my wife rose and did give me her keys, and put other things in order and herself against going this morning into the country. I was forced to go to Thames Street and strike up a bargain for some tar, to prevent being abused therein by Hill, who was with me this morning, and is mightily surprised that I should tell him what I can have the same tar with his for. Thence home, but finding my wife gone, I took coach and after her to her inn, where I am troubled to see her forced to sit in the back of the coach, though pleased to see her company none but women and one parson. She I find is troubled at all, and I seem to make a promise to get a horse and ride after them. And so, kissing her often, and Ashwell once, I bid them adieu. So home by coach, and thence by water to Diptford to the Trinity House, where I came a little late. But I found them reading their charter, which they did like fools, only reading here and there a bit, whereas they ought to do it all, every word. And then proceeded to the election of a maester, which was Sir W. Batten, without any control, who made a heavy, short speech to them, moving them to give thanks to the late maester for his pains, which he said was very great, and giving them thanks for their choice of him, wherein he would serve them to the best of his power. Then to the choice of their assistants and wardens, and so rose. I might have received 2s, 6d, as a younger brother, but I directed one of the servants of the house to receive it and keep it. Thence to church, where Dr. Britton preached a sermon full of words against the nonconformists, but no great matter in it, nor proper for the day at all. His text was, "With one mind and one mouth give glory to God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ." That done, by water, I in the barge with the maester, to the Trinity House at London, where, among others, I found my Lords Sandwich and Craven, and my cousin Roger Pepys and Sir W.M. Wheeler. Anon we sat down to dinner, which was very great, as they always have, great variety of talk. Mr. Prynne, among many, had a pretty tale of one that brought in a bill in Parliament for the empowering him to dispose his land to such children as he should have that should bear the name of his wife. It was in Queen Elizabeth's time. One replied that there are many species of creatures where the male gives the denomination to both sexes, as swan and woodcock, but not above one where the female do, and that is a goose. Both at and after dinner we had great discourses of the nature and power of spirits, and whether they can animate dead bodies, in all which, as of the general appearance of spirits, my Lord Sandwich is very skeptical. He says the greatest warrants that ever he had to believe any is the present appearing of the devil. In 1664, there being a general report all over the kingdom of Mr. Mompesson his house being haunted, which he himself affirming to the king and queen to be true, the king sent the Lord Falmouth, and the queen sent me, to examine the truth of. But we could neither see nor hear anything that was extraordinary. And about a year after, his majesty told me that he had discovered the cheat, and that Mr. Mompesson, upon his majesty sending for him, confessed it to him. And yet Mr. Mompesson, in a printed letter, had afterwards the confidence to deny that he had ever made any such confession. Letters of the 2nd Earl of Chesterfield, p. 24, 1829, 8 vo. Joseph Glanville published a relation of the famous disturbance at the house of Mr. Mompesson, at Tedworth, Wilts, occasioned by the beating of an invisible drum every night for a year. This story, which was believed at the time, furnished the plot for Addison's play of The Drummer, or The Haunted House. In the Mercurius Publicus, April 1623, 1663, there is a curious examination on this subject, by which it appears that one William Drury of Uscott, Wilts, was the invisible drummer bee. In Wiltshire, much of late talked of, who beats a drum up and down. There are books of it, and they say, very true. But my lord observes, that though he do answer to any tune that you will play to him upon another drum, yet one tune he tried to play and could not, which makes him suspect the whole, and I think it is a good argument. Sometimes they talked of handsome women, and Sir J. Minns saying that there was no beauty like what he sees in the country markets, and specially at Bury, in which I will agree with him that there is a prettiest women I ever saw. My lord replied thus, "Sir John, what do you think of your neighbour's wife?" looking upon me. "Do you not think that he hath a great beauty to his wife? Upon my word he hath," which I was not a little proud of. Thence by barge with my lord to Blackfriars, where we landed, and I thence walked home, where vexed to find my boy, whom I boxed at his coming for it, and will abroad, though he was but upon Tower Hill a very little while. My head aching with the health's eye was forced to drink today. I sent for the barber, and he having done, I up to my wife's closet, and there played on my violin a good while, and without supper anon to bed, sad for want of my wife, whom I love with all my heart, though of late she has given me some troubled thoughts. 16th. Up, but not so early as I intend now, and to my office, where doing business all the morning. At noon, by desire, I dined with Sir W. Batten, who tells me that the House have voted the supply, intended for the king, shall be by subsidy. After dinner with Sir J. Minns to see some pictures at Brewer's, said to be of good hands, but I do not like them. So I to the office, and thence to Stacy's, his tar merchant, whose servant with whom I agreed yesterday for some tar due by combination with Bowyer and Hill fall from our agreement, which vexes us all at the office, even Sir W. Batten, who was so earnest for it. So to the office, where we sat all the afternoon till night, and then to Sir W. Penn, who continues ill, and so to bed about 10 o'clock. 17th. Up before 4 o'clock, which is the hour I intend now to rise at, and to my office a while, and with great pleasure I fell to my business again. Anon went with money to my tar merchant to pay for the tar, which he refuses to sell me. But now the master is come home, and so he speaks very civilly, and I believe we shall have it with peace. I brought back my money to my office, and thence to Whitehall, and in the garden spoke to my Lord Sandwich, who is in his gold-buttoned suit, as the mode is, and looks nobly. Captain Furze, I see, is come home from France. I only spoke one word to him, my lord being there. He tells me the young gentlemen are well there, so my lord went to my Lord Albemarle's to dinner, and I by water home and dined alone, and at the office, after half an hour's violin practice after dinner, till late at night, and so home and to bed. This day I sent my cousin Edward Pepys his lady, at my cousin Turner S., a piece of venison given me yesterday, and Madam Turner I sent for a dozen bottles of hers, to fill with wine for her. This day I met with Pierce the surgeon, who tells me that the king has made peace between Mr. Edward Montagu and his father Lord Montagu, and that all is well again. At which, for the family's sake, I am very glad, but do not think it will hold long. 18th. Up by 4 o'clock and to my office, where all the morning writing out in my Navy collections the ordinary estimate of the Navy, and did it neatly. Then dined at home alone, my mind pleased with business, but sad for the absence of my wife. After dinner half an hour at my violin, and then all the afternoon sitting at the office late, and so home and to bed. This morning Mr. Cutler came and sat in my closet half an hour with me, his discourse very excellent, being a wise man, and I do perceive by him, as well as many others, that my diligence is taken notice of in the world, for which I bless God and hope to continue doing so. Before I went into my house this night I called at Sir W. Batten S., where finding some great ladies at table at supper with him and his lady, I retreated and went home, though they called to me again, and afterwards sent for me. So I went, and who should it be but Sir Fr. Clerk and his lady and another proper lady at supper there, and great cheer, where I stayed till 11 o'clock at night, and so home and to bed. 19th. Lay till 6 o'clock, and then up into my office, where all the morning, and at noon to the Exchange, and coming home met Mr. Creed and took him back, and he dined with me, and by came Mr. Moore, whom I supplied with L30, and then abroad with them by water to Lambeth, expecting to have seen the Archbishop lie in state, but it seems he is not laid out yet. And so over to Whitehall, and at the Privy Seal office examined the books, and found the grant of increase of salary to the principal officers in the year 1639, L300 among the controller, surveyor, and clerk of the ships. Thence to Wilkinson, S. after a good walk in the park, where we met on horseback Captain Furze, who tells us that the King of France is well again, and that he saw him train his guards, all brave men, at Paris, and that when he goes to his mistress, Madame La Vallière, a pretty little woman, now with child by him, he goes with his guards with him publicly, and his trumpets and kettle drums with him, who stay before the house while he is with her. And yet he says that for all this the queen do not know of it, for that nobody dares to tell her. But that I dare not believe. Thence I to Wilkinson's, where we had bespoke a dish of peas, where we eat them very merrily. And there being with us the little gentleman, a friend of Captain Furze, that was with my wife and I at a play a little while ago, we went thence to the Rhenish wine house, where we called for a red Rhenish wine called Blehard, a pretty wine, and not mixed, as they say. Here Mr. Moore showed us the French manner, when a health is drunk, to bow to him that drunk to you, and then apply yourself to him, whose lady's health is drunk, and then to the person that you drink to, which I never knew before, but it seems it is now the fashion. Thence by water home and to bed, having played out of my chamber window on my pipe before I went to bed, and making will read a part of a Latin chapter, in which I perceive in a little while he will be pretty ready, if he spends but a little pains in it. 20th, up into my office, where all the morning and dined at home, Mr. Dean of Woolwich with me, and he and I all the afternoon down by water, and in a timber yard measuring of timber, which I now understand thoroughly, and shall be able in a little time to do the king great service. Home in the evening, and afterwards reading a little in the Latin Testament, to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and fell to reading my Latin grammar, which I perceive I have great need of, having lately found it by my calling will to the reading of a chapter in Latin, and I am resolved to go through it. After being trimmed, I by water to Whitehall, and so over the park, it raining hard, to Mr. Coventry's chamber, where I spent 2 hours with him about business of the navy, and how by his absence things are like to go with us. And with good content from my being with him, he carried me by coach and set me down at Whitehall, and thence to write home by water. He showed me a list, which he hath prepared for the Parliament's view, if the business of his selling of offices should be brought to further hearing, wherein he reckons up, as I remember, 236 offices of ships which have been disposed of without his taking one farthing. This, of his own accord, he opened his cabinet on purpose to show me, meaning, I suppose, that I should discourse abroad of it, and vindicate him therein, which I shall with all my power do. At home, being wet, shifted my band and things, and then to dinner, and after dinner went up and tried a little upon my triangle, which I understand fully, and with a little use I believe could bring myself to do something. So to church, and slept all the sermon, the Scot, to whose voice I am not to be reconciled, preaching. Thence with Sir J. Minns, who poor man had forgot that he carried me the other day to the painter, to see some pictures which he has since bought and are brought home, to his lodgings to see some base things he calls them of great masters of painting. So I said nothing that he had shown me them already, but commended them, and I think they are indeed good enough. Thence to see Sir W. Penn, who continues ill of the gout still. Here we stayed a good while, and then I to my office, and read my vows seriously and with content, and so home to supper, to prayers, and to bed. 22nd, up betimes and to my office, reading over all our letters of the office that we have wrote since I came into the Navy, whereby to bring the whole series of matters into my memory, and to enter in my manuscript some of them that are needful and of great influence. By and by with Sir W. Batten by coach to Westminster, where all along I find the shops evening with the sides of the houses, even in the broadest streets, which will make the city very much better than it was. I walked in the hall from one man to another. Hear that the House is still divided about the manner of levying the subsidies which they intend to give the king, both as to the manner, the time, and the number. It seems the House do consent to send to the king, to desire that he would be graciously pleased to let them know who it was that did inform him of what words Sir Richard Temple should say, which were to this purpose, that if the king would side with him, or be guided by him and his party, that he should not lack money. But without knowing who told it, they do not think fit to call him to any account for it. Thence with Creed and bought a lobster, and then to an alehouse, where the maid of the house is a confident merry lass, and if modest is very pleasant to the customers that come thither. Here we eat it, and thence to walk in the park a good while. The Duke being gone a hunting, and by came in and shifted himself, he having in his hunting, rather than go about, light and led his horse through a river up to his breast, and came so home. And when we were come, which was by and by, we went on to him, and being ready he retired with us, and we had a long discourse with him. But Mr. Creed's account sticks still through the perverse ignorance of Sir G. Carteret, which I cannot safely control as I would. Thence to the park again, and there walked up and down an hour or two till night with Creed, talking, who is so knowing, and a man of that reason, that I cannot but love his company, though I do not love the man, because he is too wise to be made a friend of, and acts all by interest and policy, but is a man fit to learn of. So to Whitehall, and by water to the Temple, and calling at my brother's and several places, but to no purpose, I came home, and meeting Strutt, the purser, he tells me for a secret that he was told by Field that he had a judgment against me in the Exchequer for L400. So I went to Sir W. Batten, and taking Mr. Batten, his son the counsellor, with me, by coach, I went to Clerk, our solicitor, who tells me there can be no such thing. And after conferring with them two together, who are resolved to look well after the business, I returned home and to my office, setting down this day's passages, and having a letter that all is well in the country, I went home to supper, and then a Latin chapter of will and to bed. 23rd, up by 4 o'clock and so to my office. But before I went out calling, as I have of late done for my boy's copybook, I found that he had not done his task. So I beat him, and then went up to fetch my rope's end, but before I got down the boy was gone. I searched the cellar with a candle, and from top to bottom could not find him high nor low. So to the office, and after an hour or two, by water to the temple to my cousin Roger, who, I perceive, is a deadly high man in the Parliament business, and against the court, showing me how they have computed that the king hath spent, at least hath received, about 4 millions of money since he came in. And in Sir J. Winter's case, in which I spoke to him, he is so high that he says he deserves to be hanged, and all the high words he could give, which I was sorry to see, though I am confident he means well. Thence by water home, and to the Change, and by comes the king and the queen by in great state, and the streets full of people. I stood in Mistress' balcone. They dine all at my Lord Mayor S., but what he do for victuals or room for them, I know not. So home to dinner alone, and there I found that my boy had got out of doors, and came in for his hat and band, and so is gone away to his brother. But I do resolve even to let him go away for good and all. So I by to the office, and there had a great fray with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, who, like an old dotard, is led by the nose by him. It was in Captain Cock's business of hemp, wherein the king is absolutely abused. But I was for peace sake contented to be quiet and to sign to his bill, but in my manner so as to justify myself, and so all was well. But to see what a knave Sir W. Batten is makes my heart ache. So late at my office, and then home to supper and to bed, my man will not being well. 24th. Up before 4 o'clock, and so to my lute an hour or more, and then by water, drinking my morning draught alone at an alehouse in Thames Street, to the Temple. And thence, after a little discourse with my cousin Roger about some business, away by water to St. James's, and there an hour's private discourse with Mr. Coventry, where he told me one thing to my great joy, that in the business of Captain Cock's hemp, disputed before him the other day, Mr. Coventry absent. The Duke did himself tell him since, that Mr. Pepys and he did stand up and carry it against the rest that were there, Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, which do please me much to see that the Duke do take notice of me. We did talk highly of Sir W. Batten's corruption, which Mr. Coventry did very kindly say that it might be only his heaviness and unaptness for business, that he do things without advice and rashly, and to gratify people that do eat and drink and play with him, and that now and then he observes that he signs bills only in anger and fury to be rid of men. Speaking of Sir G. Carteret, of whom I perceive he speaks but slightly, and diminishing of him in his services for the king in Jersey, that he was well rewarded, and had good lands and rents and other profits from the king all the time he was there, and that it was always his humor to have things done his way. He brought an example how he would not let the castle there be victualled for more than a month, that so he might keep it at his beck, though the people of the town did offer to supply it more often themselves, which when one did propose to the king, Sir George Carteret being by, says Sir George, "Let me know who they are that would do it, I would with all my heart pay them." "Ah, by God," says the commander that spoke of it, "that is it that they are afeard of, that you would hug them," meaning that he would not endure them. Another thing he told me, how the Duke of York did give Sir G. Carteret and the island his profits as admiral and other things toward the building of a pier there. But it was never laid out, nor like to be. So it falling out that a lady being brought to bed, the Duke was to be desired to be one of the godfathers, and it being objected that that would not be proper, there being no peer of the land to be joined with him, the lady replied, "Why, let him choose, and if he will not be a godfather without a peer, then let him even stay till he hath made a peer of his own." In the same spirit, long after this, some question arising as to the best material to be used in building Westminster Bridge, Lord Chesterfield remarked that there were too many wooden piers at Westminster already be. He tells me, too, that he hath lately been observed to tack about at court, and to endeavor to strike in with the persons that are against the Chancellor. But this, he says of him, that he do not say nor do anything to the prejudice of the Chancellor. But he told me that the Chancellor was rising again, and that of late Sir G. Carteret's business and employment hath not been so full as it used to be while the Chancellor stood up. From that we discoursed of the evil of putting out men of experience in business as the chancellor. And from that to speak of the condition of the king's party at present, who, as the papists, though otherwise fine persons, yet being by law kept for these 80 years out of employment, they are now wholly incapable of business. And so the cavaliers for 20 years, who, says he, for the most part have either given themselves over to look after country and family business, and those the best of them, and the rest to debauchery and sea. And that was it that hath made him high against the late bill brought into the House for the making all men incapable of employment that had served against the king. Why, says he, in the sea service, it is impossible to do anything without them, there being not more than 3 men of the whole king's side that are fit to command almost, and these were Captain Allen, Smith, and Beach, and it may be Holmes and Utber and Batts might do something. I desired him to tell me if he thought that I did speak anything that I do against Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns out of ill will or design. He told me quite the contrary, and that there was reason enough. After a good deal of good and fine discourse, I took leave, and so to my Lord Sandwich's house, where I met my lord, and there did discourse of our office businesses, and how the Duke do show me kindness, though I have endeavored to displease more or less of my fellow officers, all but Mr. Coventry and Pett, but it matters not. Yes, says my lord, Sir J. Minns, who is great with the Chancellor. I told him the Chancellor I have thought was declining, and however that the esteem he has among them is nothing but for a jester or a ballad maker, at which my lord laughs, and asks me whether I believe he ever could do that well. Thence with Mr. Creed up and down to an ordinary, and, the king's head being full, went to the other over against it. A pretty man that keeps it, and good and much meat, better than the other, but the company and room so small that he must break, and there wants the pleasure that the other house has in its company. Here, however, dined an old courtier that is now so, who did bring many examples and arguments to prove that seldom any man that brings anything to court gets anything, but rather the contrary. For knowing that they have wherewith to live, will not enslave themselves to the attendance and flattery and fawning condition of a courtier, whereas another that brings nothing, and will be contented to cog and lie and flatter every man and woman that has any interest with the persons that are great in favor, and can cheat the king, as nothing is to be got without offending God and the king, there he for the most part, and he alone, saves anything. Thence to St. James Park, and there walked 2 or 3 hours talking of the difference between Sir G. Carteret and Mr. Creed about his accounts, and how to obviate him, but I find Creed a deadly cunning fellow, and one that never do anything openly, but has intrigues in all he do or says. Thence by water home to see all well, and thence down to Greenwich, and there walked into a pretty common garden, and there played with him at 9 pins for some drink, and to make the fellows drink that set up the pins, and so home again being very cold, and taking a very great cold, being today the first time in my tabby doublet this year. Home, and after a small supper Creed and I to bed. This day I observed the house, which I took to be the new tennis court, newly built next my lord's lodgings, to be fallen down by the badness of the foundation or slight working, which my cousin Roger and his discontented party cry out upon, as an example how the king's work is done, which I am sorry to see him and others so apt to think ill of things. It hath beaten down a good deal of my lord's lodgings, and had like to have killed Mrs. Sarah, she having but newly gone out of it. 25th. Up both of us pretty early, and to my chamber, where he and I did draw up a letter to Sir G. Carteret in excuse and preparation for Creed against we meet before the Duke upon his accounts, which I drew up, and it proved very well. But I am pleased to see with what secret cunning and variety of artifice this Creed has carried on his business even unknown to me, which he is now forced by an accident to communicate to me. So that taking up all the papers of moment, which lead to the clearing of his accounts unobserved out of the controller's hand, which he now makes great use of, knowing that the controller has not wherewith to betray him. About this all the morning, only Mr. Bland came to me about some business of his, and told me the news, which holds to be true, that the Portuguese did let in the Spaniard by a plot, and they being in the midst of the country, and we believing that they would have taken the whole country, they did all rise and kill the whole body, near 8,000 men, and Don John of Austria having 2 horses killed under him, was forced with 1 man to flee away. Sir George Carteret at the office. After dinner, and Creed being gone, for both now and yesterday I was afraid to have him seen by Sir G. Carteret with me, for fear that he should increase his doubt that I am of a plot with Creed in the business of his accounts, did tell us that upon Tuesday last, being with my Lord Treasurer, he showed him a letter from Portugal speaking of the advance of the Spaniards into their country, and yet that the Portuguese were never more courageous than now. For by an old prophecy from France, sent thither some years, though not many since, from the French king, it is foretold that the Spaniards should come into their country, and in such a valley they should be all killed, and then their country should be wholly delivered from the Spaniards. This was on Tuesday last, and yesterday came the very first news that in this very valley they had thus routed and killed the Spaniards, which is very strange but true, so late at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. This noon I received a letter from the country from my wife, wherein she seems much pleased with the country. God continue that she may have pleasure while she is there. She, by my lady's advice, desires a new petticoat of the new silk striped stuff, very pretty. So I went to Paternoster Row, presently, and bought her one with Mr. Creed's help, a very fine rich one, the best I did see there, and much better than she desires or expects, and sent it by Creed to unthank to be made against tomorrow to send by the carrier, thinking it had been but Wednesday today, but I found myself mistaken, and also the tailor being out of the way, it could not be done. But the stuff was sent me back at night by Creed to dispose of some other way to make. But now I shall keep it to next week. 26th, up betimes, and Mr. Moore coming to see me, he and Paternoster Row, now famous as the headquarters of the publishing houses, was at this time chiefly inhabited by mercers. This street, before the fire of London, was taken up by eminent mercers, silkmen, and lacemen, and their shops were so resorted to by the nobility and gentry in their coaches, that oft times the street was so stopped up that there was no passage for foot passengers. Strype S. Stowe, Book 3, p. 195. I discoursed of going to Oxford this commencement, Mr. Nathaniel Crewe being proctor and Mr. Child commencing Doctor of Musique this year, which I have a great mind to do, and if I can, will order my matters so that I may do it. By and by, he and I to the temple, it raining hard, my cousin Roger being got out, he and I walked a good while among the temple trees discoursing of my getting my lord to let me have security upon his estate for L100 per ann. For 2 lives, my own and my wife, for my money. But upon second thoughts, Mr. Moore tells me it is very likely my lord will think that I beg something, and may take it ill, and so we resolved not to move it there, but to look for it somewhere else. Here it raining hard he and I walked into the King's Bench Court, where I never was before, and there stayed an hour almost, till it had done raining, which is a sad season, that it is said there hath not been one fair day these 3 months, and I think it is true, and then by water to Westminster, and at the Parliament House I spoke with Roger Pepys. The house is upon the King's answer to their message about Temple, which is, that my Lord of Bristol did tell him that Temple did say those words. So the House are resolved upon sending some of their members to him to know the truth, and to demand satisfaction if it be not true. So by water home, and after a little while getting me ready, Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minns, my Lady Batt, and I by coach to Bednall Green to Sir W. Riders to dinner, where a fine place, good lady mother and their daughter, Mrs. Middleton, a fine woman. A noble dinner, and a fine merry walk with the ladies alone after dinner in the garden, which is very pleasant, the greatest quantity of strawberries I ever saw and good, and a collation of great mirth, Sir J. Minns reading a book of scolding very prettily. This very house. Sir William Ryder's house was known as Kirby Castle, and was supposed to have been built in 1570 by John Thorpe for John Kirby. It was associated in rhyme with other follies of the time in bricks and mortar, as recorded by Stowe. Kirkby's Castle and Fisher's Folly, Spanilla's Pleasure and Meg's Glory. The place was known in Strype's time as the Blind Beggar's House, but he knew nothing of the ballad, The Beggar's Daughter of Bednall Green, for he remarks, perhaps Kirby beggared himself by it. Sr. William Ryder died at this house in 1669. Was built by the blind beggar of Bednall Green, so much talked of and sang in ballads, but they say it was only some of the outhouses of it. We drank great store of wine, and a beer glass at last which made me almost sick. At table, discoursing of thunder and lightning, they told many stories of their own knowledge at table of their masts being shivered from top to bottom, and sometimes only within and the outside whole. But among the rest, Sir W. Ryder did tell a story of his own knowledge, that a Genoese galley in Leghorn Roads was struck by thunder, so as the mast was broke a pieces, and the shackle upon one of the slaves was melted clear off of his leg without hurting his leg. Sir William went on board the vessel and would have contributed towards the release of the slave whom heaven had thus set free, but he could not compass it, and so he was brought to his fetters again. In the evening home, and a little to my triangle, and so to bed. 27th. Up by 4 o'clock and a little to my office. Then comes by agreement Sir W. Warren, and he and I from ship to see deals of all sorts, whereby I have increased my knowledge and with great pleasure. Then to his yard and house, where I stayed 2 hours or more discoursing of the expense of the navy, and the corruption of Sir W. Batten and his man Wood that he brings, or would bring to sell all that is to be sold by the navy. Then home to the office, where we sat a little, and at noon home to dinner, alone, and thence, it raining hard, by water to the Temple, and so to Lincoln's Inn, and there walked up and down to see the new garden which they are making, and will be very pretty, and so to walk under the chapel by agreement, whither Mr. Clerk our solicitor came to me, and he fetched Mr. Long, our attorney in the Exchequer in the business against Field, and I directed him to come to the best and speediest composition he could, which he will do. So home on foot, calling upon my brother, S. and elsewhere upon business, and so home to my office, and there wrote letters to my father and wife, and so home to bed, taking 3 pills overnight. 28th, Lord's Day. Early in the morning, my last night's physic worked and did give me a good stool, and then I rose and had 3 or 4 stools, and walked up and down my chamber. Then up, my maid rose and made me a posset, and by comes Mr. Creed, and he and I spent all the morning discoursing against tomorrow before the Duke the business of his pieces of 8, in which the treasurer makes so many queries. At noon, my physic having done working, I went down to dinner, and then he and I up again and spent most of the afternoon reading in Cicero and other books of good discourse, and then he went away, and then came my brother Tom to see me, telling me how the Joyces do make themselves fine clothes against Mary is brought to bed. He being gone, I went to cast up my monthly accounts, and to my great trouble I find myself else 7 worse than I was the last month. But I confess it is by my reckoning beforehand a great many things, yet however I am troubled to see that I can hardly promise myself to lay up much from month's end to month's end, about L4 or L5 at most, 1 month with another, without some extraordinary gettings, but I must and I hope I shall continue to have a care of my own expenses. So to the reading my vows seriously, and then to supper. This evening there came my boy's brother to see for him, and tells me he knows not where he is, himself being out of town this week, and is very sorry that he is gone, and so am I, but he shall come no more. So to prayers and to bed. 29th. Up betimes and to my office, and by to the Temple, and there appointed to meet in the evening about my business, and thence I walked home. And up and down the streets is cried mightily the great victory got by the Portugals against the Spaniards, where 10,000 slain, 3 or 4,000 taken prisoners, with all the artillery, baggage, money, and sea, and Don John of Austria. He was natural son of Philip Roman IV, King of Spain, who, after his father's death in 1665, exerted his whole influence to overthrow the regency appointed during the young king's minority be forced to flee with a man or 2 with him, which is very great news. Thence home and at my office all the morning, and then by water to St. James, S. But no meeting today being holy day, but met Mr. Creed in the park, and after a walk or 2, discoursing his business, took leave of him in Westminster Hall, whither we walked, and then came again to the hall and fell to talk with Mrs. Lane, and after great talk that she never went abroad with any man as she used heretofore to do. I with one word got her to go with me and to meet me at the further Rhenish wine-house, where I did give her a lobster and do so touse her and feel her all over, making her believe how fair and good a skin she has, and indeed she has a very white thigh and leg, but monstrous fat. When weary I did give over, and somebody, having seen some of our dalliance, called aloud in the street, "Sir, why do you kiss the gentlewoman so?" and flung a stone at the window, which vexed me, but I believe they could not see my choosing her, and so we broke up and I went out the back way, without being observed I think, and so she towards the hall and I to Whitehall, where taking water I to the temple with my cousin Roger and Mr. Goldsborough to graze into his council, one Mr. Raworth, a very fine man, where it being the question whether I as executor should give a warrant to Goldsborough in my reconveying her estate back again. The mortgage being performed against all acts of the testator, but only my own, my cousin said he never heard it asked before, and the other that it was always asked, and he never heard it denied or scrupled before. So great a distance was there in their opinions, enough to make a man forswear ever having to do with the law. So they agreed to refer it to Serjeant Maynard. So we broke up, and I by water home from the temple, and there to Sir W. Batten and eat with him, he and his lady and Sir J. Minns having been below today upon the East India men that are come in, but never tell me so, but that they have been at Woolwich and Diptford and done great deal of business. God help them. So home and up to my lute long, and then, after a little Latin chapter with Will, to bed. But I have used of late, since my wife went, to make a bad use of my fancy with whatever woman I have a mind to, which I am ashamed of, and shall endeavor to do so no more. So to sleep. 30th, up betimes yesterday and today, the sun rising very bright and glorious, and yet yesterday, as it hath been these 2 months and more, was a foul day the most part of the day. By and by water to Whitehall, and there to my lord's lodgings by appointment, whither Mr. Creed comes to me, having been at Chelsea this morning to fetch my lord to St. James's. So he and I to the park, where we understand that the King and Duke are gone out betimes this morning on board the East India ships lately come in, and so our meeting appointed is lost. But he and I walked at the further end of the park, not to be observed, whither by and by comes my Lord Sandwich, and he and we walked 2 hours and more in the park, and then in Whitehall Gallery, and lastly in Whitehall Garden, discoursing of Mr. Creed's accounts, and how to answer the treasurer's objections. I find that the business is L500 deep, the advantage of Creed, and why my lord and I should be concerned to promote his profit with so much dishonor and trouble to us I know not. But however we shall do what we can, though he deserves it not, for there is nothing even to his own advantage that can be got out of him, but by mere force. So full of policy he is in the smallest matters, that I perceive him to be made up of nothing but design. I left him here, being in my mind vexed at the trouble that this business gets me, and the distance that it makes between Sir G. Carteret and myself, which I ought to avoid. Thence by water home and to dinner, and afterwards to the office, and there sat till evening, and then I by water to Diptford to see Sir W. Penn, who lies ill at Captain Ruth S., but in a way to be well again this weather, this day being the only fair day we have had these 2 or 3 months. Among other discourse, I did tell him plainly some of my thoughts concerning Sir W. Batten, and the office in general, upon design for him to understand that I do mind things and will not balk to take notice of them, that when he comes to be well again, he may know how to look upon me. Thence homeward walked, and in my way met Creed coming to meet me, and then turned back and walk a while, and so to boat and home by water, I being not very forward to talk of his business, and he by design the same, to see how I would speak of it, but I did not but in general terms, and so after supper with general discourse to bed and sleep. Thus, by God's blessing, ends this book of 2 years, I being in all points in good health and a good way to thrive and do well. Some money I do and can lay up, but not much, being worth now above L700, besides goods of all sorts. My wife in the country with Ashwell, her woman with my father, myself at home with W. Hewer and my cookmaid Hannah, my boy Wayneman being lately run away from me. In my office, my repute and understanding good, especially with the Duke and Mr. Coventry. Only the rest of the officers do rather envy than love me, I standing in most of their lights, specially Sir W. Batten, whose cheats I do daily oppose to his great trouble, though he appears mighty kind and willing to keep friendship with me, while Sir J. Minns, like a dotard, is led by the nose by him. My wife and I, by my late jealousy, for which I am truly to be blamed, have not the kindness between us which we used and ought to have, and I fear will be lost hereafter if I do not take course to oblige her, and yet preserve my authority. Public matters are in an ill condition, Parliament sitting and raising 4 subsidies for the king, which is but a little, considering his wants, and yet that parted withal with great hardness. They being offended to see so much money go, and no debts of the publics paid, but all swallowed by a luxurious court, which the king it is believed and hoped will retrench in a little time, when he comes to see the utmost of the revenue which shall be settled on him. He expecting to have his L1, 200,000 made good to him, which is not yet done by above L150000, as he himself reports to the House. My differences with my Uncle Thomas at a good quiet, blessed be God, and other matters. The town full of the great overthrow lately given to the Spaniards by the Portugals, they being advanced into the very middle of Portugal. The weather wet for 2 or 3 months together beyond belief, almost not one fair day coming between till this day, which has been a very pleasant and the first pleasant this summer. The charge of the Navy intended to be limited to L200000 per annum, the ordinary charge of it, and that to be settled upon the customs. The King yet greatly taken up with Madame Castlemaine and Mrs. Stuart, which God of heaven put an end to. Myself very studious to learn what I can of all things necessary for my place as an officer of the Navy, reading lately what concerns measuring of timber and knowledge of the tides. I have of late spent much time with Creed, being led to it by his business of his accounts, but I find him a fellow of those designs and tricks, that there is no degree of true friendship to be made with him, and therefore I must cast him off, though he be a very understanding man, and one that much may be learned of as to cunning and judging of other men. Besides, too, I do perceive more and more that my time of pleasure and idleness of any sort must be flung off to attend to getting of some money and the keeping of my family in order, which I fear by my wife's liberty may be otherwise lost. July 1663. July 1st. This morning it rained so hard, though it was fair yesterday, and we thereupon in hopes of having some fair weather, which we have wanted these 3 months, that it wakened Creed, who lay with me last night, and me, and so we up and fell to discourse of the business of his accounts now under dispute, in which I have taken much trouble upon myself and raised a distance between Sir G. Carteret and myself, which troubles me, but I hope we have this morning light on an expedient that will right all. That will answer their queries, and yet save Creed the L500, which he did propose to make of the exchange abroad of the pieces of 8 which he dispersed. Being ready, he and I by water to Whitehall, where I left him before we came into the court, for fear I should be seen by Sir G. Carteret with him, which of late I have been forced to avoid to remove suspicion. I to St. James's, and there discoursed a while with Mr. Coventry, between whom and myself there is very good understanding and friendship, and so to Westminster Hall, and being in the Parliament lobby, I there saw my Lord of Bristol come to the Commons' House to give his answer to their question, about some words he should tell the King that were spoke by Sir Richard Temple, a member of their house. A chair was set at the bar of the house for him, which he used but little, but made an harangue of half an hour bareheaded, the house covered. His speech being done, he came out and withdrew into a little room till the house had concluded of an answer to his speech, which they staying long upon, I went away. And by out comes Sir W. Batten, and he told me that his lordship had made a long and a comedian-like speech, and delivered with such action as was not becoming his lordship. He confesses he did tell the King such a thing of Sir Richard Temple, but that upon his honour they were not spoke by Sir Richard. he having taken a liberty of enlarging to the king upon the discourse which had been between Sir Richard and himself lately. And so took upon himself the whole blame, and desired their pardon, it being not to do any wrong to their fellow member, but out of zeal to the king. He told them, among many other things, that as to his religion he was a Roman Catholic, but such a one as thought no man to have right to the crown of England, but the prince that hath it. And such a one as, if the king should desire his counsel as to his own, he would not advise him to another religion than the old true reformed religion of this country, it being the properest of this kingdom as it now stands. And concluded with a submission to what the house shall do with him, saying that whatever they shall do, says he, thanks be to God, this head, this heart, and this sword, pointing to them all, will find me a being in any place in Europe. The House hath hereupon voted clearly Sir Richard Temple to be free from the imputation of saying those words. But when Sir William Batten came out, had not concluded what to say to my lord, it being argued that to own any satisfaction as to my lord from his speech would be to lay some fault upon the king for the message he should upon no better accounts send to the impeaching of one of their members. Walking out, I hear that the House of Lords are offended that my Lord Digby should come to this house, and make a speech there without leave first asked of the House of Lords. I hear also of another difficulty now upon him, that my Lord of Sunderland, whom I do not know, was so near to the marriage of his daughter as that the wedding clothes were made, and portion and everything agreed on and ready. And the other day he goes away nobody yet knows whither, sending her the next morning a release of his right or claim to her, and advice to his friends not to inquire into the reason of this doing, for he hath enough for it. But that he gives them liberty to say and think what they will of him, so they do not demand the reason of his leaving her, being resolved never to have her, but the reason desires and resolves not to give. Thence by water with Sir W. Batten to Trinity House, there to dine with him, which we did. And after dinner we fell talking, Sir J. Minns, Mr. Batten and I. Mr. Batten telling us of a late trial of Sir Charles Sidley the other day, before my Lord Chief Justice Foster and the whole bench, for his debauchery a little while since at Oxford Kate S. The details in the original are very gross. Dr. Johnson relates the story in the Lives of the Poets, in his Life of Sackville, Lord Dorset, Sackville, who was then Lord Buckhurst, with Sir Charles Sedley and Sir Thomas Ogle, got drunk at the Cock in Bow Street by Covent Garden, and going into the balcony exposed themselves to the populace in very indecent postures. At last, as they grew warmer, Sedley stood forth naked, and harangued the populace in such profane language that the public indignation was awakened. The crowd attempted to force the door, and being repulsed, drove in the performers with stones, and broke the windows of the house. For this misdemeanor they were indicted, and Sedley was fined £500. What was the sentence of the others is not known. Sedley employed Killigrew and another to procure a remission from the king, but mark the friendship of the dissolute. They begged the fine for themselves, and exacted it to the last groat. The woman known as Oxford Kate appears to have kept the notorious Cock Tavern in Bow Street at this date. Coming in open day into the balcony and showed his nakedness, and abusing of Scripture, and as it were from thence preaching a mountebank sermon from the pulpit, saying that there he had to sell such a powder as should make all the in-town run after him, 1,000 people standing underneath to see and hear him, and that being done he took a glass of wine, and then drank it off, and then took another and drank the king's health. It seems my lord and the rest of the judges did all of them round give him a most high reproof, my Lord Chief Justice saying that it was for him, and such wicked wretches as he was, that God's anger and judgments hung over us, calling him Sirrah many times. It said they have bound him to his good behavior, there being no law against him for it, in L 5000. It being told that my Lord Buckhurst was there, my lord asked whether it was that Buckhurst that was lately tried for robbery. And when answered yes, he asked whether he had so soon forgot his deliverance at that time, and that it would have more become him to have been at his prayers begging God's forgiveness, than now running into such courses again. Thence home, and my clerks being gone by my leave to see the East India ships that are lately come home, I stayed all alone within my office all the afternoon. This day I hear at dinner that Don John of Austria, since his flight out of Portugal, is dead of his wounds. So there is a great man gone, and a great dispute like to be ended for the crown of Spain, if the king should have died before him. I received this morning a letter from my wife, brought by John Gower to town, wherein I find a sad falling out between my wife and my father and sister, and Ashwell upon my writing to my father to advise Paul not to keep Ashwell from her mistress, or making any difference between them. Which Paul telling to Ashwell, and she speaking some words that her mistress heard, caused great difference among them. All which I am sorry from my heart to hear of, and I fear will breed ill blood not to be laid again. So that I fear my wife and I may have some falling out about it, or at least my father and I, but I shall endeavor to salve up all as well as I can, or send for her out of the country before the time intended, which I would be loth to do. In the evening by water to my cause. Roger Pepys' chamber where he was not come, but I found Dr. John newly come to town, and is well again after his sickness. But Lord, what a simple man he is as to any public matter of state, and talks so sillily to his brother Dr. Tom. What the matter is I know not, but he has taken, as my father told me a good while since, such displeasure that he hardly would touch his hat to me, and I as little to him. By and by comes Roger, and he told us the whole passage of my Lord Digby today, much as I have said here above. Only that he did say that he would draw his sword against the Pope himself, if he should offer anything against his Majesty, and the good of these nations, and that he never was the man that did either look for a cardinal's cap for himself, or anybody else, meaning Abbot Montagu, and the House upon the whole did vote Sir Richard Temple innocent. And that my Lord Digby hath cleared the honour of his Majesty, and Sir Richard Temple, and given perfect satisfaction of his own respects to the House. Thence to my brother, and being vexed with his not minding my father's business here in getting his landscape done, I went away in an anger, and walked home, and so up to my lute and then to bed. 2d. Up betimes to my office, and there all the morning doing business at noon to the Change, and there met with several people, among others Captain Cox, and with him to a coffee, and drank with him and some other merchants. Good discourse. Thence home and to dinner, and, after a little alone at my vial, to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and so rose at the evening, and then home to supper and to bed, after a little musique. My mind troubled me with the thoughts of the difference between my wife and my father in the country. Walking in the garden this evening with Sir G. Carteret and Sir J. Minns, Sir G. Carteret told us with great contempt how like a stage player my Lord Digby spoke yesterday, pointing to his head as my lord did, and saying, "First, for his head," says Sir G. Carteret, "I know what a calf's head would have done better by half for his heart and his sword. I have nothing to say to them." He told us that for certain his head cost the late king his, for it was he that broke off the treaty at Uxbridge. He told us also how great a man he was raised from a private gentleman in France by Monsieur Grandmont. Antoine Duc de Gramont, Marshal of France, who died July 12th, aged 74. His memoirs have been published. And afterwards by the Cardinal, who raised him to be a lieutenant general and then higher, and entrusted by the Cardinal, when he was banished out of France with great matters, and recommended by him to the Queen as a man to be trusted and ruled by. Yet when he came to have some power over the Queen, he begun to dissuade her from her opinion of the Cardinal, which she said nothing to till the Cardinal was returned, and then she told him of it. Who told my Lord Digby, bien, monsieur, vous êtes un fort bon ami donc. But presently put him out of all, and then he was, from a certainty of coming in 2 or 3 years' time to be Marshal of France, to which all strangers, even Protestants, and those as often as French themselves, are capable of coming, though it be one of the greatest places in France, he was driven to go out of France into Flanders. But there was not trusted, nor received any kindness from the Prince of Condé, as one to whom also he had been false, as he had been to the Cardinal and Grandmont. In fine, he told us how he is a man of excellent parts, but of no great faith nor judgment, and one very easy to get up to great height of preferment, but never able to hold it. So home and to my musique, and then comes Mr. Creed to me giving me an account of his accounts, how he has now settled them fit for perusal the most strict, at which I am glad. So he and I to bed together. 3d. Up and he home, and I with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten by coach to Westminster, to St. James's, thinking to meet Sir G. Carteret and to attend the Duke. But he not coming we broke up, and so to Westminster Hall, and there meeting with Mr. Moore he tells me great news that my Lady Castlemaine is fallen from court, and this morning retired. He gives me no account of the reason of it, but that it is so, for which I am sorry. And yet if the king do it to leave off not only her but all other mistresses, I should be heartily glad of it, that he may fall to look after business. I hear my Lord Digby is condemned at court for his speech, and that my Lord Chancellor grows great again. Thence with Mr. Creed, whom I called at his chamber, over the water to Lambeth, but could not, it being morning, get to see the Archbishop's hearse. So he and I walked over the fields to Southwark, and there parted, and I spent half an hour in Mary Overwise Church, where are fine monuments of great antiquity, I believe, and has been a fine church. Thence to the Change, and meeting Sir J. Minns there, he and I walked to look upon Backwell's design of making another alley from his shop through over against the Exchange door, which will be very noble and quite put down the other two. So home to dinner and then to the office, and entered in my manuscript book the victualler's contract, and then over the water and walked to see Sir W. Penn, and sat with him a while, and so home late, and to my vial. So up comes Creed again to me and stays all night, tomorrow morning being a hearing before the Duke. So to bed full of discourse of his business. Fourth, up by 4 o'clock and sent him to get matters ready, and I to my office looking over papers and mending my manuscript by scraping out the blots and other things, which is now a very fine book. So to St. James's by water with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten, I giving occasion to a wager about the tide, that it did flow through bridge, by which Sir W. Batten won 5s. Of Sir J. Minns. At St. James's we stayed while the Duke made himself ready. Among other things, Sir Alan aptly showed the Duke the Lisbon Gazette in Spanish, where the late victory is set down particularly, and to the great honor of the English beyond measure. They have since taken back Evora, which was lost to the Spaniards, the English making the assault, and lost not more than 3 men. Here I learnt that the English foot are highly esteemed all over the world, but the horse not so much, which yet we count among ourselves the best. But they abroad have had no great knowledge of our horse, it seems. The Duke being ready, we retired with him, and there fell upon Mr. Creed's business, where the treasurer did, like a mad coxcomb, without reason or method run over a great many things against the account, and so did Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten, which the Duke himself and Mr. Coventry and my Lord Berkeley and myself did remove. And Creed being called in did answer all with great method, and excellently to the purpose. Myself, I am a little conscious did not speak so well as I purposed, and do think I used to do, that is, not so intelligibly and persuasively as I well hoped I should, not that what I said was not well taken, and did carry the business with what was urged and answered by Creed and Mr. Coventry, till the Duke himself did declare that he was satisfied. And my Lord Berkeley offered to lay L100 that the king would receive no wrong in the account, and the 2 last knights held their tongues, or at least by not understanding it did say what made for Mr. Creed, and so Sir G. Carteret was left alone, but yet persisted to say that the account was not good, but full of corruption and foul dealing. And so we broke up to his shame, but I do fear to the loss of his friendship to me a good while, which I am heartily troubled for. Thence with Creed to the King's Head Ordinary, but coming late, dined at the second table very well for 12d. And a pretty gentleman in our company, who confirms my Lady Castlemaine, S being gone from court, but knows not the reason. He told us of one wipe the Queen a little while ago did give her, when she came in and found the Queen under the dresser's hands, and had been so long. I wonder your Majesty, says she, can have the patience to sit so long a-dressing? I have so much reason to use patience, says the Queen, that I can very well bear with it. He thinks that it may be the Queen hath commanded her to retire, though that is not likely. Thence with Creed to hire a coach to carry us to Hyde Park, today there being a general muster of the King's guards, horse and foot. But they demand so high, that I, spying Mr. Cutler the merchant, did take notice of him, and he going into his coach, and telling me that he was going to show a couple of Swedish strangers the muster, I asked and went along with him. Where a goodly sight to see so many fine horses and officers, and the King, Duke, and others come by a horseback, and the 2 queens and the Queen-mother's coach, my Lady Castlemaine not being there. And after long being there, I light and walked to the place where the King, Duke, and C. did stand to see the horse and foot march by and discharge their guns, to show a French marquis, for whom this muster was caused, the goodness of our firemen, which indeed was very good, though not without a slip now and then, and one broadside close to our coach we had going out of the park, even to the nearness as to be ready to burn our hairs. Yet methought all these gay men are not the soldiers that must do the king's business, it being such as these that lost the old king all he had, and were beat by the most ordinary fellows that could be. Thence with much ado out of the park, and I lighted and through St. James's down the waterside over to Lambeth to see the Archbishop's corps, who is to be carried away to Oxford on Monday, but came too late, and so walked over the fields and bridge home, calling by the way at Old George's, but find that he is dead, and there wrote several letters, and so home to supper and to bed. This day in the Duke's chamber there being a Roman story in the hangings, and upon the standards written these 4 letters SPQR, Sir G. Carteret came to me to know what the meaning of those 4 letters were. Which ignorance is not to be borne in a privy councillor, methinks, that a schoolboy should be whipped for not knowing. 5th, Lord's Day. Lady Batten had sent twice to invite me to go with them to Walthamstow today, Mrs. Martha being married already this morning to Mr. Castle, at this parish church. I could not rise soon enough to go with them, but got myself ready, and so to Games's, where I got a horse and rode thither very pleasantly. Only coming to make water I found a stopping, which makes me fearful of my old pain. Being come thither, I was well received, and had 2 pair of gloves as the rest, and walked up and down with my lady in the garden, she mighty kind to me, and I have the way to please her. A good dinner and merry, but methinks none of the kindness nor bridal respect between the bridegroom and bride, that was between my wife and I, but as persons that marry purely for convenience. After dinner to church by coach, and there my lady, Mrs. Turner, Mrs. Lemon, and I only, we in spite to one another kept one another awake, and sometimes I read in my book of Latin plays, which I took in my pocket, thinking to have walked it. An old doting parson preached. So home again, and by up and homewards, calling in our way, Sir J. Minns and I only, at Mr. Batten's, who with his lady and child went in another coach by us, which is a very pretty house, and himself in all things within and without very ingenious, and I find a very fine study and good books. So set out Sir J. Minns and I in his coach together, talking all the way of chymistry, wherein he do know something at least, seems so to me, that cannot correct him, Mr. Batten's man riding my horse, and so home and to my office a while to read my vows, then home to prayers and to bed. 6th, up pretty early and to my office all the morning, writing out a list of the king's ships in my navy collections with great pleasure. At noon, Creed comes to me, who tells me how well he has sped with Sir G. Carteret after all our trouble, that he had his tallies up and all the kind words possible from him, which I believe is out of an apprehension what a fool he has made of himself hitherto in making so great a stop therein. But I find, and so my Lord Sandwich may, that Sir G. Carteret had a design to do him a disgrace, if he could possibly, otherwise he would never have carried the business so far after that manner, but would first have consulted my lord and given him advice what to do therein for his own honor, which he thought endangered. Creed dined with me and then walked a while, and so away, and I to my office at my morning's work till dark night, and so with good content home. To supper a little musique, and then to bed. 7th, up by 4 o'clock and to my office, and there continued all the morning upon my navy book to my great content. At noon down by barge with Sir J. Minns, who's going to Chatham, to Woolwich, in our way eating of some venison pasty in the barge, I having neither eat nor drank today, which fills me full of wind. Here also in Mr. Pett's garden I eat some, and the first cherries I have eat this year, off the tree where the king himself had been gathering some this morning. Thence walked alone, only part of the way Dean walked with me, complaining of many abuses in the yard, to Greenwich, and so by water to Dipt Ford, where I found Mr. Coventry, and with him up and down all the stores to the great trouble of the officers, and by his help I am resolved to fall hard to work again, as I used to do. So thence he and I by water talking of many things, and I see he puts his trust most upon me in the navy, and talks, as there is reason, slightly of the 2 old knights, and I should be glad by any drudgery to see the king's stores and service looked to as they ought. But I fear I shall never understand half the miscarriages and tricks that the king suffers by. He tells me what Mr. Pett did today, that my Lord Bristol told the king that he will impeach the Chancellor of high treason. But I find that my Lord Bristol hath undone himself already in every body's opinion, and now he endeavors to raise dust to put out other men's eyes, as well as his own. But I hope it will not take, in consideration merely that it is hard for a prince to spare an experienced old officer, be he never so corrupt. Though I hope this man is not so, as some report him to be. He tells me that Don John is yet alive, and not killed, as was said, in the great victory against the Spaniards in Portugal of late. So home, and late at my office. Thence home and to my musique. This night Mr. Turner's house being to be emptied out of my cellar, and therefore I think to sit up a little longer than ordinary. This afternoon, coming from the waterside with Mr. Coventry, I spied my boy upon Tower Hill playing with the rest of the boys. So I sent W. Griffin to take him, and he did bring him to me, and so I said nothing to him but caused him to be stripped, for he was run away with his best suit. And so putting on his other, I sent him going, without saying one word hard to him, though I am troubled for the rogue, though he do not deserve it. Being come home, I find my stomach not well for want of eating today my dinner as I should do, and so am become full of wind. I called late for some victuals, and so to bed, leaving the men below in the cellar emptying the vats up through Mr. Turner's own house, and so with more content to bed late. 8th, being weary and going to bed late last night, I slept till 7 o'clock, it raining mighty hard, and so did every minute of the day after sadly. But I know not what will become of the corn this year, we having had but 2 fair days these many months. Up into my office, where all the morning busy, and then at noon home to dinner alone upon a good dish of eels, given me by Mitchell, the Beaupers man, and then to my vial a little, and then down into the cellar and up and down with Mr. Turner to see where his vault may be made bigger, or another made him, which I think may well be. And so to my office, where very busy all day setting things in order my contract books and preparing things against the next sitting. In the evening I received letters out of the country, among others from my wife, who methinks writes so coldly that I am much troubled at it, and I fear shall have much ado to bring her to her old good temper. So home to supper and musique, which is all the pleasure I have of late given myself, or is fit I should, others spending too much time and money. Going and I stepped to Sir W. Batt, and there stayed and talked with him, my lady being in the country, and sent for some lobsters, and Mrs. Turner came in, and did bring us an humble pie hot out of her oven, extraordinary good, and afterwards some spirits of her making, in which she has great judgment, very good, and so home, merry with this night's refreshment. Up, making water this morning, which I do every morning as soon as I am awake, with greater plenty and freedom than I used to do, which I think I may impute to last night's drinking of elder spirits. Abroad it raining to Blackfriars, and there went into a little alehouse and stayed while I sent to the wardrobe, but Mr. Moore was gone out. Here I kissed 3 or 4 times the maid of the house, who is a pretty girl, but very modest, and God forgive me, had a mind to something more. Thence to my lawyer S., up and down to the 6 clerk's office, where I found my bill against Tom Trice dismissed, which troubles me, it being through my neglect, and will put me to charges. So to Mr. Phillips, and discoursed with him about finding me out somebody that will let me have for money an annuity of about L100 per annum for 2 lives. So home, and there put up my writing things against the evening, in case Mr. Moore should continue his mind to go to Oxford, which I have little mind to do, the weather continuing so bad and the waters high. Dined at home, and Mr. Moore in the afternoon comes to me and concluded not to go. Sir W. Batten and I sat a little this afternoon at the office, and thence I by water to Deptford, and there mustered the yard purposely, God forgive me, to find out Bagwell, a carpenter, whose wife is a pretty woman, that I might have some occasion of knowing him and forcing her to come to the office again, which I did so luckily that going thence he and his wife did of themselves meet me in the way to thank me for my old kindness. But I spoke little to her. But shall give occasion for her coming to me. Her husband went along with me to show me Sir W. Penn's lodging, which I knew before, but only to have a time of speaking to him and sounding him. So left and I went in to Sir W. Penn, who continues ill and worse, I think, than before. He tells me my Lady Castlemaine was at court for all this talk this week, which I am glad to hear, but it seems the king is stranger than ordinary to her. Thence walked home as I used to do, and to bed presently, having taken great cold in my feet by walking in the dirt this day in thin shoes or some other way, so that I begun to be in pain, and with warm clothes made myself better by morning, but yet in pain. 10th, up late and by water to Westminster Hall, where I met Pierce the chirurgeon, who tells me that for cert the king is grown colder to my Lady Castlemaine than ordinary, and that he believes he begins to love the queen, and do make much of her, more than he used to do. Up to the lobby, and they're sent out for Mr. Coventry and Sir W. Batten, and told them if they thought convenient I would go to Chatham today, Sir John Minns being already there at a pay, and I would do such and such business there, which they thought well of, and so I went home and prepared myself to go after dinner with Sir W. Batten. Sir W. Batten and Mr. Coventry tell me that my Lord Bristol hath this day impeached my Lord Chancellor in the House of Lords of high treason. The chief of the articles are these: first, that he should be the occasion of the peace made with Holland lately upon such disadvantageous terms, and that he was bribed to it. 2d. That Dunkirk was also sold by his advice chiefly, so much to the damage of England. 3d. That he had L6,000 given him for the drawing up or promoting of the Irish Declaration lately, concerning the division of the lands there. 4th. He did carry on the design of the Portugal match, so much to the prejudice of the Crown of England, notwithstanding that he knew the Queen is not capable of bearing children. 5th. That the Duke's marrying of his daughter was a practice of his, thereby to raise his family, and that it was done by indirect courses. 6th. That the breaking off of the match with Parma, in which he was employed at the very time when the match with Portugal was made up here, which he took as a great slur to him, and so it was, and that indeed is the chief occasion of all this feud. 7th. That he hath endeavoured to bring in popery, and wrote to the Pope for a cap for a subject of the King of England, my Lord Aubigny. And some say that he lays it to the Chancellor, that a good Protestant secretary, Sir Edward Nicholas, was laid aside, and a Papist, Sir H. Bennet, put in his room. Which is very strange, when the last of these two is his own creature, and such an enemy accounted to the Chancellor, that they never did nor do agree. And all the world did judge the Chancellor to be falling from the time that Sir H. Bennet was brought in. Besides my Lord Bristol being a Catholic himself, all this is very strange. These are the main of the articles. Upon which my Lord Chancellor desired that the noble lord that brought in these articles would sign to them with his hand, which my Lord Bristol did presently. Then the House did order that the judges should, against Monday next, bring in their opinion, whether these articles are treason or no. And next they would know whether they were brought in regularly or no, without leave of the Lord's house. After dinner I took boat H. Russell, and down to Gravesend in good time, and thence with a guide post to Chatham, where I found Sir J. Minns and Mr. Waith walking in the garden, whom I told all this day's news, which I left the town full of, and it is great news, and will certainly be in the consequence of it. By and by to supper, and after long discourse, Sir J. Minns and I, he saw me to my chamber, which not pleasing me, I sent word so to Mrs. Bradford that I should be crowded into such a hole, while the clerks and boarders of her own take up the best rooms. However, I lay there and slept well. 11th, up early and to the dock, and with the storekeeper and other officers all the morning from one office to another. At noon to the Hill House in Commissioner Pett's coach, and after seeing the guard ships, to dinner, and after dining done to the dock by coach, it raining hard, to see the Prince launched, which hath lain in the dock in repairing these 3 years. I went into her and was launched in her. Thence by boat ashore, it raining, and I went to Mr. Barrow,'s, where Sir J. Minns and Commissioner Pett. We stayed long eating sweetmeats and drinking, and looking over some antiquities of Mr. Barrow,'s, among others an old manuscript almanac, that I believe was made for some monastery in parchment, which I could spend much time upon to understand. Here was a pretty young lady, a niece of Barrow,'s, which I took much pleasure to look on. Thence by barge to St. Mary Creek, where Commissioner Pett, doubtful of the growing greatness of Portsmouth by the finding of those creeks there, do design a wet dock at no great charge, and yet no little one. He thinks towards L10000. And the place, indeed, is likely to be a very fit place, when the king hath money to do it with. Thence, it raining as hard as it could pour down, home to the Hill House, and anon to supper. And after supper, Sir J. Minns and I had great discourse with Captain Cox and Mr. Hempson about business of the yard, and particularly of pursers' accounts with Hempson, who is a cunning knave in that point. So late to bed, and Mr. Waith being gone, I lay above in the treasurer's bed and slept well. About 1 or 2 in the morning, the curtains of my bed being drawn waked me, and I saw a man stand there by the inside of my bed calling me French dog 20 times, one after another, and I starting, as if I would get out of the bed, he fell laughing as hard as he could drive, still calling me French dog, and laid his hand on my shoulder. At last, whether I said anything or no I cannot tell, but I perceived the man, after he had looked wistly upon me, and found that I did not answer him to the names that he called me by, which was Salmon, Sir Carteret's clerk, and Robt. Maddox, another of the clerks, he put off his hat on a sudden and forbore laughing, and asked who I was, saying, "Are you Mr. Pepys?" I told him yes, and now being come a little better to myself, I found him to be Tom Wilson, Sir W. Batten's clerk, and fearing he might be in some melancholy fit, I was at a loss what to do or say. At last I asked him what he meant. He desired my pardon for that he was mistaken, for he thought verily, not knowing of my coming to lie there, that it had been Salmon, the Frenchman, with whom he intended to have made some sport. So I made nothing of it, but bade him good night, and I, after a little pause, to sleep again, being well pleased that it ended no worse, and being a little the better pleased with it, because it was the surveyor's clerk, which will make sport when I come to tell Sir W. Batten of it, it being a report that old Edgeborough, the former surveyor, who died here, do now and then walk. 12th Lord's Day. Up, and meeting Tom Wilson, he asked my pardon again, which I easily did give him, telling him only that it was well I was not a woman with child, for it might have made me miscarry. With Sir J. Minns to church were an indifferent good sermon. Here I saw Mrs. Becky Allen, who hath been married, and is this day churched, after her bearing a child. She is grown tall, but looks very white and thin, and I can find no occasion while I am here to come to have her company, which I desire and expected in my coming, but only coming out of the church I kissed her and her sister and mother-in-law. So to dinner, Sir J. Minns, Commissioner Pett, and I and C, and after dinner walked in the garden, it being a very fine day, the best we have had this great while, if not this whole summer. To church again, and after that walked through the rope ground to the dock, and there over and over the dock and grounds about it, and storehouses, and C, with the officers of the yard. And then to Commissioner Pett, S, and had a good sullybub and other good things, and merry. Commissioner Pett showed me alone his bodies as a secret, which I found afterwards by discourse with Sir J. Minns that he had shown them him, wherein he seems to suppose great mystery in the nature of lines to be hid, but I do not understand it at all. Thence walked to the Hill House, being myself much dissatisfied, and more than I thought I should have been with Commissioner Pett, being, by what I saw since I came hither, convinced that he is not able to exercise the command in the yard over the officers that he ought to do, or somebody else, if ever the service be well looked after there. Sat up and with Sir J. Minns talking, and he speaking his mind in slighting of the commissioner, for which I wish there was not so much reason. For I do see he is but a man of words, though indeed he is the ablest man that we have to do service if he would or durst. Sir J. Minns being gone to bed, I took Mr. Whitfield, one of the clerks, and walked to the dock about 11 at night, and there got a boat and a crew, and rowed down to the guardships, it being a most pleasant moonshine evening that ever I saw almost. The guardships were very ready to hail us, being no doubt commanded thereto by their captain, who remembers how I surprised them the last time I was here. However, I found him ashore, but the ship in pretty good order, and the arms well fixed, charged, and primed. Thence to the Sovereign, where I found no officers aboard, no arms fixed, nor any powder to prime their few guns, which were charged, without bullet though. So to the London, where neither officers nor any body awake. I boarded her, and might have done what I would, and at last could find but 3 little boys. And so spent the whole night in visiting all the ships, in which I found, for the most part, neither an officer aboard, nor any men so much as awake, which I was grieved to find, specially so soon after a great larum, as Commissioner Pett brought us word that he provided against, and put all in a posture of defense but a week ago, all which I am resolved to represent to the Duke. 13th. So it being high day, I put into shore and to bed for 2 hours just, and so up again, and with the storekeeper and clerk of the rope yard up and down the dock and rope house, and by mustered the yard, and instructed the clerks of the check in my new way of call book, and that and other things done, to the Hill House, and there we eat something, and so by barge to Rochester, and there took coach hired for our passage to London. and Mrs. Allen, the clerk of the rope yard's wife, with us. Desiring her passage, and it being a most pleasant and warm day, we got by 4 o'clock home. In our way she telling us in what condition Becky Allen is married against all expectation of fellow that proves to be a coxcomb and worth little if anything at all, and yet are entered into a way of living above their condition that will ruin them presently, for which, for the lady's sake, I am much troubled. Home I found all well there, and after dressing myself, I walked to the temple. And there, from my cousin Roger, hear that the judges have this day brought in their answer to the lords, that the articles against my Lord Chancellor are not treason, and tomorrow they are to bring in their arguments to the House for the same. This day also the king did send by my Lord Chamberlain to the lords, to tell them from him, that the most of the articles against my Lord Chancellor he himself knows to be false. Thence by water to Whitehall, and so walked to St. James's, but missed Mr. Coventry. I met the Queen Mother walking in the Pall-Mall, led by my Lord St. Alban, S. And finding many coaches at the gate, I found upon inquiry that the Duchess is brought to bed of a boy. And hearing that the King and Queen are rode abroad with the ladies of honor to the park, and seeing a great crowd of gallants staying here to see their return, I also stayed walking up and down, and among others spying a man like Mr. Pembleton, though I have little reason to think it should be he, speaking and discoursing long with my Lord Daubeen. Yet how my blood did rise in my face, and I fell into a sweat from my old jealousy and hate, which I pray God remove from me. By and by the King and Queen, who looked in this dress, a white-laced waistcoat and a crimson short petticoat, and her hair dressed ci la negligence mighty pretty, and the King rode hand in hand with her. Here was also my Lady Castlemaine rode among the rest of the ladies, but the King took, methought, no notice of her, nor when they light did any body press, as she seemed to expect, and stayed for it to take her down, but was taken down by her own gentleman. She looked mighty out of humor, and had a yellow plume in her hat, which all took notice of, and yet is very handsome but very melancholy, nor did any body speak to her, or she so much as smile or speak to any body. I followed them up into Whitehall, and into the Queen's presence, where all the ladies walked, talking and fiddling with their hats and feathers, and changing and trying one another's by one another's heads, and laughing. But it was the finest sight to me, considering their great beauties and dress, that ever I did see in all my life. But above all, Mrs. Stuart in this dress, with her hat cocked and a red plume, with her sweet eye, little Roman nose, and excellent tail, is now the greatest beauty I ever saw, I think, in my life. And if ever woman can, do exceed my Lady Castlemaine, at least in this dress, nor do I wonder if the King changes, which I verily believe is the reason of his coldness to my Lady Castlemaine. Here late with much ado I left to look upon them, and went away, and by water in a boat with other strange company, there being no other to be had, and out of him into a sculler half to the bridge, and so home and to Sir W. Batten, where I stayed telling him and Sir J. Minns and Mrs. Turner, with great mirth, my being frighted at Chatham by young Edgeborough, and so home to supper and to bed, before I sleep fancying myself to sport with Mrs. Stuart with great pleasure. 14th. Up a little late, last night recovering my sleepiness for the night before, which was lost, and so to my office to put papers and things to write, and making up my journal from Wednesday last to this day. All the morning at my office doing of business. At noon Mr. Hunt came to me, and he and I to the Exchange and a coffee house, and drank there, and thence to my house to dinner, whither my uncle Thomas came, and he tells me that he is going down to Wisbech, there to try what he can recover of my uncle Day's estate, and seems to have good arguments for what he do go about, in which I wish him good speed. I made him almost foxed, the poor man having but a bad head, and not used, I believe, nowadays to drink much wine. So after dinner, they being gone, I to my office, and so home to bed. This day I hear the judges, according to order yesterday, did bring into the Lords' House their reasons of their judgment in the business between my Lord Bristol and the Chancellor, and the Lords do concur with the judges that the articles are not treason, nor regularly brought into the House, and so voted that a committee should be chosen to examine them. But nothing to be done therein till the next sitting of this Parliament, which is like to be adjourned in a day or two, and in the meantime the two Lords to remain without prejudice done to either of them. 15th. Up and all the morning at the office, among other things with Cooper the purveyor, whose dullness in his proceeding in his work I was vexed at, and find that though he understands it may be as much as other men that profess skill in timber, yet I perceive that many things they do by rote and very dully. Thence home to dinner, whither Captain Grove came and dined with me, he going into the country today. Among other discourse he told me of discourse very much to my honor, both as to my care and ability, happening at the Duke of Albemarle's table the other day, both from the Duke and the Duchess themselves, and how I paid so much a year to him whose place it was of right, and that Mr. Coventry did report thus of me. Which was greatly to my content, knowing how against their minds I was brought into the navy. Thence by water to Westminster, and there spent a good deal of time walking in the hall, which is going to be repaired, and, God forgive me, had a mind to have got Mrs. Lane abroad, or fallen in with any woman else, in that hot humor. But it so happened she could not go out, nor I meet with any body else, and so I walked homeward, and in my way did many and great businesses of my own at the Temple among my lawyers and others to my great content, thanking God that I did not fall into any company to occasion spending time and money. To supper, and then to a little vial and to bed, sporting in my fancy with the Queen. 16th, up and dispatch things into the country and to my father S., and 2 kegs of sturgeon and a dozen bottles of wine to Cambridge for my cousin Roger Pepys, which I give him. By and by down by water on several Dial ships, and stood upon a stage in one place seeing Calker's sheathing of a ship. Then at Wapping to my carver, S. about my vial head, so home, and thence to my vial maker's in Bishop's Gate Street. His name is Wise, who is a pretty fellow at it. Thence to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, and then to my office, where a full board and busy all the afternoon, and among other things made a great contract with Sir W. Warren for 40,000 deals Swinsound at L 317s. Odd, per 100. In the morning before I went on the water I was at Thames Street about some pitch, and there meeting Anthony Joyce, I took him and Mr. Stacy, the tar merchant, to the tavern, where Stacy told me many old stories of my Lady Batten's former poor condition, and how her former husband broke, and how she came to her state. At night, after office done, I went to Sir W. Batten, S., where my lady and I some high words about emptying our house of office, where I did tell her my mind, and at last agreed that it should be done through my office, and so all well. So home to bed. 17th, up and after doing some business at my office, Creed came to me, and I took him to my vial maker's, and there I heard the famous Mr. Steffkins play admirably well, and yet I found it as it is always, I over-expected. I took him to the tavern and found him a temperate, sober man, at least he seems so to me. I commit the direction of my vial to him. Thence to the Change, and so home, Creed and I to dinner. And after dinner Sir W. Warren came to me, and he and I in my closet about his last night's contract, and from thence to discourse of measuring of timber, wherein I made him see that I could understand the matter well, and did both learn of and teach him something. Creed being gone through my staying talking to him so long, I went alone by water down to Redriff, and so to sit and talk with Sir W. Penn, where I did speak very plainly concerning my thoughts of Sir G. Carteret and Sir J. Minns. So as it may cost me some trouble if he should tell them again, but he said as much or more to me concerning them both, which I may remember if ever it should come forth, and nothing but what is true and my real opinion of them, that they neither do understand to this day Creed's accounts, nor do deserve to be employed in their places without better care, but that the king had better give them greater salaries to stand still and do nothing. Thence coming home I was saluted by Bagwell and his wife, the woman I have a kindness for, and they would have me into their little house, which I was willing enough to, and did salute his wife. They had got wine for me, and I perceive live prettily, and I believe the woman a virtuous modest woman. Her husband walked through to Redriff with me, telling me things that I asked of in the yard, and so by water home, it being likely to rain again tonight, which God forbid, to supper and to bed. 18th, up and to my office, where all the morning and Sir J. Minns and I did a little, and but a little business at the office. So I eat a bit of victuals at home, and so abroad to several places as my bookseller, S., and then to Thomson the instrument makers to bespeak a ruler for my pocket for timber, and C., which I believe he will do to my mind. So to the Temple, Wardrobe, and lastly to Westminster Hall, where I expected some banns made me by Mrs. Lane. And while she went to the starchers for them, I stayed at Mrs. Howlett's, who with her husband were abroad, and only their daughter, which I call my wife, was in the shop, and I took occasion to buy a pair of gloves to talk to her, and I find her a pretty spoken girl, and will prove a mighty handsome wench. I could love her very well. By and by Mrs. Lane comes, and my banns not being done, she and I posted and met at the Crown in the palace yard, where we eat a chicken I sent for, and drank, and were mighty merry, and I had my full liberty of tosing her and doing what I would, but the last thing of all of which I am heartily ashamed, but I do resolve never to do more so. But Lord, to see what a mind she has to a husband, and how she showed me her hands to tell her fortune, and everything that she asked ended always whom and when she was to marry. And I pleased her so well, saying as, I know she would have me, and then she would say that she had been with all the artists in town, and they always told her the same things, as that she should live long and rich, and have a good husband, but few children, and a great fit of sickness, and 20 other things, which she says she has always been told by others. Here I stayed late before my banns were done, and then they came, and so I by water to the temple, and thence walked home, all in a sweat with my tumbling of her and walking, and so a little supper and to bed, fearful of having taken cold. 19th Lord's Day. Lay very long in pleasant dreams till church time, and so up, and it being foul weather so that I cannot walk, as I intended to meet my cousin Roger at Thomas Pepys's house, whither he rode last night. To Hatcham, I went to church, where a sober doctor made a good sermon. So home to dinner alone, and then to read a little, and so to church again, where the Scot made an ordinary sermon, and so home to my office, and there read over my vows and increased them by a vow against all strong drink till November next of any sort or quantity, by which I shall try how I can forbear it. God send it may not prejudice my health, and then I care not. Then I fell to read over a silly play writ by a person of honor, which is, I find, as much as to say a coxcomb, called Love a la Mode. And that being ended, home, and played on my lute and sung psalms till bedtime, then to prayers and to bed. 20th, up and to my office, and then walked to Woolwich reading Bacon's Faber Fortunae. Pepys may here refer either to Essay Roman 41, of fortune, or to a chapter in the advancement of learning. The sentence, Faber quisque fortunae propria, said to be by Appius Claudian, is quoted more than once in the De Augmentis Scientiarum, Lib Roman 8, cap. Which the oftener I read the more I admire. There found Captain Cock, and up and down to many places to look after matters, and so walked back again with him to his house, and there dined very finely. With much ado obtained an excuse from drinking of wine, and did only taste a drop of sack which he had for his lady, who is, he fears, a little consumptive, and her beauty begins to want its color. It was Malago sack, which he says is certainly 30 years old, and I tasted a drop of it, and it was excellent wine, like a spirit rather than wine. Thence by water to the office, and taking some papers by water to Whitehall and St. James's. But there being no meeting with the Duke today, I returned by water and down to Greenwich, to look after some blocks that I saw a load carried off by a cart from Woolwich, the King's Yard. But I could not find them, and so returned, and being heartily weary I made haste to bed, and being in bed made Will read and construe 3 or 4 Latin verses in the Bible, and chide him for forgetting his grammar. So to sleep, and sleep ill all the night, being so weary and feverish with it. 21st, and so lay long in the morning, till I heard people knock at my door, and I took it to be about 8 o'clock, but afterwards found myself a little mistaken, and so I rose and ranted at Will and the maid, and swore I could find my heart to kick them downstairs, which the maid mumbled at mightily. It was my brother who stayed and talked with me, his chief business being about his going about to build his house new at the top, which will be a great charge for him, and above his judgment. By and by comes Mr. Dean, of Woolwich, with his draught of a ship, and the bend and main lines in the body of a ship very finely, and which do please me mightily, and so am resolved to study hard and learn of him to understand a body. And I find him a very pretty fellow in it, and rational but a little conceited, but that's no matter to me. At noon, by my Lady Batten's desire, I went over the water to Mr. Castle's, who brings his wife home to his own house today, where I found a great many good old women, and my lady, Sir W. Batten, and Sir J. Minns. A good, handsome, plain dinner, and then walked in the garden, which is pleasant enough, more than I expected there, and so Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and I by water to the office, and there sat, and then I by water to the temple about my law business, and back again home and wrote letters to my father and wife about my desire that they should observe the feast at Brampton, and have my lady and the family, and so home to supper and bed, my head aching all the day from my last night's bad rest, and yesterday's distempering myself with overwalking, and today knocking my head against a low door in Mr. Castle's house. This day the Parliament kept a fast for the present unseasonable weather. 22nd. Up and by comes my Uncle Thomas, to whom I paid L10 for his last half-year's annuity, and did get his and his son's hand and seal for the confirming to us Pigot's mortgage, which was forgot to be expressed in our late agreement with him, though intended, and therefore they might have cavilled at it if they would. Thence abroad calling at several places upon some errands, among others to my brother Tom's barber, and had my hair cut, while his boy played on the violin, a plain boy, but has a very good genius, and understands the book very well, but to see what a shift he made for a string of red silk was very pleasant. Thence to my Lord Crewe, S. My lord not being come home, I met and stayed below with Captain Furrs, who was come to wait upon my Lady Jemima to St. James's, she being one of the 4 ladies that hold up the mantle at the christening this afternoon of the Duke's child, a boy. In discourse of the ladies at court, Captain Furrs tells me that my Lady Castlemaine is now as great again as ever she was, and that her going away was only a fit of her own upon some slighting words of the king, so that she called for her coach at a quarter of an hour's warning, and went to Richmond. And the king the next morning, under pretence of going a-hunting, went to see her and make friends, and never was a hunting at all. After which she came back to court, and commands the king as much as ever, and hath and doth what she will. No longer ago than last night there was a private entertainment made for the king and queen at the Duke of Buckingham's, and she was not invited, but being at my Lady Suffolk's, her aunt's, where my Lady Jemima and Lord Sandwich dined yesterday, she was heard to say, "Well, much good may it do them, and for all that I will be as merry as they." And so she went home and caused a great supper to be prepared. And after the king had been with the queen at Wallingford House, he came to my Lady Castlemaine's, and was there all night, and my Lord Sandwich with him, which was the reason my lord lay in town all night, which he has not done a great while before. He tells me he believes that, as soon as the king can get a husband for Mrs. Stuart, however, my Lady Castlemaine's nose will be out of joint, for that she comes to be in great esteem, and is more handsome than she. I found by his words that my Lord Sandwich finds some pleasure in the country where he now is, whether he means one of the daughters of the house or no I know not, but hope the contrary, that he thinks he is very well pleased with staying there, but yet upon breaking up of the Parliament, which the king by a message today says shall be on Monday next, he resolves to go. Ned Pickering, the coxcomb, notwithstanding all his hopes of my lord's assistance, wherein I am sorry to hear my lord has much concerned himself, is defeated of the place he expected under the queen. He came hither by and brought some jewels for my Lady Jem to put on, with which and her other clothes she looks passing well. I stayed and dined with my Lord Crewe, who whether he was not so well pleased with me as he used to be, or that his head was full of business, as I believe it was, he hardly spoke one word to me all dinner time, we dining alone, only young Jack Crewe, Sir Thomas's son, with us. After dinner, I bade him farewell. Sir Thomas, I hear, has gone this morning ill to bed, so I had no mind to see him. Thence homewards, and in the way first called at Wotton S., the shoemaker, S., who tells me the reason of Harris's going from Sir W.M. Davenant's house, that he grew very proud and demanded L20 for himself extraordinary, more than Betterton or anybody else, upon every new play, and L10 upon every revive, which with other things Sir W. Davenant would not give him, and so he swore he would never act there more, in expectation of being received in the other house. But the king will not suffer it, upon Sir W. Davenant's desire that he would not, for then he might shut up house, and that is true. He tells me that his going is at present a great loss to the house, and that he fears he hath a stipend from the other house privately. He tells that the fellow grew very proud of late, the king and everybody else crying him up so high, and that above Betterton, he being a more iry man as he is indeed. But yet Betterton, he says, they all say do act, some parts that none but himself can do. Thence to my bookseller S, and found my wagoners done, the very binding cost me 14s. But they are well done, and so with a porter home with them, and so by water to Ratcliffe, and there went to speak with Cumberford the platmaker, and there saw his manner of working, which is very fine and laborious. So down to Deptford, reading Ben Jonson's Devil is an Essay. And so to see Sir W. Penn, who I find walking out of doors a little, but could not stand long, but indoors and I with him, and stayed a great while talking, I taking a liberty to tell him my thoughts in things of the office, that when he comes abroad again, he may know what to think of me, and to value me as he ought. Walked home as I used to do, and being weary, and after some discourse with Mr. Barrow, who came to see and take his leave of me, he being tomorrow to set out toward the Isle of Man, I went to bed. This day I hear that the Moors have made some attacks upon the outworks of Tangier, but my Lord Teviot, with the loss of about 200 men, did beat them off, and killed many of them. Tomorrow the King and Queen for certain go down to Tunbridge. But the King comes hack again against Monday to raise the Parliament. 23rd, up into my office, and thence by information from Mr. Ackworth I went down to Woolwich, and mustered the 3 East India ships that lie there, believing that there is great juggling between the pursers and clerks of the check in cheating the King of the wages and victuals of men that do not give attendance, and I found very few on board. So to the yard, and there mustered the yard, and found many faults, and discharged several fellows that were absent from their business. I stayed also at Mr. Ackworth's desire at dinner with him and his wife, and there was a simple fellow, a gentleman I believe of the court, their kinsman, that threatened me I could have little discourse or begin, acquaintance with Ackworth's wife, and so after dinner away, with all haste home, and there found Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten at the office, and by Sir W. Batten's testimony and Sir G. Carteret's concurrence was forced to consent to a business of Captain Cock's timber. As bad as anything we have lately disputed about, and all through Mr. Coventry, S. not being with us. So up and to supper with Sir W. Batten upon a soused mullet, very good meat, and so home and to bed. 24th, up pretty early, though of late I have been faulty by an hour or two every morning of what I should do, and by water to the Temple, and there took leave of my cousin Roger Pepys, who goes out of town today. So to Westminster Hall, and there at Mrs. Mitchell's shop sent for beer and sugar and drink, and made great cheer with it among her and Mrs. Howlett, her neighbor, and their daughters, especially Mrs. Howlett's daughter, Betty, which is a pretty girl, and one I have long called wife, being, I formerly thought, like my own wife. After this good neighborhood, which I do to give them occasion of speaking well, and commending me in some company that now and then I know comes to their shop, I went to the 6 clerk's office, and there had a writ for Tom Trice, and paid 20s. For it to Wilkinson, and so up and down to many places, among others to the vial makers, and there saw the head, which now pleases me mightily, and so home, and being sent for presently to Mr. Bland's, where Mr. Povey and Godden and I were invited to dinner, which we had very finely and great plenty, but for drink, though many and good, I drank nothing but small beer and water, which I drank so much that I wish it may not do me hurt. They had a kinswoman, they call daughter in the house, a short, ugly, red-haired slut that plays upon the virginals and sings, but after such a country manner I was weary of it, but yet could not but commend it. So by and by after dinner comes Mounser Godier, who is beginning to teach her, but Lord, what a droll fellow it is to make her hold open her mouth, and telling this and that so drolly would make a man burst, but himself I perceive sings very well. Anon we sat down again to a colloquy of cheesecakes, tarts, custards, and such like, very handsome, and so up and away home, where I at the office a while, till disturbed by Mr. Hill, of Cambridge, with whom I walked in the garden a while, and thence home and then in my dining room walked, talking of several matters of state till 11 at night, giving him a glass of wine. I was not unwilling to hear him talk, though he is full of words, yet a man of large conversation, especially among the presbyters and independents. He tells me that certainly, let the bishops alone, and they will ruin themselves, and he is confident that the king's declaration about 2 years since will be the foundation of the settlement of the church some time or other. For the king will find it hard to banish all those that will appear nonconformists upon this act that is coming out against them. He being gone, I to bed. 25th. up into my office setting papers in order for these 2 or 3 days, in which I have been hindered a little. And then having intended this day to go to Banstead Downs to see a famous race, I sent Will to get himself ready to go with me, and I also by home and put on my riding suit, and being ready came to the office to Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten, and did a little of course at the office this morning, and so by boat to Whitehall, where I hear that the race is put off, because the Lords do sit in Parliament today. However, having appointed Mr. Creed to come to me to Foxhall, I went over thither, and after some debate, Creed and I resolved to go to Clapham, to Mr. Godden, S., who had sent his coach to their place for me, because I was to have my horse of him to go to the race. So I went thither by coach, and my Will by horse with me. Mr. Creed he went over back again to Westminster to fetch his horse. When I came to Mr. Godden's, one first thing was to show me his house, which is almost built, wherein he and his family live. I find it very regular and finely contrived, and the gardens and offices about it as convenient and as full of good variety as ever I saw in my life. It is true he hath been censured for laying out so much money, but he tells me that he built it for his brother, who is since dead, the bishop, who when he should come to be Bishop of Winchester, which he was promised to which bishopric at present there is no house, he did intend to dwell here. Besides, with the good husbandry in making his bricks and other things, I do not think it costs him so much money as people think and discourse. By and by to dinner, and in comes Mr. Creed. I saluted Mr. Godden's lady, and the young ladies, he having many pretty children, and his sister, the bishop's widow, who was, it seems, Sir W. Russell's daughter, the treasurer of the navy, who by her discourse at dinner I find to be very well bred, and a woman of excellent discourse, even so much as to have my attention all dinner with much more pleasure than I did give to Mr. Creed, whose discourse was mighty merry in inveighing at Mr. Godden's victuals that they had at sea the last voyage that he prosecuted, till methought the woman began to take it seriously. After dinner by Mr. Godden's motion, we got Mrs. Godden and her sister to sing to a viol, on which Mr. Godden's eldest son, a pretty man, but a simple one methinks, played but very poorly, and the musique bad, but yet I commended it. Only I do find that the ladies have been taught to sing and do sing well now, but that the viol puts them out. I took the viol and played some things from one of their books, Lyra Lessons, which they seemed to like well. Thus we pass an hour or two after dinner, and towards the evening we bade them adieu, and took horse, being resolved that, instead of the race which fails us, we would go to Epsom. So we set out, and being gone a little way, I sent home Will to look to the house, and Creed and I rode forward, the road being full of citizens going and coming toward Epsom, where, when we came, we could hear of no lodging, the town so full. But which was better, I went towards Ashted, my old place of pleasure. And there by direction of one Goodman Arthur, whom we met on the way, we went to Farmer Page's, at which direction he and I made good sport, and there we got a lodging in a little hole we could not stand upright in. But rather than go further to look, we stayed there. And while supper was getting ready, I took him to walk up and down behind my cousin Pepys's house that was, which I find comes little short of what I took it to be when I was a little boy. As things use commonly to appear greater than then when one comes to be a man and knows more, and so up and down in the closes, which I know so well methinks, and account it good fortune that I lie here that I may have opportunity to renew my old walks. It seems there is one Mr. Rouse, they call him the Queen's tailor, that lives there now. So to our lodging to supper, and among other meats had a brave dish of cream, the best I ever eat in my life, and with which we pleased ourselves much, and by to bed, where, with much ado yet good sport, we made shift to lie, but with little ease and a little spaniel by us, which has followed us all the way, a pretty dog, and we believe that follows my horse, and do belong to Mrs. Godden, which we therefore are very careful of. 26th Lord's Day, up into the wells. Epsom medicinal wells were discovered about 1618, but they did not become fashionable until the Restoration. John Toland, in his Description of Epsom, says that he often counted 70 coaches in the ring, the present racecourse on the Downs, on a Sunday evening. But by the end of the 18th century, Epsom had entirely lost its vogue. Were great store of citizens, which was the greatest part of the company, though there were some others of better quality. I met many that I knew, and we drank each of us 2 pots and so walked away, it being very pleasant to see how everybody turns up his tail, here one and there another, in a bush, and the women in their quarters the like. Thence I walked with Creed to Mr. Minns's house, which has now a very good way made to it, and thence to Durden's and walked round it, and within the courtyard, and to the bowling green, where I have seen so much mirth in my time. But now no family in it, my Lord Berkeley, whose it is, being with his family at London, and so up and down by Minns's Wood, with great pleasure viewing my old walks, and where Mrs. Healy and I did use to walk and talk, with whom I had the first sentiments of love and pleasure in woman's company, discourse, and taking her by the hand, she being a pretty woman. So I led him to Ashted Church, by the place where Peter, my cousin's man, went blindfold and found a certain place we chose for him upon a wager, where we had a dull doctor, one down, worse than I think even Parson King was, of whom we made so much scorn, and after sermon home and stayed while our dinner a couple of large chickens were dressed and a good mess of cream, which anon we had with good content, and after dinner, we taking no notice of other lodgers in the house. Though there was one that I knew and spoke to me, one Mr. Ryder, a merchant, he and I to walk, and I led him to the pretty little wood behind my cousin's house, into which we got at last by clambering, and our little dog with us. But when we were among the hazel trees and bushes, Lord, what a course did we run for an hour together, losing ourselves, and indeed I despaired I should ever come to any path, but still from thicket to thicket, a thing I could hardly have believed a man could have been lost so long in so small a room. At last I found out a delicate walk in the middle that goes quite through the wood, and then went out of the wood, and hollowed Mr. Creed, and made him hunt me from place to place, and at last went in and called him into my fine walk, the little dog still hunting with us through the wood. In this walk being all bewildered and weary and sweating, Creed he lay down upon the ground, which I did a little, but I durst not long, but walked from him in the fine green walk, which is 1/2 mile long, there reading my vows as I used to on Sundays. And after that was done, and going and lying by Creed an hour, he and I rose and went to our lodging and paid our reckoning, and so mounted, whether to go toward London home or to find a new lodging, and so rode through Epsom, the whole town over, seeing the various companies that were there walking, which was very pleasant to see how they are there without knowing almost what to do, but only in the morning to drink waters. But, Lord, to see how many I met there of citizens, that I could not have thought to have seen there, or that they had ever had it in their heads or purses to go down thither. We rode out of the town through Yowell beyond Nonsuch House a mile, and there our little dog, as he used to do, fell a-running after a flock of sheep feeding on the common, till he was out of sight, and then endeavored to come back again, and went to the last gate that he parted with us at, and there the poor thing mistakes our scent. Instead of coming forward, he hunts us backward, and runs as hard as he could drive back towards Nonsuch, Creed and I after him. And being by many told of his going that way and the haste he made, we rode still and passed him through Yowell, and there we lost any further information of him. However, we went as far as Epsom almost, hearing nothing of him. We went back to Yowell, and there was told that he did pass through the town. We rode back to Nonsuch to see whether he might be gone back again, but hearing nothing, we with great trouble and discontent for the loss of our dog came back once more to Yowell, and there set up our horses and selves for all night, employing people to look for the dog in the town, but can hear nothing of him. However, we gave order for supper, and while that was dressing walked out through Nonsuch Park to the house, and there viewed as much as we could of the outside, and looked through the great gates and found a noble court, and altogether believe it to have been a very noble house and a delicate park about it, where just now there was a doe killed, for the king to carry up to court. So walked back again, and by our supper being ready, a good leg of mutton boiled, we supped and to bed, upon 2 beds in the same room, wherein we slept most excellently all night. 27th. Up in the morning about 7 o'clock, and after a little study, resolved of riding to the wells to look for our dog, which we did, but could hear nothing. But it being much a warmer day than yesterday, there was great store of gallant company, more than then, to my greater pleasure. There was at a distance, under one of the trees on the common, a company got together that sung. I at the distance, and so all the rest being 1/4 of a mile off, took them for the waits, so I rode up to them, and found them only voices, some citizens met by chance, that sung 4 or 5 parts excellently. I have not been more pleased with a snap of musique, considering the circumstances of the time and place, in all my life anything so pleasant. We drank each of us 3 cups, and so, after riding up to the horsemen upon the hill, where they were making of matches to run, we went away and to Yowell, where we found our breakfast, the remains of our supper last night hashed, and by, after the smith had set on 2 new shoes to Creed's horse, we mounted, and with little discourse, I being intent upon getting home in time, we rode hard home, observing Mr. Gawdon's house, but not calling there, it being too late for me to stay. And wanting their dog too. The house stands very finely, and has a graceful view to the highway. Set up our horses at Fox Hall, and I by water observing the king's barge attending his going to the house this day, home, it being about 1 o'clock. So got myself ready and shifting myself, and so by water to Westminster, and there came most luckily to the Lord's house, as the House of Commons were going into the Lord's house. And there I crowded in along with the speaker, and got to stand close behind him, where he made his speech to the king, who sat with his crown on and robes, and so all the lords in their robes, a fine sight. Wherein he told his majesty what they have done this parliament, and now offered for his royal consent. The greatest matters were a bill for the Lord's day, which it seems the lords have lost, and so cannot be passed, at which the commons are displeased. The bills against conventicles and papists, but it seems the lords have not passed them, and giving his majesty 4 entire subsidies, which last with about 20 smaller acts were passed with this form. The clerk of the house reads the title of the bill, and then looks at the end and their fines, writ by the king I suppose, le roi le veult, and that he reads. And to others he reads, soit fait comme vous désirez. And to the subsidies, as well that for the commons, I mean the laity, as for the clergy, the king writes, le roi remerciant les seigneurs, and C, prelats and C, accept leurs benevolences. The speaker's speech was far from any oratory, but was as plain, though good matter, as anything could be, and void of elocution. After the bills passed, the king, sitting on his throne with his speech writ in a paper which he held in his lap, and scarce looked off of it, I thought, all the time he made his speech to them, giving them thanks for their subsidies, of which, had he not need, he would not have asked or received them. And that need not from any extravagancies of his, he was sure, in anything but the disorders of the times compelling him to be at greater charge than he hoped for the future, by their care in their country, he should be. And that for his family expenses and others, he would labor however to retrench in many things convenient, and would have all others to do so too. He desired that nothing of old faults should be remembered, or severity for the same use to any in the country, it being his desire to have all forgot as well as forgiven. But however, to use all care in suppressing any tumults, and c, assuring them that the restless spirits of his and their adversaries have great expectations of something to be done this summer. And promised that though the acts about conventicles and papists were not ripe for passing this session, yet he would take care himself that neither of them should in this interval be encouraged to the endangering of the peace, and that at their next meeting he would himself prepare 2 bills for them concerning them. So he concluded that for the better proceeding of justice he did think fit to make this a session, and to prorogue them to the 16th of March next. His speech was very plain, nothing at all of spirit in it, nor spoke with any, but rather on the contrary imperfectly, repeating many times his words, though he read all which I was sorry to see, it having not been hard for him to have got all the speech without book. So they all went away, the king out of the house at the upper end, he being by and by to go to Tunbridge to the Queen, and I in the painted chamber spoke with my Lord Sandwich while he was putting off his robes, who tells me he will now hasten down into the country, as soon as he can get some money settled on the wardrobe. Here meeting Creed, he and I down to the hall, and I having at Mitchell's shop wrote a little letter to Mr. Gawdon, to go with his horse, and excusing my not taking leave or so much as asking after the old lady the widow when we came away the other day from them. He and I over the water to Fox Hall, and there sent away the horse with my letter, and then to the new spring garden, walking up and down, but things being dear and little attendance to be had we went away, leaving much brave company there. And so to a less house hard by, where we liked very well their codlin tarts, having not time, as we intended, to stay the getting ready of a dish of peas. And there came to us an idle boy to show us some tumbling tricks, which he did very well, and the greatest bending of his body that ever I observed in my life. Thence by water to Whitehall, and walked over the park to St. James', but missed Mr. Coventry, he not being within, and so out again, and there the Duke was coming along the pell-mell. It being a little darkish, I stayed not to take notice of him, but we went directly back again. And in our walk over the park, one of the Duke's footmen came running behind us, and came looking just in our faces to see who we were, and went back again. What his meaning is I know not, but was fearful that I might not go far enough with my hat off, though methinks that should not be it. Besides, there were others covered nearer than myself was, but only it was my fear. So to Whitehall and by water to the bridge, and so home to bed, weary and well pleased with my journey in all respects. Only it cost me about 20s, but it was for my health, and I hope will prove so, only I do find by my riding a little swelling to rise just by my anus. I had the same the last time I rode, and then it fell again, and now it is up again about the bigness of the bag of a silkworm, makes me fearful of a rupture. But I will speak to Mr. Holliard about it, and I am glad to find it now, that I may prevent it before it goes too far. 28th. Up after sleeping very well, and so to my office setting down the journal of this last 3 days, and so settled to business again, I hope with greater cheerfulness and success by this refreshment. At the office all the morning, and at noon to Wise's about my vial that is doing, and so home to dinner and then to the office, where we sat all the afternoon till night, and I late at it till after the office was risen. Late came my Jane and her brother Will, to entreat for my taking of the boy again, but I will not hear her, though I would yet be glad to do anything for her sake to the boy, but receive him again I will not, nor give him anything. She would have me send him to sea, which if I could I would do, but there is no ship going out. The poor girl cried all the time she was with me, and would not go from me, staying about 2 hours with me till 10 or 11 o'clock, expecting that she might obtain something of me, but receive him I will not. So the poor girl was fain to go away crying and saying little. So from thence home, where my house of office was emptying, and I find they will do it with much more cleanness than I expected. I went up and down among them a good while, but knowing that Mr. Coventry was to call me in the morning, I went to bed and left them to look after the people. So to bed. 29th. Up about 6 o'clock, and found the people to have just done, and Hannah not gone to bed yet, but was making clean of the yard and kitchen. Will newly gone to bed. So I to my office, and having given some order to Tom Hayter, to whom I gave leave for his recreation to go down to Portsmouth this pay, I went down to Wapping to Sir W. Warren, and there stayed an hour or two discoursing of some of his goods, and then things in general relating to this office, and sea, and so home, and they're going to Sir William Batten, having no stomach to dine at home, it being yet hardly clean of last night's, and there I dined with my lady and her daughter and son Castle. And mighty kind she is, and I kind to her, but, Lord, how freely and plainly she rails against Commissioner Pett, calling him rogue, and wondering that the king keeps such a fellow in the navy. Thence by and by walked to see Sir W. Penn at Diptford, reading by the way a most ridiculous play, a new one, called The Politician Cheated. After a little sitting with him, I walked to the yard a little and so home again, my Will with me, whom I bade to stay in the yard for me, and so to bed. This morning my brother Tom was with me, and we had some discourse again concerning his country mistress, but I believe the most that is fit for us to condescend to will not content her friends. 30th. Up and to the office to get business ready for our sitting, this being the first day of altering it from afternoon during the Parliament sitting to the forenoon again. By and by Mr. Coventry only came, Sir John Minns and Sir William Batten being gone this morning to Portsmouth to pay some ships in the yard there. And after doing a little business, he and I down to Woolwich, and there up and down the yard, and by came Sir G. Carteret, and we all looked into matters, and then by water back to Deptford, where we dined with him at his house. A very good dinner, and mightily tempted with wines of all sorts and brave French cider, but I drunk none. But that which is a great wonder I find his little daughter Betty, that was in hanging sleeves but a month or 2 ago, and is a very little young child. Married, and to whom, but to young Scott, son to Madam Catharine Scott, that was so long in law, and at whose trial I was with her husband. He pleading that it was unlawfully got and would not own it, she, it seems, being brought to bed of it, if not got by somebody else at Oxford, but it seems a little before his death he did own the child, and hath left him his estate, not long since. So Sir G. Carteret hath struck up of a sudden a match with him for his little daughter. He hath about L. 2,000 per annum, And it seems Sir G. Carteret hath by this means overreached Sir H. Bennet, who did endeavour to get this gentleman for a sister of his, but Sir G. Carteret, I say, has overreached him. By this means, Sir G. Carteret hath married 2 daughters this year, both very well. After dinner into Deptford Yard. But our bellies being full we could do no great business, and so parted, and Mr. Coventry and I to Whitehall by water, where we also parted, and I to several places about business, and so calling for my 5 books of the variorum print bound, according to my common binding, instead of the other which is more gaudy, I went home. The town talk this day is of nothing but the great footrace run this day on Banstead Downs, between Lee, the Duke of Richmond's footman, and a Tyler, a famous runner. And Lee hath beat him, though the King and Duke of York and all men almost did bet 3 or 4 to 1 upon the Tyler's head. 31st. Up early to my accounts this month, and I find myself worth clear L 730, the most I ever had yet, which contents me though I increase but very little. Thence to my office doing business, and at noon to my vial maker's, who has begun it and has a good appearance, and so to the Exchange, where I met Dr. Pierce, who tells me of his good luck to get to be groom of the Privy Chamber to the Queen, and without my Lord Sandwich's help, but only by his good fortune, meeting a man that hath let him have his right for a small matter, about L 60, for which he can every day have L 400. But he tells me my lord hath lost much honour in standing so long and so much for that coxcomb Pickering, and at last not carrying it for him, but hath his name struck out by the King and Queen themselves after he had been in ever since the Queen's coming. But he tells me he believes that either Sir H. Bennet, my Lady Castlemaine, or Sir Charles Berkeley had received some money for the place, and so the King could not disappoint them, but was forced to put out this fool rather than a better man. And I am sorry to hear what he tells me that Sir Charles Berkeley hath still such power over the King, as to be able to fetch him from the council table to my Lady Castlemaine when he pleases. He tells me also, as a friend, the great injury that he thinks I do myself by being so severe in the yards, and contracting the ill will of the whole navy for those offices, singly upon myself. Now I discharge a good conscience therein, and I tell him that no man can nor do he say any say it, charge me with doing wrong, but rather do as many good offices as any man. They think, he says, that I have a mind to get a good name with the King and Duke, who he tells me do not consider any such thing, but I shall have as good thanks to let all alone, and do as the rest. But I believe the contrary, and yet I told him I never go to the Duke alone, as others do, to talk of my own services. However, I will make use of his counsel, and take some course to prevent having the single ill will of the office. Before I went to the office I went to the coffee house, where Sir J. Cutler and Mr. Grant were, and there Mr. Grant showed me letters of Sir William Pepys, wherein he says that his vessel which he hath built upon 2 keels, a model whereof, built for the King, he showed me, hath this month won a wager of L 50 in sailing between Dublin and Holyhead with the paquet boat, the best ship or vessel the King hath there, and he offers to lay with any vessel in the world. It is about 30 ton in burden, and carries 30 men with good accommodation, as much more as any ship of her burden, and so any vessel of this figure shall carry more men, with better accommodation by half than any other ship. This carries also 10 guns, of about 5 tons weight. In their coming back from Holyhead they started together, and this vessel came to Dublin by 5 at night, and the paquet boat not before 8 the next morning. And when they came they did believe that this vessel had been drowned, or at least behind, not thinking she could have lived in that sea. Strange things are told of this vessel, and he concludes his letter with this position. I only affirm that the perfection of sailing lies in my principle, find it out who can. Thence home, in my way meeting Mr. Rawlinson, who tells me that my Uncle White is off of his Hampshire purchase and likes less of the Whites, and would have me to be kind and study to please him, which I am resolved to do. Being at home, he sent for me to dinner to meet Mr. Moore, so I went thither and dined well, but it was strange for me to refuse, and yet I did without any reluctancy to drink wine in a tavern, where nothing else almost was drunk, and that excellent good. Thence with Mr. Moore to the wardrobe, and there sat while my lord was private with Mr. Townsend about his accounts an hour or two, we reading of a merry book against the presbyters called Cabala, extraordinary witty. Thence walked home and to my office, setting papers of all sorts and writing letters and putting myself into a condition to go to Chatham with Mr. Coventry tomorrow. So, at almost 12 o'clock, and my eyes tired with seeing to write, I went home and to bed. Ending the month with pretty good content of mind, my wife in the country and myself in good esteem, and likely by pains to become considerable, I think, with God's blessing upon my diligence. August 1663. Aug. 1st. Up betimes and got me ready, and so to the office and put things in order for my going. By and by comes Sir G. Carteret, and he and I did some business. And then Mr. Coventry sending for me, he staying in the boat, I got myself presently ready and down to him, he and I by water to Gravesend, his man Lambert with us. And there eat a bit, and so mounted, I upon one of his horses which met him there, a brave proud horse, all the way talking of businesses of the office and other matters to good purpose. Being come to Chatham, we put on our boots and so walked to the yard, where we met Commissioner Pett, and there walked up and down looking and inquiring into many businesses. And in the evening went to the commissioner's, and there in his upper arbor sat and talked, and there pressed upon the commissioner to take upon him a power to correct and suspend officers that do not their duty and other things, which he unwillingly answered he would if we would own him in it. Being gone thence Mr. Coventry and I did discourse about him, and conclude that he is not able to do the same in that yard that he might, and can, and it maybe will do in another, what with his old faults and the relations that he has to most people that act there. After an hour or two's discourse at the Hill House before going to bed, I see him to his and he me to my chamber, he lying in the treasurer's, and I in the controller's chambers. 2nd Lord's Day. Up and after the barber had done, he and I walked to the dock, and so on board the Matthias, where Commissioner Pett and he and I and a good many of the officers and others of the yard did hear an excellent sermon of Mr. Hudson, S. upon all is yours and you are God's, a most ready, learned, and good sermon, such as I have not heard a good while, nor ever thought he could have preached. We took him with us to the Hill House, and there we dined, and an officer or two with us. So after dinner the company withdrew, and we three to private discourse, and laid the matters of the yard home again to the commissioner, and discoursed largely of several matters. Then to the parish church, and there heard a poor sermon with a great deal of false Greek in it, upon these words, Ye are my friends, if ye do these things which I command you. Thence to the dock, and by water to view St. Mary Creek, but do not find it so proper for a wet docks as we would have it, it being uneven ground and hard in the bottom, and no great depth of water in many places. Returned and walked from the dock home, Mr. Coventry and I very much troubled to see how backward Commissioner Pett is to tell any of the faults of the officers, and to see nothing in better condition here for his being here than they are in other yards where there is none. After some discourse to bed, but I sat up an hour after Mr. Coventry was gone to read my vows, it raining a wonderful hard shower about 11 at night for an hour together. So to bed. 3rd, up both of us very betimes and to the yard, and see the men called over and choose some to be discharged. Then to the rope houses and viewed them all and made an experiment which was the stronger, English or Riga hemp, the latter proved the stronger, but the other is very good, and much better we believe than any but Riga. We did many other things this morning, and I caused the timber measurer to measure some timber, where I found much fault and with reason, which we took public notice of, and did give them admonition for the time to come. At noon, Mr. Pett did give us a very great dinner, too big in all conscience, so that most of it was left untouched. Here was Colonel Newman and several other gentlemen of the country and officers of the yard. After dinner they withdrew, and Commissioner Pett, Mr. Coventry and I sat close to our business all the noon in his parlor, and there run through much business, and answered several people. And then in the evening walked in the garden, where we conjured him to look after the yard, and for the time to come that he would take the whole faults and ill management of the yard upon himself, he having full power and our concurrence to suspend or do anything else that he thinks fit to keep people and officers to their duty. He having made good promises, though I fear his performance, we parted, though I spoke so freely that he could have been angry, good friends, and in some hopes that matters will be better for the time to come. So walked to the hill house, which we did view and the yard about it, and do think to put it off as soon as we can conveniently. And there made ourselves ready and mounted, and rode to Gravesend. My riding coat not being to be found, I fear it is stole, on our way being overtaken by Captain Brown, that serves the office of the ordnance at Chatham. All the way, though he was a rogue, and served the late times all along, yet he kept us in discourse of the many services that he did for many of the king's party, lords and dukes. And among others, he recovered a dog that was stolny from Mr. Carey, head keeper of the Buckhounds, to the king, and preserved several horses of the Duke of Richmond. And his best horse he was forced to put out his eyes and keep him for a stallion to preserve him from being carried away. But he gone at last upon my inquiry to tell us how, he having been here too for survey of the rope yard, the day's work of the rope makers become settled, which pleased me very well. Being come to our inn, Mr. Coventry and I sat and talked till 9 or 10 o'clock, and then to bed. Fourth, we were called up about 4 o'clock, and being ready went and took a Gravesend boat, and to London by 9 o'clock. By the way talking of several businesses of the navy. So to the office, where Sir W.M. Penn, the first time that he has been with us a great while, he having been long sick, met us, and there we sat all the morning. My brother John I find come to town to my house, as I sent for him, on Saturday last, so at noon home and dined with him, and after dinner and the barber been with me, I walked out with him to my vial makers and other places, and then left him, and I by water to Blackberry, and there talked with him about some masts, and by the way he tells me that Paul's is now going to be repaired in good earnest, and so with him to his garden close by his house, where I eat some peaches and apricots. A very pretty place. So over the water to Westminster Hall, and not finding Mrs. Lane, with whom I purposed to be merry, I went to Jervis and took him and his wife over the water to their mother Palmer the woman that speaks in the belly, and with whom I have 2 or 3 years ago made good sport with Mr. Mallard, thinking because I had heard that she is a woman of that sort that I might there have lit upon some lady of pleasure, for which God forgive me, but blessed be God there was none. Nor anything that pleased me, but a poor little house that she has set out as fine as she can, and for her singing which she pretends to is only some old bawdy songs, and those sung abominably. Only she pretends to be able to sing both bass and treble, which she do something like, but not what I thought formerly and expected now. Nor do her speaking in her belly take me now as it did then, but it may be that is because I know it and see her mouth when she speaks, which should not be. After I had spent a shilling there in wine, I took boat with Jervis and his wife, and set them at Westminster, and it being late forbore Mrs. Lane, and went by water to the Old Swan by a boat, where I had good sport with one of the young men about his travels as far as Vauxhall, in mockery, which yet the fellow answered me most prettily and traveller-like unto my very good mirth. So home, and with my brother eat a bit of bread and cheese, and so to bed, he with me. This day I received a letter from my wife, which troubles me mightily, wherein she tells me how Ashwell did give her the lie to her teeth, and that thereupon my wife giving her a box on the ear, the other struck her again, and a deal of stir which troubles me, and that my lady has been told by my father or mother something of my wife's carriage, which altogether vexes me, and I fear I shall find a trouble of my wife when she comes home to get down her head again. But if Ashwell goes, I am resolved to have no more, but to live poorly and low again for a good while, and save money and keep my wife within bounds if I can, or else I shall bid adieu to all content in the world. So to bed, my mind somewhat disturbed at this. But yet I shall take care, by prudence, to avoid the ill consequences which I fear, things not being gone too far yet, and this height that my wife is come to being occasioned from my own folly in giving her too much head heretofore for the year past. 5th, all the morning at the office, whither Dean of Woolwich came to me and discoursed of the body of ships, which I am now going about to understand, and then I took him to the coffee-house, where he was very earnest against Mr. Grant's report in favor of Sir W. Petty's vessel, even to some passion on both sides almost. So to the Exchange, and thence home to dinner with my brother, and in the afternoon to Westminster Hall, and there found Mrs. Lane, and by agreement we met at the Parliament stairs, in my way down to the boat who should meet us but my Lady Jemima, who saw me lead her but said nothing to me of her, though I ought to speak to her to see whether she would take notice of it or no, and off to Stangate and so to the King's Head at Lambeth Marsh, and had variety of meats and drinks. But I did so toze her and handled her, but could get nothing more from her though I was very near it. But as wanton and buxom as she is, she dares not adventure upon the business, in which I very much commend and like her. Stayed pretty late, and so over with her by water, and being in a great sweat with my tozing of her durst not go home by water, but took coach, and at home my brother and I fell upon Descartes, and I perceive he has studied him well, and I cannot find but he has minded his book, and do love it. This evening came a letter about business from Mr. Coventry, and with it a silver pen he promised me to carry in key in, which is very necessary. So to prayers and to bed. 6th, up and was angry with my maid Hannah for keeping the house no better, it being more dirty nowadays than ever it was while my whole family was together. So to my office, whither Mr. Coventry came and Sir William Penn, and we sat all the morning. This day Mr. Coventry borrowed of me my manuscript of the Navy. At noon I to the Change, and meeting with Sir W. Warren to a coffee-house, and there finished a contract with him for the office, and so parted, and I to my cousin Mary Joyce's at a gossiping, where much company and good cheer. There was the King's falconer, that lives by Paul's, and his wife, an ugly puss, but brought him money. He speaking of the strength of hawks, which will strike a fowl to the ground with that force that shall make the fowl rebound a great way from ground, which no force of man or art can do. But it was very pleasant to hear what reasons he and another, one Ballard, a rich man of the same company of leather sellers of which the Joyces are, did give for this. Ballard's wife, a pretty and a very well-bred woman, I took occasion to kiss several times, and she to carve, drink, and show me great respect. After dinner to talk and laugh. I drank no wine, but sent for some water, the beer not being good. A fiddler was sent for, and there one Mrs. Lurkin, a neighbor, a good and merry poor woman, but a very tall woman, did dance and show such tricks that made us all merry, but above all a daughter of Mr. Brumfield, black but well-shaped and modest, did dance very well, which pleased me mightily. I begun the Duchess with her, but could not do it. But however I came off well enough, and made mighty much of her, kissing and leading her home with her cousin Anthony and Kate Joyce. Kate being very handsome and well, that is, handsomely dressed today, and I grew mighty kind and familiar with her, and kissed her soundly, which she takes very well to their house. And there I left them, having in our way, though 9 o'clock at night, carried them into a puppet play in Lincoln's Inn Fields, where there was the story of Holofernes and other clockwork well done. There was at this house today Mr. Lawrence, who did give the name, it seems, to my cousin Joyce's child, Samuel, who is a very civil gentleman, and his wife a pretty woman, who, with Kate Joyce, were stewards of the feast today, and a double share cost for a man and a woman came to 16s, which I also would pay, though they would not by any means have had me do so. I walked home very well contented with this afternoon's work, I thinking it convenient to keep in with the Joyces against a bad day, if I should have occasion to make use of them. So I walked home, and after a letter to my wife by the post and my father, I home to supper, and after a little talk with my brother to bed. 7th, up into my office a little, and then to Brown's for my measuring rule, which is made, and is certainly the best and the most commodious for carrying in one's pocket, and most useful that ever was made, and myself have the honor of being as it were the inventor of this form of it. Here I stayed discoursing an hour with him and then home, and thither came Sir Fairbrother to me, and we walked a while together in the garden and then abroad into the city, and then we parted for a while and I to my vial, which I find done and once varnished, and it will please me very well when it is quite varnished. Thence home, and to study my new rule till my head ached cruelly. So by and by to dinner, and the doctor and Mr. Creed came to me. The doctor's discourse, which, though he be a very good-natured man, is but simple, was some sport to me and Creed, though my head aching I took no great pleasure in it. We parted after dinner, and I walked to Deptford, and there found Sir W. Penn, and I fell to measuring of some planks that was serving into the yard, which the people took notice of, and the measurer himself was amused at, for I did it much more ready than he, and I believe Sir W. Penn would be glad I could have done less or he more. By and by he went away, and I stayed walking up and down, discoursing with the officers of the yard of several things, and so walked back again. And on my way, young Bagwell and his wife waylaid me to desire my favor about getting him a better ship, which I shall pretend to be willing to do for them, but my mind is to know his wife a little better. They being parted, I went with Cadbury the mast maker to view a parcel of good masts, which I think it were good to buy, and resolved to speak to the board about it. So home, and my brother John and I up and I to my musique, and then to discourse with him, and I find him not so thorough a philosopher, at least in Aristotle, as I took him for, he not being able to tell me the definition of final, nor which of the four qualities belong to each of the four elements. So to prayers, and to bed, among other things being much satisfied with my new rule. 8th, up into my office, whither I search for Brown the mathematical instrument maker, who now brought me a ruler for measuring timber and other things so well done, and in all things to my mind that I do set up my trust upon it that I cannot have a better, nor any man else have so good for this purpose, this being of my own ordering. By and by we sat all the morning dispatching of business, and then at noon rose, and I with Mr. Coventry down to the waterside, talking, wherein I see so much goodness and endeavors of doing the king's service, that I do more and more admire him. It being the greatest trouble to me, he says, in the world to see not only in the navy, but in the greatest matters of state, where he can lay his finger upon the sore, meaning this man's faults, and this man's office the fault lies in, and yet dare or cannot remedy matters. Thence to the exchange about several businesses, and so home to dinner, and in the afternoon took my brother John and Will down to Woolwich by water, and after being there a good while, and eating of fruit in Sheldon's garden, we began our walk back again, I asking many things in physiques of my brother John, to which he gives me so bad or no answer at all. As in the regions of the air, he told me that he knew of no such thing, for he never read Aristotle's philosophy, and Descartes owns no such thing. Which vexed me to hear him say, but I shall call him to task, and see what it is that he has studied since his going to the university. It was late before we could get from Greenwich to London by water, the tide being against us and almost past, so that to save time and to be clear of anchors I landed at Wapping, and so walked home weary enough, walking over the stones. This night Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns returned Portsmouth, but I did not go see them. 9th Lord's Day. Up, and leaving my brother John to go somewhere else, I to church, and heard Mr. Mills, who is lately returned out of the country, and it seems was fetched in by many of the parishioners, with great state, preach upon the authority of the ministers, upon these words, "We are therefore ambassadors of Christ." Wherein, among other high expressions, he said that such a learned man used to say that if a minister of the word and an angel should meet him together, he would salute the minister first, which methought was a little too high. This day I begun to make use of the silver pen Mr. Coventry did give me in writing of this sermon, taking only the heads of it in Latin, which I shall, I think, continue to do. So home and at my office reading my vows, and so to Sir W. Batten to dinner, being invited and sent for, and being willing to hear how they left things at Portsmouth, which I found but ill enough, and are mightily for a commissioner to be at seat there to keep the yard in order. Thence in the afternoon with my Lady Batten, leading her through the streets by the hand to St. Dunstan's Church, hard by us, where by Mrs. Russell's means we were set well, and heard an excellent sermon of one Mr. Gifford, the parson there, upon Remember Lot's wife. So from thence walked back to Mrs. Russell's, and there drank and sat talking a great while. Among other things talked of young Dawes that married the great fortune, who it seems has a baronet's patent given him, and is now Sir Those. Dawes, and a very fine-bred man they say he is. Thence home, and my brother being abroad I walked to my uncle White's and there stayed, though with little pleasure, and supped, there being the husband of Mrs. Ann White, who it seems is lately married to one Mr. Bentley, a Norwich factor. Home, and stayed up a good while examining Will in his Latin below, and my brother along with him in his Greek, and so to prayers and to bed. This afternoon I was amused at the tune set to the psalm by the clerk of the parish, and thought at first that he was out, but I find him to be a good songster, and the parish could sing it very well, and was a good tune. But I wonder that there should be a tune in the psalms that I never heard of. 10th, up, though not so early this summer as I did all the last, for which I am sorry, and though late am resolved to get up betimes before the season of rising be quite past. To my office to fit myself to wait on the Duke this day. By and by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James, and anon called into the Duke's chamber, and being dressed we were all as usual taken in with him and discoursed of our matters, and that being done, he walked, and I in the company with him, to Whitehall, and there he took barge for Woolwich, and I up to the committee of Tangier, where my Lord Sandwich pay Lord Peterborough, whom I have not seen before since his coming back, Sir W. Compton, and Mr. Povey. Our discourse about supplying my Lord Teviot with money, wherein I am sorry to see, though they do not care for him, yet they are willing to let him for civility and compliment only have money almost without expecting any account of it. But by this means, he being such a cunning fellow as he is, the king is like to pay dear for our courtier's ceremony. Thence by coach with my Lords Peterborough and Sandwich to my Lord Peterborough's house. And there, after an hour's looking over some fine books of the Italian buildings, with fine cuts, and also my Lord Peterborough's bows and arrows, of which he is a great lover, we sat down to dinner, my lady coming down to dinner also, and there being Mr. Williamson, that belongs to Sir H. Bennet, whom I find a pretty understanding and accomplished man, but a little conceited. After dinner, I took leave and went to Greatorex's, whom I found in his garden and set him to work upon my ruler, to engrave an almanac and other things upon the brasses of it, which a little before night he did, but the latter part he slubbered over, that I must get him to do it over better. Or else I shall not fancy my rule, which is such a folly that I am come to now, that whereas before my delight was in multitude of books, and spending money in that, and buying alway of other things. Now that I am become a better husband, and have left off buying, now my delight is in the neatness of everything, and so cannot be pleased with anything unless it be very neat, which is a strange folly. Hither came W. Howe about business, and he and I had a great deal of discourse about my Lord Sandwich, and I find by him that my lord do dote upon one of the daughters of Mrs. where he lies, so that he spends his time and money upon her. He tells me she is a woman of a very bad fame and very impudent, and has told my lord so, yet for all that my lord do spend all his evenings with her, though he be at court in the daytime, and that the world do take notice of it, and that Pickering is only there as a blind, that the world may think that my lord spends his time with him when he do worse, and that hence it is that my lord has no more mind to go into the country than he has. In fine, I perceive my lord is dabbling with this wench, for which I am sorry, though I do not wonder at it, being a man amorous enough, and now begins to allow himself the liberty that he says every body else at court takes. Here I am told that my Lord Bristol is either fled or concealed himself. Having been sent for to the king, it is believed to be sent to the Tower, but he is gone out of the way. Yesterday I am told also that Sir J. Lenthal in Southwark did apprehend about 100 Quakers and other such people, and hath sent some of them to the jail at Kingston, it being now the time of the assizes. Hence home and examined a piece of Latin of Will's with my brother, and so to prayers and to bed. This evening I had a letter from my father that says that my wife will come to town this week, at which I wonder that she should come to town without my knowing more of it. But I find they have lived very ill together since she went, and I must use all the brains I have to bring her to any good when she do come home, which I fear will be hard to do, and do much disgust me the thoughts of it. 11th, up into my office, whither, by and by, my brother Tom came, and I did soundly rattle him for his neglecting to see and please the Joyces as he has of late done. I confess I do fear that he do not understand his business, nor will do any good in his trade, though he tells me that he do please every body and that he gets money, but I shall not believe it till I see a state of his accounts, which I have ordered him to bring me before he sees me any more. We met and sat at the office all the morning, and at noon I to the Change, where I met Dr. Pierce, who tells me that the king comes to town this day from Tunbridge to stay a day or two, and then fetch the queen from thence, who he says is grown a very debonair lady, and now hugs him, and meets him galloping upon the road, and all the actions of a fond and pleasant lady that can be, that he believes has a chat now and then of Mrs. Stewart, but that there is no great danger of her. She being only an innocent, young, raw girl, but my Lady Castlemaine, who rules the king in matters of state, and do what she list with him, he believes is now falling quite out of favour. After the queen is come back she goes to the Bath, and so to Oxford, where great entertainments are making for her. This day I am told that my Lord Bristol hath warrants issued out against him, to have carried him to the Tower, but he is fled away, or hid himself. So much the Chancellor hath got the better of him. Upon the Change, my brother, and will bring me word that Madam Turner would come and dine with me today, so I hasted home and found her and Mrs. Morris there, the Joyce being gone into the country, which is the reason of the mother rambling. I got a dinner for them, and after dinner my Uncle Thomas and Aunt Bell came and saw me, and I made them almost foxed with wine till they were very kind, but I did not carry them up to my ladies. So they went away, and so my two ladies and I and Mrs. Turner's coach to Mr. Povy's, who being not within, we went in, and there showed Mrs. Turner his perspective and voliere. A large bird cage, in which the birds can fly about, French voliere. Ben Jonson uses the word voliere. And the fine things that he is building of now, which is a most neat thing. Thence to the Temple, and by water to Westminster. And there Morris and I went to Sir Arling's to have fetched a niece of his, but she was not within, and so we went to boat again and then down to the bridge, and there tried to find a sister of Mrs. Morris S. But she was not within neither, and so we went through bridge, and I carried them on board the king's pleasure boat, all the way reading in a book of receipts of making fine meats and sweetmeats, among others to make my own sweet water, which made us good sport. So I landed them at Greenwich, and there to a garden, and gave them fruit and wine, and so to boat again, and finally in the cool of the evening to Lion Quay. Lion Quay, Lower Thames Street, where the famous Duchess of Suffolk in the time of Bishop Gardiner's persecution took boat for the Continent. James, Duke of York, also left the country from this same place on the night of April 20th, 1648, when he escaped from St. James's Palace. The tide against us, and so landed and walked to the bridge, and there took a coach by chance passing by, and so I saw them home, and there eat some cold venison with them, and drunk and bade them good night, having been mighty merry with them, and I think it is not amiss to preserve, though it cost me a little, such a friend as Mrs. Turner. So home and to bed, my head running upon what to do tomorrow to fit things against my wife's coming, as to buy a bedstead, because my brother John is here, and I have now no more beds than are used. 12th, a little to my office, to put down my yesterday's journal, and so abroad to buy a bedstead and do other things. So home again, and having put up the bedstead and done other things in order to my wife's coming, I went out to several places and to Mrs. Turner S., she inviting me last night, and there dined. With her and Madam Morris and a stranger we were very merry and had a fine dinner, and thence I took leave and to Whitehall, where my Lords Sandwich, Peterborough, and others made a tangier committee. Spent the afternoon in reading and ordering with a great deal of alteration, and yet methinks never a whit the better, of a letter drawn by Creed to my Lord Rutherford. The Lords being against anything that looked to be rough, though it was in matter of money and accounts, wherein their courtship may cost the king dear. Only I do see by them, that speaking in matters distasteful to him that we write to, it is best to do it in the plainest way and without ambages or reasoning, but only say matters of fact and leave the party to collect your meaning. Thence by water to my brother S., and there I hear my wife is come and gone home, and my father is come to town also, at which I wondered. But I discern it is to give my brother advice about his business, and it may be to pacify me about the differences that have been between my wife and him and my mother at her late being with them. Though by and by he coming to Mr. Holden S., where I was buying a hat, he took no notice to me of anything. I talked to him a little while and left him to lie at the end of the town, and I home, where methought I found my wife strange, not knowing, I believe, in what temper she could expect me to be in, but I fell to kind words, and so we were very kind. only she could not forbear telling me how she had been used by them and her maid, Ashwell, in the country. But I find it will be best not to examine it, for I doubt she's in fault too, and therefore I seek to put it off from my hearing. And so to bed, and there entertained her with great content, and so to sleep. 13th. Lay long in bed with my wife talking of family matters, and so up into the office, where we sat all the morning, and then home to dinner. And after dinner my wife and I to talk again about getting of a couple of good maids, and to part with Ashwell, which troubles me for her father's sake, though I shall be glad to have the charge taken away of keeping a woman. Thence a little to the office, and so abroad with my wife by water to Whitehall, and there at my lord's lodgings met my Lady Jemima, with whom we stayed a good while. Thence to Mrs. Hunt S., where I left my wife, and I to walk a little in St. James's Park, while Mrs. Harper might come home, with whom we came to speak about her kinswoman Jane Gentleman to come and live with us as a chambermaid, and there met with Mr. Hoole, my old acquaintance of Magdalen, and walked with him an hour in the park, discoursing chiefly of Sir Samuel Morland, whose lady is gone into France. It seems he buys ground and a farm in the country, and lays out money upon building, and God knows what. So that most of the money he sold his pension of L500 per annum for to Sir Arthur Slingsby, is believed is gone. It seems he hath very great promises from the king, and Hoole hath seen some of the king's letters, under his own hand, to Morland, promising him great things, and among others, the Order of the Garter, as Sir Samuel says. But his lady thought it below her to ask anything at the king's first coming, believing the king would do it of himself, when as Hoole do really think if he had asked to be Secretary of State at the king's first coming, he might have had it. And the other day at her going into France, she did speak largely to the king herself, how her husband hath failed of what his majesty had promised, and she was sure intended him. And the king did promise still, as he is a king and a gentleman, to be as good as his word in a little time, to a tittle. But I never believe it. Here in the park I met with Mr. Coventry, where he sent for a letter he had newly writ to me, wherein he had enclosed one from Commissioner Pett complaining of his being defeated in his attempt to suspend 2 pursers, wherein the manner of his doing it, and complaint of our seeing him, contrary to our promises the other day, deserted, did make us laugh mightily, and was good sport to think how awkwardly he goes about a thing that he has no courage of his own nor mine to do. Mr. Coventry answered it very handsomely, but I perceive Pett has left off his corresponding with me any more. Thence to fetch my wife from Mrs. Hunt S., where now he was come in, and we eat and drunk, and so away, their child being at home, a very lively but not pretty at all, by water to Mrs. Turner S., and there made a short visit, and so home by coach, and after supper to prayers and to bed, and before going to bed Ashwell began to make her complaint, and by her I do perceive that she has received most base usage from my wife, which my wife sillily denies. But it is impossible the wench could invent words and matter so particularly, against which my wife has nothing to say but flatly to deny, which I am sorry to see, and blows to have passed, and high words even at Hinchinbrook House among my lady's people, of which I am mightily ashamed. I said nothing to either of them, but let them talk till she was gone and left us abed, and then I told my wife my mind with great sobriety of grief, and so to sleep. 14th. Awake, and to chide my wife again, and I find that my wife has got too great head to be brought down soon, nor is it possible with any convenience to keep Ashwell longer. My wife is so set and convinced, as she was in Sarah, to make her appear a liar in every small thing that we shall have no peace while she stays. So I up and to my office doing several businesses in my study, and so home to dinner. The time having outslipped me and my stomach, it being past 2 o'clock, and yet before we could sit down to dinner Mrs. Harper and her cousin Jane came, and we treated and discoursed long about her coming to my wife for a chambermaid, and I think she will do well. So they went away expecting notice when she shall come, and so we sat down to dinner at 4 o'clock almost, and then I walked forth to my brother's, where I found my father very discontented, and has no mind to come to my house, and would have begun some of the differences between my wife and him. But I desired to hear none of them, and am sorry at my folly in forcing it and theirs in not telling me of it at the beginning, and therefore am resolved to make the best of a bad market, and to bring my wife to herself again as soon and as well as I can. So we parted very kindly, and he will dine with me tomorrow or next day. Thence walked home, doing several errands by the way, and at home took my wife to visit Sir W. Penn, who is still lame, and after an hour with him went home and supped, and with great content to bed. 15th. Lay pretty long in bed, being a little troubled with some pain got by wind and cold, and so up with good peace of mind, hoping that my wife will mind her house and servants, and so to the office, and being too soon to sit walk to my vial, which is well nigh done, and I believe I may have it home to my mind next week. So back to my office, and there we sat all the morning, I till 2 o'clock before I could go to dinner again. After dinner walked forth to my instrument maker, and there had my rule he made me lay now so perfected, that I think in all points I have never need or desire a better, or think that any man yet had one so good in all the several points of it for my use. So by water down to dipped ford, taking into my boat with me Mr. Palmer, one whom I knew and his wife when I was first married, being an acquaintance of my wife's and her friends lodging at Charing Cross during our differences. He joyed me in my condition, and himself, it seems, is forced to follow the law in a common, ordinary way, but seems to do well, and is a sober man enough by his discourse. He landed with me at Deptford, where he saw by the officer's respect to me a piece of my command, and took notice of it, though God knows I hope I shall not be elated with that, but rather desire to be known for serving the king well, and doing my duty. He gone I walked up and down the yard a while discoursing with the officers, and so by water home meditating on my new rule with great pleasure. So to my office, and there by candle light doing business, and so home to supper and to bed. 16th, Lord's Day. Up and with my wife to church, and finding her desirous to go to church, I did suspect her meeting of Pembleton, but he was not there, and so I thought my jealousy in vain and treat the sermon with great quiet. And home to dinner very pleasant, only some angry notwithstanding my wife could not forbear to give Ashwell, and after dinner to church again, and there, looking up and down, I found Pembleton to stand in the aisle against us, he coming too late to get a pew. Which, Lord, into what a sweat did it put me! I do not think my wife did see him, which did a little satisfy me. But it makes me mad to see of what a jealous temper I am and cannot help it, though let him do what he can I do not see, as I am going to reduce my family, what hurt he can do me, there being no more occasion now for my wife to learn of him. Here preached a confident young coxcomb. So home, and I stayed a while with Sir J. Minns at Mrs. Turner's, hearing his parrot talk, laugh and crow, which it do to admiration. So home and with my wife to see Sir W. Penn, and thence to my uncle White, and took him at supper and sat down, where methinks my uncle is more kind than he used to be both to me now, and my father tell me to him also, which I am glad at. After supper home, it being extraordinary dark, and by chance a lanthorn came by, and so we hired it to light us home. Otherwise were we no sooner within doors but a great shower fell that had doused us cruelly if we had not been within, it being as dark as pitch. So to prayers and to bed. 17th. Up and then fell into discourse, my wife and I to Ashwell, and much against my will I am fain to express a willingness to Ashwell that she should go from us, and yet in my mind I am glad of it to ease me of the charge. So she is to go to her father this day. And leaving my wife and her talking highly, I went away by coach with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten to St. James's, and there attended of course the Duke. And so to Whitehall, where I met Mr. Moore, and he tells me with great sorrow of my lord's being debauched he fears by this woman at Chelsea, which I am troubled at, and resolved to speak to him of it if I can seasonably. Thence home, where I dined, and after dinner comes our old maid Susan to look for a gorget that she says she has lost by leaving it here, and by many circumstances it being clear to me that Hannah, our present cookmaid, not only has it, but had it on upon her neck when Susan came in, and shifted it off presently upon her coming in, I did charge her so home with it, having a mind to have her gone from us, that in a huff she told us she would be gone tonight if I would pay her wages. Which I was glad and my wife of, and so fetched her wages, and though I am doubtful that she may convey some things away with her clothes, my wife searching them, yet we are glad of her being so gone, and so she went away in a quarter of an hour's time. Being much amused at this to have never a maid but Ashwell, that we do not intend to keep nor a boy, and my wife and I being left for an hour, till my brother came in, alone in the house, I grew very melancholy, and so my brother being come in I went forth to Mrs. Holden's, to whom I formerly spoke about a girl to come to me instead of a boy, and the like I did to Mrs. standing, and also to my brother Tom, whom I found at an alehouse in Popinjay Alley drinking. And I standing with him at the gate of the alley, Ashwell came by, and so I left Tom and went almost home with her, talking of her going away. I find that she is willing to go, and told her, though behind my back my wife has told her that it was more my desire than hers that she should go, which was not well, that seeing my wife and she could not agree, I did choose rather, was she my sister, have her gone, it would be better for us and for her too. To which she willing agreed, and will not tell me anything but that she do believe that my wife would have some body there that might not be so liable to give me information of things as she takes her to be. But however, I must later to prevent all that. I parted with her near home, agreeing to take no notice of my coming along with her, and so by and by came home after her. Where I find a sad distracted house, which troubles me, however, to supper and prayers and to bed. And while we were getting to bed, my wife began to discourse to her, and plainly asked whether she had got a place or no. And the other answered that she could go if we would to one of our own office, to which we agreed if she would. She thereupon said no, she would not go to any but where she might teach children, because of keeping herself in use of what things she had earnt, which she do not hear nor will there, but only dressing. By which I perceive the wench is cunning, but one very fit for such a place, and accomplished to be woman to any lady in the land. So quietly to sleep, it being a cold night. But till my house is settled, I do not see that I can mind my business of the office, which grieves me to the heart. But I hope all will over in a little time, and I hope to the best. This day at Mrs. Holden's I found my new low-crowned beaver according to the present fashion made, and will be sent home tomorrow. 18th, up into my office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home, and my father came and dined with me, Susan being come and helped my wife to dress dinner. After dinner my father and I talked about our country matters, and in fine I find that he thinks L50 per ann will go near to keep them all, which I am glad of. He having taken his leave of me and my wife without any mention of the differences between them and my wife in the country, I went forth to several places about businesses, and so home again, and after prayers to bed. 19th, up betimes and my wife up and about the house, Susan beginning to have her drunken tricks, and put us in mind of her old faults and folly and distractedness, which we had forgot, so that I became mightily troubled with her. This morning came my joiners to new lay the floors, and begun with the dining room. I out and see my vial again, and it is very well, and to Mr. Holliard, and took some pills of him and a note under his hand to drink wine with my beer, without which I was obliged, by my private vow, to drink none a good while, and have strictly observed it, and by my drinking of small beer and not eating, I am so mightily troubled with wind, that I know not what to do almost. Thence to Whitehall, and there met Mr. Moore, and fell a talking about my lord's folly at Chelsea, and it was our discourse by water to London, and to the great coffee house against the Exchange, where we sat a good while talking, and I find that my lord is wholly given up to this wench, who it seems has been reputed a common strumpet. I have little encouragement from Mr. Moore to meddle with it to tell my lord, for fear it may do him no good, but me hurt. Thence homewards, taking leave of him, and met Tom Marsh, my old acquaintance at Westminster, who talks mightily of the honour of his place, being clerk assistant to the clerk of the House of Commons, and I take him to be a coxcomb, and so did give him half a pint of wine, but drink none myself, and so got shut of him. So home, and there found my wife almost mad with Susan's tricks, so as she is forced to let her go and leave the house all in dirt, and the clothes all wet, and gets Goody Taylor to do the business for her till another comes. Here came Will Howe, and he and I alone in my chamber talking of my lord, who drives me out of love to my lord to tell my lord of the matter we discoursed of, which tends so much to the ruin of his state, and so I resolved to take a good heart and do whatever comes of it. He gone, we sat down and eat a bit of dinner fetched from the cook S, and so up again and to my joiners, who will make my floors very handsome. By and by comes in Pembleton, which begun to make me sweat, but I did give him so little countenance, and declared at one word against dancing any more, and bid him a short God be with you myself. And so he took as short a leave of my wife and so went away, and I think without any time of receiving any great satisfaction from my wife or invitation to come again. To my office till it was dark doing business, and so home by candle light to make up my accounts for my lord and Mr. Moore. By and by comes Mr. Moore to me, and stayed a good while with me making up his accounts and mine, and we did not come to any end therein for want of his papers, and so put it off to another time. He supped with me in all my dirt and disorder, and so went away, and we to bed. I discoursed with him a great while about my speaking to my lord of his business, and I apprehend from him that it is likely to prove perhaps of bad effect to me and no good to him, and therefore I shall even let it alone and let God do his will, at least till my lord is in the country, and then we shall see whether he resolves to come to Chelsea again or no, and so order the stopping of him therein if we can. 20th, up betimes and to my office, having first been angry with my brother John, and in the heat of my sudden passion called him a se and coxcomb, for which I am sorry, it being but for leaving the key of his chamber with a spring lock within side of his door. And there we sat all the morning, and at noon dined at home, and there found a little girl, which she told my wife her name was Ginny, by which name we shall call her. I think a good likely girl, and a parish child of Saint Bride, S. of honest parentage, and recommended by the churchwarden. After dinner among my joiners laying my floors, which please me well, and so to my office, and we sat this afternoon upon an extraordinary business of victualling. In the evening came Commissioner Pett, who fell foul on me for my carriage to him at Chatham, wherein, after protestation of my love and good meaning to him, he was quiet. But I doubt he will not be able to do the service there that any other man of his ability would. Home in the evening my viol and lute new strung being brought home too, and I would have paid Mr. Hunt for it, but he did not come along with it himself, which I expected, and was angry for it, so much is it against my nature to owe anything to anybody. This evening the girl that was brought to me today for so good a one, being cleansed of lice this day by my wife, and good, new clothes put on her back, she run away from Goody Taylor that was showing her the way to the bakehouse, and we heard no more of her. So to supper and to bed. 21st, up betimes and among my joiners, and to my office, where the joiners are also laying mouldings in the inside of my closet. Then abroad and by water to Whitehall, and there got Sir G. Carteret to sign me my last quarter's bills for my wages, and meeting with Mr. Creed, he told me how my Lord Teviot hath received another attack from Guyland at Tangier with 10,000 men, and at last, as is said, is come, after a personal treaty with him, to a good understanding and peace with him. Thence to my brother S., and there told him how my girl has served us which he sent me, and directed him to get my clothes again, and get the girl whipped. So to other places by the way about small businesses, and so home, and after looking over all my workmen, I went by water and land to Diptford, and there found by appointment Sir W. Batten, but he was got to Mr. Waith's to dinner, where I dined with him, a good dinner and good discourse, and his wife, I believe, a good woman. We fell in discourse of Captain Cock, and how his lady has lost all her fine linen almost, but besides that they say she gives out she had 3,000 worth of linen, which we all laugh at, and Sir W. Batten, who I perceive is not so fond of the captain as he used to be, and less of her, from her slight receiving of him and his lady, it seems once, told me how he should say that he must spend 700 per ann. Get it how he could, which was a high speech, and by all men's discover, his estate not good enough to spend so much. After dinner altered our design to go to Woolwich, and put it off to tomorrow morning, and so went all to Greenwich, Mrs. Waith excepted, who went thither, but not to the same house with us, but to her father, S. that lives there, to the musique house, where we had paltry musique, till the master organist came, whom by discourse I afterwards knew, having employed him for my Lord Sandwich, to prick out something his name Arundel, and he did give me a fine voluntary or two. And so home by water, and at home I find my girl that run away brought by a bedell of St. Bride's parish, and stripped her and sent her away, and a new one come, of Griffin's helping to, which I think will prove a pretty girl. Her name, Susan, and so to supper after having this evening paid Mr. Hunt L3 for my viol, besides the carving which I paid this day 10s. For to the carver, and he tells me that I may, without flattery, say, I have as good a theobo viol and violin as is in England. So to bed. 22nd. Up by 4 o'clock to go with Sir W. Batten to Woolwich and Sir J. Minns, which we did, though not before 6 or 7 by their laying abed. Our business was to survey the new wharf building there, in order to the giving more to him that do it, Mr. Randall, than contracted for, but I see no reason for it, though it be well done, yet no better than contracted to be. Here we eat and drank at the clerk of the checks, and in taking water at the Tower Gate, We drank a cup of strong water, which I did out of pure conscience to my health, and I think is not accepted by my oaths, but it is a thing I shall not do again, hoping to have no such occasion. After breakfast Mr. Castle and I walked to Greenwich, and in our way met some gypsies, who would needs tell me my fortune, and I suffered one of them, who told me many things common as others do, but bade me beware of a John and a Thomas, for they did seek to do me hurt, and that somebody should be with me this day se'nnight to borrow money of me, but I should lend him none. She got 9 pence of me. And so I left them, and to Greenwich, and so to Dipt Ford, where the 2 nights were come, and thence home by water, where I find my closet done at my office to my mind, and work gone well on at home, and Ashwell gone abroad to her father, my wife having spoken plainly to her. After dinner to my office, getting my closet made clean and setting some papers in order, and so in the evening home and to bed. This day Sir W. Batten tells me that Mr. Newburn, of whom the nickname came up among us forars Tom Newburn, is dead of eating cowcumbers, of which, the other day, I heard another, I think Sir Nicholas Crisp's son. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up into church without my wife, she being all dirty as my house is. God forgive me, I looked about to see if I could spy Pembleton, but I could not, which did please me not a little. Home to dinner, and then to walk up and down in my house with my wife, discoursing of our family matters, and I hope, after all my troubles of mind and jealousy, we shall live happily still. To church again, and so home to my wife, and with her read Iter a poem, made just at the king's coming home, but I never read it before, and now like it pretty well, but not so as it was cried up. So to supper. No pleasure or discourse with Ashwell, with whom for her neglect and unconcernment to do anything in this time of dirt and trouble in the house, but gadding abroad as she has been all this afternoon, I know not whither. After supper to prayers and to bed, having been, by a sudden letter coming to me from Mr. Coventry, been with Sir W. Penn, to discourse with him about sending 500 soldiers into Ireland. I doubt matters do not go very right there. 24th, up very early, and my joiners came to work. I to Mr. Moore, from him came back home again, and drew up an account to my lord, and that being done met him at my Lord Sandwich's, where I was a good while alone with my lord. And I perceive he confides in me and loves me as he uses to do, and tells me his condition, which is now very well. All I fear is that he will not live within compass. For I am told this morning of strange dotages of his upon the slut at Chelsea, even in the presence of his daughter, my Lady Jem, and Mrs. Ferrets, who took notice of it. There come to him, this morning, his prince of the river Tagus and the city of Lisbon, which he measured with his own hand, and printed by command of the king. My lord pleases himself with it, but methinks it ought to have been better done than by jobbing. Besides, I put him upon having some took off upon white satin, which he ordered presently. I offered my lord my accounts, and did give him up his old bond for L 500, and took a new one of him for L 700, which I am by lending him more money to make up, and I am glad of it. My lord would have had me dine with him, but I had a mind to go home to my workmen, and so took a kind good-bye of him, and so with Creed to St. James's, and, missing Mr. Coventry, walked to the New Exchange, and there drank some whey, and so I by water home, and found my closet at my office made very clean and neat to my mind mightily, and home to dinner, and then to my office to brush my books, and put them and my papers in order again. And all the afternoon till late at night doing business there, and so home to supper, and then to work in my chamber, making matters of this day's accounts clear in my books, they being a little extraordinary, and so being very late I put myself to bed, the rest being long ago gone. 25th, up very early and removed the things out of my chamber into the dining room, it being to be new floored this day. So the workmen being come and falling to work there, I to the office, and thence down to Limehouse to Finn. Pets about masts, and so back to the office where we sat. And being rose, and Mr. Coventry being gone, taking his leave, for that he is to go to the bath with the Duke tomorrow, I to the Change and there spoke with several persons, and lastly with Sir W. Warren, and with him to a coffee house, and there sat 2 hours talking of office business and Mr. Wood's knavery, which I verily believe. And lastly he tells me that he hears that Captain Cock is like to become a principal officer, either a controller or a surveyor. At which I am not sorry so either of the other may be gone, and I think it probable enough that it may be so. So home at 2 o'clock, and there I found Ashwell gone, and her wages come to 50s. And my wife, by a mistake from me, did give her 20s. More, but I am glad that she is gone and the charge saved. After dinner among my joiners, and with them till dark night, and this night they made an end of all, and so having paid them 40s. For their 6 days' work, I am glad they have ended and are gone, for I am weary and my wife too of this dirt. My wife growing peevish at night, being weary, and I a little vexed to see that she do not retain things in her memory that belong to the house as she ought and I myself do, I went out in a little seeming discontent to the office, and after being there a while, home to supper and to bed. Tomorrow, they say, the king and the duke set out for the bath. This noon going to the exchange, I met a fine fellow with trumpets before him in Leadenhall Street, and upon inquiry I find that he is the clerk of the city market, and 3 or 4 men carried each of them an arrow of a pound weight in their hands. It seems this Lord Mayor begins again an old custom, that upon the 3 first days of Bartholomew Fair, the first, there is a match of wrestling, which was done, and the Lord Mayor there and aldermen in Moorfields yesterday. Today, shooting, and tomorrow, hunting. And this officer, of course, is to perform this ceremony of riding through the city, I think to proclaim or challenge any to shoot. It seems that the people of the fair cry out upon it as a great hindrance to them. 26th. Up, and after doing something in order to the putting of my house in order now the joinery is done, I went by water to Whitehall, where the court full of wagons and horses. The king and court going this day out towards the Bath, and I to St. James's, where I spent an hour or more talking of many things to my great content with Mr. Coventry in his chamber, he being ready to set forth too with the Duke today, and so left him, and I meeting Mr. Gauden. With him to our offices, and in Sir W. Penn's chamber did discourse by a meeting on purpose with Mr. Waith about the victualling business, and came to some issue in it. So home to dinner, and Mr. Moore came and dined with me, and after dinner I paid him some money which evened all reckonings between him and me to this day, and for my lord also I paid him some money, so that now my lord owes me, for which I have his bond, just else 700. After long discourse with him of the fitness of his giving me a receipt for this money, which I for my security think necessary, and he otherwise do not think so. At last, after being a little angry, and I resolving not to let go my money without it, he did give me one. Thence I took him, and he and I took a pleasant walk to Deptford and back again, I doing much business there. He went home and I home also, indoors to supper, being very glad to see my house begin to look like itself again, hoping after this is over not to be in any dirt a great while again, but it is very handsome, and will be more when the floors come to be of one color. So weary to bed. Pleased this day to see Captain Hicks come to me with a list of all the officers of Deptford Yard, wherein he, being a high old cavalier, do give me an account of every one of them to their reproach in all respects, and discovers many of their knaveries, and tells me, and so I thank God I hear everywhere, that my name is up for a good husband for the king, and a good man, for which I bless God, and that he did this by particular direction of Mr. Coventry. 27th. Up, after much pleasant talk with my wife and a little that vexes me, for I see that she is confirmed in it that all that I do is by design, and that my very keeping of the house in dirt, and the doing of this and anything else in the house, is but to find her employment to keep her within and from minding of her pleasure, in which, though I am sorry to see she minds it, is true enough in a great degree. To my office, and there we sat and dispatched much business. Home and dined with my wife well, and then up and made clean my closet of books, and had my chamber a 3rd time made very clean, so that it is now in a very fine condition. Thence down to see some good plank in the river with Sir W. Batten and back again, it being a very cold day and a cold wind. Home again, and after seeing Sir W. Penn, to my office, and there till late doing of business, being mightily encouraged by every body that I meet withal upon the change and everywhere else, that I am taken notice of for a man that do the king's business wholly and well. For which the Lord be praised, for I know no honor I desire more. Home to supper, where I find my house very clean from top to bottom again, to my great content. I found a ficho, as he calls it, of fine sugar and a case of orange flower water come from Mr. Cock of Lisbon, the fruits of my last year's service to him, which I did in great justice to the man, a perfect stranger. He sends it me desiring that I would not let Sir J. Minns know it, from whom he expected to have found the service done that he had from me, from whom he could expect nothing, and the other failed him, and would have done I am sure to this day had not I brought it to some end. After supper to bed. 28th. At the office betimes, it being cold all night and this morning, and a very great frost they say abroad, which is much, having had no summer at all almost, where we sat, and in the afternoon also about settling the establishment of the number of men born on ships and sea, till the evening, and after that in my closet till late, and quite tired with business, home to supper and to bed. 29th. Abroad with my wife by water to Westminster, and there left her at my lord's lodgings, and I to Jervis the barber S., and there was trimmed, and did deliver back a periwig, which he brought by my desire the other day to show me, having some thoughts, though no great desire or resolution yet to wear one, and so I put it off for a while. Thence to my wife, and calling at both the exchanges, buying stockings for her and myself, and also at Leadenhall, where she and I, it being candlelight, bought meat for tomorrow, having never a maid to do it, and I myself bought, while my wife was gone to another shop, a leg of beef, a good one for 6 pence, and my wife says is worth my money. So walked home with a woman carrying our things. I am mightily displeased at a letter Tom sent me last night, to borrow 20 more of me, and yet gives me no account, as I have long desired, how matters stand with him in the world. I am troubled also to see how, contrary to my expectation, my brother John neither is the scholar nor minds his studies as I thought would have done, but loiters away his time, so that I must send him soon to Cambridge again. 31st. Up into my office all the morning, where Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns did pay the short allowance money to the East India Companies, and by the assistance of the city marshal and his men, did lay hold of 2 or 3 of the chief of the companies that were in the mutiny the other day, and sent them to prison. This noon came Jane Gentleman to serve my wife as her chamber maid. I wish she may prove well. So ends this month, with my mind pretty well in quiet, and in good disposition of health since my drinking at home of a little wine with my beer, but nowhere else do I drink any wine at all. The king and queen and the court at the Bath, my Lord Sandwich in the country newly gone. September 1663. Sept. 1st. Up pretty betimes, and after a little at my vial to my office, where we sat all the morning, and I got my bill among others for my carved work, which I expected to have paid for myself, signed at the table, and hoped to get the money back again, though if the rest had not got it paid by the king, I never intended nor did desire to have him pay for my vanity. In the evening, my brother John coming to me to complain that my wife seems to be discontented at his being here, and shows him great disrespect. So I took and walked with him in the garden, and discoursed long with him about my affairs, and how imprudent it is for my father and mother and him to take exceptions without great cause at my wife, considering how much it concerns them to keep her their friend, and for my peace. Not that I would ever be led by her to forget or desert them in the main, but yet she deserves to be pleased and complied with a little, considering the manner of life that I keep her to, and how convenient it were for me to have Brampton for her to be sent to when I have a mind or occasion to go abroad to Portsmouth or elsewhere. So directed him how to behave himself to her, and gave him other counsel. And so to my office, where late. Second, up betimes and to my office, and thence with Sir J. Minns by coach to Whitehall, where met a Sir W. Batten, and there stayed by the council chamber till the lords called us in, being appointed 4 days ago to attend them with an account of the riot among the seamen the other day. When Sir J. Minns did as like a coxcomb as ever I saw any man speak in my life, and so we were dismissed, they making nothing almost of the matter. We stayed long without, till by and by my Lord Mayor comes, who also was commanded to be there. And he having, we not being within with him, an admonition from the lords to take better care of preserving the peace, we joined with him, and the lords having commanded Sir J. Minns to prosecute the fellows for the riot, we rode along with my Lord Mayor in his coach to the Sessions House in the Old Bailey, where the Sessions are now sitting. Here I heard 2 or 3 ordinary trials, among others one, which, they say, is very common nowadays, and therefore in my now taking of maids I resolved to look to have some body to answer for them. A woman that went and was indicted by 4 names for entering herself a cookamaid to a gentleman that prosecuted her there, and after 3 days run away with a silver tankard, a porringer of silver, and a couple of spoons, and being now found is found guilty, and likely will be hanged. By and by up to dinner with my Lord Mayor and the aldermen, and a very great dinner and most excellent venison, but it almost made me sick by not daring to drink wine. After dinner into a withdrawing room, and there we talked, among other things, of the Lord Mayor's sword. They tell me this sword, they believe, is at least 100 or 200 years old, and another that he hath, which is called the Black Sword, which the Lord Mayor wears when he mourns, but properly is their Lenten sword to wear upon Good Friday and other Lent days, is older than that. Thence I, leaving Sir J. Minns to look after his indictment drawing up, I home by water, and there found my wife mightily pleased with a present of shells, fine shells given her by Captain Hicks, and so she and I up and look them over, and indeed they are very pleasant ones. By and by in comes Mr. Llewellyn, lately come from Ireland, to see me, and he tells me how the English interest falls mightily there, the Irish party being too great, so that most of the old rebels are found innocent, and their lands, which were forfeited and bought or given to the English, are restored to them, which gives great discontent there among the English. He being gone, I to my office, where late, putting things in order, and so home to supper and to bed. Going through the city, my Lord Mayor told me how the pillar set up by Exeter House is only to show where the pipes of water run to the city, and observed that this city is as well watered as any city in the world, and that the bringing the water to the city hath cost it first and last above L300000. But by the new building, and the building of St. James's by my Lord St. Albans. It was at this time that the Earl of St. Albans planned St. James's Square, which was first styled the Piazza. The warrant for a grant to Baptist May and Abraham Cowley on nomination of the Earl of St. Albans of several parcels of ground in Pall Mall described, on rental of L80, for building thereon a square of 13 or 14 great and good houses, was dated September 24th, 1664. Which is now about, and which the city's stomach I perceive highly, but dare not oppose it. Were it now to be done, it would not be done for 1,000,000 of money. Third, up betimes, and for an hour at my vial before my people rise. Then up and to the office a while, and then to Sir W. Batten, who is going this day for pleasure down to the Downs. I eat a breakfast with them, and at my lady's desire with them by coach to Greenwich, where I went aboard with them on the Charlotte yacht. The wind very fresh, and I believe they will be all sick enough, besides that she is mighty troublesome on the water. Methinks she makes over much of her husband's ward, young Mr. Griffin, as if she expected some service from him when he comes to it, being a pretty young boy. I left them under sail, and I to dipped ford, and, after a word or two with Sir J. Minns, walked to Raydriff and so home. In my way, it coming into my head, overtaking of a beggar or 2 on the way that looked like gypsies, what the gypsies 8 or 9 days ago had foretold, that somebody that day se'nnight should be with me to borrow money, but I should lend none. And looking, when I came to my office, upon my journal, that my brother John had brought a letter that day from my brother Tom to borrow L20 more of me, which had vexed me so that I had sent the letter to my father into the country, to acquaint him of it, and how little he is beforehand that he is still forced to borrow. But it pleased me mightily to see how, contrary to my expectations, having so lately lent him L20, and belief that he had money by him to spare, and that after some days not thinking of it, I should look back and find what the gypsy had told me to be so true. After dinner at home to my office, and there till late doing business, being very well pleased with Mr. Cutler, coming to me about some business, and among other things tells me that they value me as a man of business, which he accounts the best virtuoso, and I know his thinking me so, and speaking where he comes may be of good use to me. Home to supper and to bed. Fourth, up betimes, and an hour at my vial, and then abroad by water to Whitehall and Westminster Hall, and there bought the first newsbooks of L. Estrange's writing. Roger L. Estrange, a voluminous writer of pamphlets and periodical papers and translator of classics, and born 1616. He was licenser of the press to Charles Roman II, and James Roman II, and MP for Winchester in James Roman II's Parliament. L. Estrange was knighted in the reign of James Roman II, and died 1704. In 1663, L. Estrange set up a paper called The Public Intelligencer, which came out on August 31st and continued to be published twice a week till January 19, 1665, when it was superseded by the scheme of publishing the London Gazette, the first number of which appeared on February 4th following. He beginning this week, and makes, methinks, but a simple beginning. Then to speak to Mrs. Lane, who seems desirous to have me come to see her and to have her company as I had a little while ago, which methinks if she were very modest, considering how I tumbled her and tossed her, she should not. Thence to Mrs. Harper, and sent for Creed and their misses. Harper sent for a maid for me to come to live with my wife. I like the maid's looks well enough, and I believe may do well, she looking very modestly and speaking so too. I directed her to speak with my wife, and so Creed and I away to Mr. Povy's, and he not being at home, walked to Lincoln's in walks, which they are making very fine, and about 1 o'clock went back to Povy's. And by in comes he, and so we sat and down to dinner, and his lady, whom I never saw before, a handsome old woman that brought him money that makes him do as he does. And so we had plenty of meat and drink, though I drunk no wine, though mightily urged to it, and in the exact manner that I never saw in my life anywhere, and he the most full and satisfied in it that man can be in this world with anything. After dinner done, to see his new cellars, which he has made so fine with so noble an arch and such contrivances for his barrels and bottles, and in a room next to it, such a grotto and fountain, which in summer will be so pleasant as nothing in the world can be almost. But to see how he himself do pride himself too much in it, and command and expect to have all admiration, though indeed everything do highly deserve it, is a little troublesome. Thence Creed and I away, and by his importunity away by coach to Bartholomew Fair, where I have no mind to go without my wife, and therefore rode through the fair without lighting, and away home, leaving him there. And at home made my wife get herself presently ready, and so carried her by coach to the fair, and showed her the monkeys dancing on the ropes, which was strange, but such dirty sport that I was not pleased with it. There was also a horse with hoofs like ram's horns, a goose with 4 feet, and a cock with 3. Thence to another place, and saw some German clockworks, the Salutation of the Virgin Mary, and several scriptural stories. But above all there was at last represented the sea, with Neptune, Venus, mermaids, and Arid on a dolphin, the sea rocking so well done that had it been in a gaudy manner and place, and at a little distance it had been admirable. Thence home by coach with my wife, and I a while to the office, and so to supper and to bed. This day I read a proclamation for calling in and commanding every body to apprehend my Lord Bristol. Fifth, up betimes and to my vial a while, and so to the office, and there sat, and busy all the morning. So at noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, where I met Creed, who dined with me, and after dinner mightily importuned by Captain Hicks, who came to tell my wife the names and story of all the shells, which was a pretty present he made her the other day. He being gone, Creed, my wife, and I to Cornhill, and after many trials bought my wife a chintz, that is, a painted Indian calico for to line her new study, which is very pretty. So home with her, and then I away, Creed being gone, to Captain Miner's upon Tower Hill, and there, abating only some impertinence of his, I did inform myself well in things relating to the East Indies, both of the country and the disappointment the king met with the last voyage, by the knavery of the Portugal viceroy, and the inconsiderableness of the place of Bombay. Bombay, which was transferred to the East India Company in 1669. The seat of the Western Presidency of India was removed from Surat to Bombay in 1680–587. If we had had it. But above all things, it seems strange to me that matters should not be understood before they went out, and also that such a thing as this, which was expected to be one of the best parts of the Queen's portion, should not be better understood. It being, if we had it, but a poor place, and not really so as was described to our king in the draft of it, but a poor little island. Whereas they made the king and Lord Chancellor, and other learned men about the king, believe that and other islands which are near it were all one piece. And so the draft was drawn and presented to the king, and believed by the king and expected to prove so when our men came thither, but it is quite otherwise. Thence to my office, and after several letters writ, home to supper and to bed, and took a pill. I hear this day that Sir W. Batten was fain to put ashore at Queenborough with my lady, who has been so sick she swears never to go to sea again. But it happens well that Holmes is come home into the Downs, where he will meet my lady, and it may be do her more good than she looked for. He brings news of the peace between Tangier and the Moors, but the particulars I know not. He is come but yesterday. 6th, Lord's Day. My pill I took last night worked very well, and I lay long in bed and sweat to get away the itching all about my body from head to foot, which is beginning again as it did the last winter, and I find after I am up that it is abated. I stayed at home all day, and my wife also, whom, God forgive me, I stayed along with me for fear of her seeing of Pembleton. But she and I entertained one another all day long with great pleasure, contriving about my wife's closet and the bedchamber, whither we intend to go up she and I today. We dined alone and supped also at night, my brother John with us, and so to prayers and to bed. 7th, up pretty betimes and a while to my viol, and then abroad to several places, to buy things for the furnishing my house and my wife's closet, and then met my uncle Thomas by appointment, and he and I to the Prerogative Office in Paternoster Row, and there searched and found my uncle Day's will, and read it over and advised upon it, and his wife's after him, and though my Aunt Perkins' testimony is very good, yet I fear the estate being great. And the rest that are able to inform us in the matter are all possessed of more or less of the estate. It will be hard for us ever to do anything, nor will I adventure anything, till I see what part will be given to us by my uncle Thomas of all that is gained. But I had another end of putting my uncle into some doubt, that so I might keep him. Yet from going into the country that he may be there against the court at his own charge, and so I left him and his son at a loss what to do till I see them again. And so I to my Lord Crew's, thinking to have dined there, but it was too late, and so back and called at my brother's and Mr. Holden's about several businesses, and went all alone to the Black Spread Eagle in Bride Lane, and there had a chop of veal and some bread, cheese, and beer, cost me a shilling to my dinner. And so through Fleet Alley, God forgive me, out of an itch to look upon the sluts there, against which when I saw them my stomach turned, and so to Bartholomew Fair, where I met with Mr. Pickering, and he and I to see the monkeys at the Dutch House, which is far beyond the other that my wife and I saw the other day, and thence to see the dancing on the ropes, which was very poor and tedious. But he and I fell in discourse about my Lord Sandwich. He tells me how he is sorry for my lord at his being at Chelsea, and that his but seeming so to my lord without speaking one word had put him clear out of my lord's favor, so as that he was fain to leave him before he went into the country, for that he was put to eat with his servants. But I could not fish from him, though I knew it, what was the matter. But am very sorry to see that my lord hath thus much forgot his honor, but am resolved not to meddle with it. The play being done, I stole from him and hied home, buying several things at the ironmonger's dogs, tongs and shovels for my wife's closet and the rest of my house, and so home, and thence to my office a while, and so home to supper and to bed. By my letters from Tangier today I hear that it grows very strong by land, and the mole goes on. They have lately killed 200 of the Moors, and lost about 40 or 50. I am mightily afeard of laying out too much money in goods upon my house, but it is not money flung away, though I reckon nothing money but when it is in the bank, till I have a good sum beforehand in the world. 8th, up into my vial a while, and then to my office on Phillips, having brought me a draft of the Catherine yacht, prettily well done for the common way of doing it. At the office all the morning making up our last half year's account to my Lord Treasurer, which comes to L160,000 or thereabouts, the proper expense of this half year, only with an addition of L130,000 for the third due of the last account to the treasurer for his disbursements, and L1100 for this half year, S, so that in 3 years and a half his thirds come to L14100. Dined at home with my wife. It being washing day, we had a good pie baked of a leg of mutton, and then to my office, and then abroad, and among other places to Moxon, S, and there bought a pair of globes cost me L310s. With which I am well pleased, I buying them principally for my wife, who has a mind to understand them, and I shall take pleasure to teach her. But here I saw his great window in his dining room, where there is the 2 terrestrial hemispheres, so painted as I never saw in my life, and nobly done and to good purpose, done by his own hand. Thence home to my office, and there at business late, and then to supper home and to bed, my people sitting up longer than ordinary before they had done their washing. 9th. Up by break of day, and then to my vials a while, and so to Sir W. Warren S. by agreement, and after talking and eating something with him, he and I down by water to Woolwich, and there I did several businesses and had good discourse, and thence walked to Greenwich. In my way a little boy overtook us with a fine cup turned out of lignum vitae, which the poor child confessed was made in the King's Yard by his father, a turner there, and that he do often do it, and that I might have one, and God knows what, which I shall examine. Thence to Sir W. Warren's again, and there drew up a contract for masts which he is to sell us, and so home to dinner, finding my poor wife busy. I after dinner to the office, and then to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret, S., but did not speak with him, and so to Westminster Hall, God forgive me, thinking to meet Mrs. Lane, but she was not there, but here I met with Ned Pickering, with whom I walked 3 or 4 hours till evening, he telling me the whole business of my lord's folly with this Mrs. Beck at Chelsea, of all which I am ashamed to see my lord so grossly play the beast and fool, to the flinging off of all honor, friends, servants, and every thing and person that is good, and only will have his private lust undisturbed with this common. His sitting up night after night alone, suffering nobody to come to them, and all the day too, casting off Pickering, basely reproaching him with his small estate, which yet is a good one, and other poor courses to obtain privacy beneath his honor, and with his carrying her abroad and playing on his lute under her window, and 40 other poor sordid things, which I am grieved to hear. But believe it to no purpose for me to meddle with it, but let him go on till God Almighty and his own conscience and thoughts of his lady and family do it. So after long discourse, to my full satisfaction but great trouble, I home by water and at my office late, and so to supper to my poor wife, and so to bed, being troubled to think that I shall be forced to go to Brampton the next court, next week. 10th, up betimes and to my office, and there sat all the morning making a great contract with Sir W. Warren for L3000 worth of masts. But good God! To see what a man might do, were I a knave, the whole business from beginning to end being done by me out of the office, and signed to by them upon the once reading of it to them, without the least care or consultation either of quality, price, number, or need of them, only in general that it was good to have a store. But I hope my pains was such, as the King has the best bargain of masts, has been bought these 27 years in this office. Dined at home and then to my office again, many people about business with me, and then stepped a little abroad about business to the wardrobe, but missed Mr. Moore and elsewhere, and in my way met Mr. Moore, who tells me of the good peace that is made at Tangier with the Moors, but to continue but from 6 months to 6 months, and that the mole is laid out, and likely to be done with great ease and success, we to have a quantity of ground for our cattle about the town to our use. To my office late, and then home to supper, after writing letters, and to bed. This day our cook maid, we having no luck in maids nowadays, which was likely to prove a good servant, though none of the best cooks, fell sick and is gone to her friends, having been with us but 4 days. 11th. This morning, about 2 or 3 o'clock, knocked up in our backyard, and rising to the window, being moonshine, I found it was the constable and his watch, who had found our backyard door open, and so came in to see what the matter was. So I desired them to shut the door, and bid them good night, and so to bed again, and at 6 o'clock up in a while to my viol, and then to the office, where all the morning upon the victualler's accounts, and then with him to dinner at the Dolphin, where I eat well but drank no wine neither, which keeps me in such good order that I am mightily pleased with myself for it. Hither Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I home and advised about business. And so after an hour's examining the state of the Navy debts lately cast up, I took coach to Sir Philip Warwick S., but finding Sir G. Carteret there I did not go in, but directly home again, it raining hard, having first of all been with Creed and Mrs. Harper about a cook maid, and am like to have one from Creed's lodging. In my way home visited my Lord Crewe and Sir Thomas, thinking they might have inquired by the by of me touching my lord's matters at Chelsea, but they said nothing, and so after some slight common talk I bid them good night. At home to my office, and after a while doing business home to supper and bed. 12th. Up betimes, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to Sir Philip Warwick, and there had half an hour's private discourse with him, and did give him some good satisfaction in our Navy matters, and he also me as to the money paid and due to the Navy. So as he makes me assured by particulars, that Sir G. Carteret is paid within L80000 every farthing that we to this day, nay to Michaelmas Day next have demanded. And that, I am sure, is above L50000 snore than truly our expenses have been, whatever is become of the money. Home with great content that I have thus begun an acquaintance with him, who is a great man, and a man of as much business as any man in England, which I will endeavor to deserve and keep. Thence by water to my office, in here all the morning, and so to the Change at noon, and there by appointment met and bring home my Uncle Thomas, who resolves to go with me to Brampton on Monday next. I wish he may hold his mind. I do not tell him, and yet he believes that there is a court to be that he is to do some business for us there. The truth is I do find him a much more cunning fellow than I ever took him for, nay in his very drink he has his wits about him. I took him home to dinner, and after dinner he began, after a glass of wine or two, to exclaim against Sir G. Carteret and his family in Jersey, bidding me to have a care of him, and how high, proud, false, and politique a fellow he is, and how low he has been under his command in the island. After dinner and long discourse, he went away to meet on Monday morning, and I to my office, and thence by water to Whitehall and Westminster Hall about several businesses, and so home, and to my office writing a laborious letter about our last account to my Lord Treasurer, which took me to 1 o'clock in the morning. 13th, Lord's Day. So that Griffin was fain to carry it to Westminster to go by express, and my other letters of import to my father and elsewhere could not go at all. To bed between 1 and 2, and slept till 8, and lay talking till 9 with great pleasure with my wife. So up and put my clothes in order against tomorrow's journey, and then at noon at dinner, and all the afternoon almost playing and discoursing with my wife with great content, and then to my office there to put papers in order against my going. And by comes my Uncle White to bid us to dinner tomorrow to a haunch of venison I sent them yesterday, given me by Mr. Povey, but I cannot go, but my wife will. Then into the garden to read my weekly vows, and then home, where at supper saying to my wife in ordinary fondness, "Well, shall you and I never travel together again?" She took me up and offered and desired to go along with me. I, thinking by that means to have her safe from harm's way at home here, was willing enough to feign, and after some difficulties maid did send about for a horse and other things, and so I think she will go. So, in a hurry getting myself and her things ready, to bed. 14th. Up betimes, and my wife's mind and mine holding for her going, so she to get her ready, and I abroad to do the like for myself, and so home, and after setting everything at my office and at home in order, by coach to Bishopsgate, it being a very promising fair day. There at the Dolphin we met my Uncle Thomas and his son-in-law, which seems a very sober man, and Mr. Moore. So Mr. Moore and my wife set out before, and my uncle and I stayed for his son Thomas, who, by a sudden resolution, is preparing to go with us, which makes me fear something of mischief which they design to do us. He staying a great while, the old man and I before, and about 8 miles off, his son comes after us, and about 6 miles further we overtake Mr. Moore and my wife, which makes me mightily consider what a great deal of ground is lost in a little time, when it is to be got up again by another, that is to go his own ground and the others too. And so after a little bait, I paying all the reckonings the whole journey, at where, to Buntingford, where my wife, by drinking some cold beer, being hot herself, presently after lighting, begins to be sick and became so pale, and I alone with her in a great chamber there, that I thought she would have died, and so in great horror, and having a great trial of my true love and passion for her, called the maids and mistress of the house, and so with some strong water, and after a little vomit, she came to be pretty well again, and so to bed, and I having put her to bed with great content, I called in my company, and supped in the chamber by her, and being very merry in talk, supped and then parted, and I to bed and lay very well. This day my cousin Thomas dropped his hanger, and it was lost. 15th. Up pretty betimes and rode as far as Godmanhester, Mr. Moore having 2 falls, once in water and another in dirt, and there light and eat and drunk, being all of us very weary, but especially my uncle and wife. Thence to Brampton to my father S., and there found all well, but not sensible how they ought to treat my uncle and his son, at least till the court be over, which vexed me, but on my counsel they carried it fair to them. And so my father, cousin Thomas, and I up to Hinchingbroke, where I find my lord and his company gone to Boughton, which vexed me. But there I find my lady and the young ladies, and there I alone with my lady 2 hours, she carrying me through every part of the house and gardens, which are, and will be, mighty noble indeed. Here I saw Mrs. Betty Pickering, who is a very well-bred and comely lady, but very fat. Thence, without so much as drinking, home with my father and cousin, who stayed for me, and to a good supper. After I had had an hour's talk with my father abroad in the fields, wherein he begun to talk very highly of my promises to him of giving him the profits of Sturtlow, as if it were nothing that I give him out of my purse, and that he would have me to give this also from myself to my brothers and sister. I mean Brampton and all, I think. I confess I was angry to hear him talk in that manner, and took him up roundly in it, and advised him if he could not live upon L50 per ann. Which was another part of his discourse, that he would think to come and live at Tom's again, where L50 per ann will be a good addition to Tom S. trade, and I think that must be done when all is done. But my father spoke nothing more of it all the time I was in the country, though at the time he seemed to like it well enough. I also spoke with Pigot too this evening before I went in to supper, and doubt that I shall meet with some knots in my business tomorrow before I can do it at the court, but I shall do my best. After supper my uncle and his son to Stanks to bed, which troubles me, all our father's beds being lent to Hinchingbroke, and so my wife and I to bed, she very weary. 16th. Up betimes and with my wife to Hinchingbroke to see my lady, she being to go to my lord this morning, and there I left her, and so back to the court, and heard Sir R. Bernard's charges to the court's baron and leet, which took up till noon and were worth hearing, and after putting my business into some way, went home to my father's to dinner. And after dinner to the court, where Sir Robert and his son came again by, and then to our business. And my father and I, having given bond to him for the L21 Pigot owed him, my uncle Thomas did quietly admit himself and surrender to us the lands first mortgaged for our whole debt, and Sir Robert added to it what makes it up L209, to be paid in 6 months. But when I came to give him an account of more lands to be surrendered to us, wherein Pigot's wife was concerned, and she there to give her consent, Sir Robert would not hear of it, but began to talk very high that we were very cruel, and we had caution enough for our money, and he could not in conscience let the woman do it, and reproached my uncle, both he and his son, with taking use upon use for this money. To all which I did give him such answers and spoke so well, and kept him so to it, that all the court was silent to hear us, and by report since do confess, they did never hear the like in the place. But he by a while had got our bond, and I was content to have as much as I could though I could not get all, and so took Pigot's surrender of them without his wife, and by Sir Robert's own consent, did tell the court that if the money were not paid in the time, and the security proved not sufficient, I would conclude myself wronged by Sir Robert, which he granted I should do. This kept us till night, but am heartily glad it ended so well on my uncle's part, he doing that in Prior's little house very willingly. So the court broke up, and my father and Mr. Shepley and I to Gorham's to drink, and then I left them, and to the Bull, where my uncle was to hear what he and the people said of our business, and hear nothing but what liked me very well. So by and by home and to supper, and with my mind in pretty good quiet to bed. 17th. Up, and my father being gone to bed ill last night, and continuing so this morning, I was forced to come to a new consideration, whether it was fit for to let my uncle and his son go to Wisbeach about my Uncle Day's estate alone or no, and concluded it unfit. And so resolved to go with them myself, leaving my wife there, I begun a journey with them, and with much ado through the fens along dykes, where sometimes we were ready to have our horses sink to the belly, we got by night, with great deal of stir and hard riding, to Parson's Drove, a heathen place, where I found my uncle and Aunt Perkins and their daughters poor wretches. In a sad, poor thatched cottage, like a poor barn or stable, peeling of hemp, in which I did give myself good content to see their manner of preparing of hemp. And in a poor condition of habit took them to our miserable inn. And there, after long stay, and hearing of Frank, their son the miller, play upon his treble, as he calls it, with which he earns part of his living, and singing of a country bawdy song, we sat down to supper. The whole crew, and Frank's wife and child, a sad company, of which I was ashamed, supped with us. And after supper I, talking with my aunt about her report concerning my Uncle Day's will and surrender, I found her in such different reports from what she writes and says to the people, and short of what I expected, that I fear little will be done of good in it. By and by news is brought to us that one of our horses is stole out of the stable, which proves my uncle, S., at which I am inwardly glad I mean that it was not mine. And at this we were at a great loss, and they doubting a person that lay at next door, a Londoner, some lawyer's clerk, we caused him to be secured in his bed, and other care to be taken to seize the horse. And so about 12 at night or more, to bed in a sad, cold, nasty chamber. Only the maid was indifferent handsome, and so I had a kiss or two of her, and I to bed. And a little after I was asleep they waked me to tell me that the horse was found, which was good news, and so to sleep till the morning, but was bit cruelly, and nobody else of our company, which I wonder at by the gnats. 18th. Up and got our people together as soon as we could, and after eating a dish of cold cream, which was my supper last night too, we took leave of our beggarly company, though they seem good people, too. And over most sad fens, all the way observing the sad life which the people of the place which if they be born there, they do call the breedlings of the place, do live, sometimes rowing from one spot to another, and then wading to Wisbeach, a pretty town, and a fine church and library, where sundry very old abbey manuscripts, and a fine house built on the church ground by Secretary Thurlow, and a fine gallery built for him in the church, but now all in the Bishop of Ely's hands. After visiting the church and see, we went out of the town, by the help of a stranger, to find out one Blinkhorn, a miller, of whom we might inquire something of old days' disposal of his estate, and in whose hands it now is. And by great chance we met him, and brought him to our inn to dinner. And instead of being informed in his estate by this fellow, we find that he is the next heir to the estate, which was matter of great sport to my cozen Thomas and me, to see such a fellow prevent us in our hopes, he being Day's brother's daughter's son, whereas we are but his sister's sons and grandsons. So that, after all, we were fain to propose our matter to him, and to get him to give us leave to look after the business, and so he to have 1/3 part, and we two to have the other 2/3 parts, of what should be recovered of the estate, which he consented to. And after some discourse and paying the reckoning, we mounted again, and rode, being very merry at our defeat, to Chatteris. My uncle very weary, and after supper, and my telling of 3 stories to their good liking of spirits, we all 3 in a chamber went to bed. 19th. Up pretty betimes, and after eating something we set out, and I, being willing thereto, went by a mistake with them to St. Ives. And there, it being known that it was their nearer way to London, I took leave of them there, they going straight to London and I to Brampton, where I find my father ill in bed still, and Madame Norbury, whom and her fair daughter and sister I was ashamed to kiss, but did, my lip being sore with riding in the wind and bit with the gnats, lately come to town. Come to see my father and mother, and they after a little stay being gone, I told my father my success. And after dinner my wife and I took horse, and rode with marvellous, and the first and only hour of pleasure, that ever I had in this estate since I had to do with it, to Brampton Woods. And through the wood rode, and gathered nuts in my way, and then at Graffham to an old woman's house to drink, where my wife used to go. And being in all circumstances highly pleased, and in my wife's riding and good company at this time, I rode, and she showed me the river behind my father's house, which is very pleasant, and so saw her home, and I straight to Huntingdon, and there met Mr. Shepley and to the Crown, having sent home my horse by stanks. And there a barber came and trimmed me, and thence walked to Hinchingbroke, where my lord and ladies all are just alighted. And so I in among them, and my lord glad to see me, and the whole company. Here I stayed and supped with them, and after a good stay talking, but yet observing my lord not to be so mightily engulfed in his pleasure in the country as I expected and hoped, I took leave of them, and after a walk in the courtyard in the dark with Mr. Howe, who tells me that my lord do not enjoy himself and please himself as he used to do, but will hasten up to London, and that he is resolved to go to Chelsea again, which we are heartily grieved for and studious how to prevent if it be possible. I took horse, there being one appointed for me, and a groom to attend me, and so home, where my wife stayed up and sister for me, and so to bed, troubled for what I hear of my lord. 20th Lord's Day. Up and finding my father somewhat better, walked to Huntingdon Church, where in my lord's pew with the young ladies, by my lord's own showing me the place. I stayed the sermon, and so to Hinchingbroke, walking with Mr. Shepley and Dr. King, whom they account a witty man here, as well as a good physician, and there my lord took me with the rest of the company, and singly demanded my opinion in the walks in his garden, about the bringing of the crooked wall on the mount to a shape. And so to dinner, there being Colonel Williams and much other company, and a noble dinner. But having before got my lord's warrant for travelling today, there being a proclamation read yesterday against it at Huntingdon, at which I am very glad, I took leave, leaving them at dinner, and walked alone to my father's. And there, after a word or two to my father and mother, my wife and I mounted, and with my father's boy, upon a horse I borrowed of Captain Furrers, we rode to Bigglesworth by the help of a couple of countrymen, that led us through the very long and dangerous waters, because of the ditches on each side, though it begun to be very dark, and there we had a good breast of mutton roasted for us, and supped, and to bed. 21st. Up very betimes by break of day, and got my wife up, whom the thought of this day's long journey do discourage. And after eating something, and changing of a piece of gold to pay the reckoning, we mounted, and through Baldwick, where a fair is kept today, and a great one for cheese and other such commodities. And so to Hatfield, it being most curious weather from the time we set out to our getting home. And here we dined, and my wife being very weary, and believing that it would be hard to get her home tonight, and a great charge to keep her longer abroad, I took the opportunity of an empty coach that was to go to London, and left her to come in it to London, for half a crown, and so I and the boy home as fast as we could drive, and it was even night before we got home. So that I account it very good fortune that we took this course, being myself very weary, much more would my wife have been. At home found all very well and my house in good order. To see Sir W. Penn, who is pretty well, and Sir J. Minns, who is a little lame on one foot, and the rest gone to Chatham, viz. Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batt, who has in my absence inveighed against my contract the other day for Warren's masts, in which he is a knave, and I shall find matter of triumph, but it vexes me a little. So home, and by comes my wife by coach well home, and having got a good fowl ready for supper against her coming, we eat heartily, and so with great content and ease to our own bed, there nothing appearing so to our content as to be at our own home, after being abroad a while. 22nd. I up well refreshed after my journey, and to my office and there set some things in order, and then Sir W. Penn and I met and held an office, and at noon to dinner, and so by water with my wife to Westminster, she to see her father and mother, and we met again at my lord's lodgings, and thence by water home again, where at the door we met Sir W. Penn and his daughter coming to visit us, and after their visit I to my office. And after some discourse to my great satisfaction with Sir W. Warren about our bargain of masts, I wrote my letters by the post, and so home to supper and to bed. This day my wife showed me bills printed, wherein her father, with Sir John Culloden and Sir Edward Ford, have got a patent for curring of smoky chimneys. The patent numbered 138 is printed in the appendix to Wheatley's, Samuel Pepys and the World He Lived in, p. 241. It is drawn in favor of John Culloden, doctor in physic, and of Alexander Marchant, of St. Michael, and describes a way to prevent and cure the smoking of chimneys, either by stopping the tunnel towards the top and altering the former course of the smoke, or by setting tunnels with check within the chimneys. Sir Edward Ford's name does not appear in the patent. I wish they may do good thereof, but fear it will prove but a poor project. This day the king and queen are to come to Oxford. I hear my Lady Castlemaine is for certain gone to Oxford to meet him, having lain within here at home this week or two, supposed to have miscarried, but for certain is as great in favour as heretofore. According to Collins, Henry Fitzroy, Lady Castlemaine's second son by Charles Roman II, was born on September 20th, 1663. He was the first Duke of Grafton B. At least Mrs. Sarah at my Lord S., who hears all from their own family, do say so. Every day brings news of the Turks' advance into Germany, to the awaking of all the Christian princes thereabouts, and possessing himself of Hungary. My present care is fitting my wife's closet and my house, and making her a velvet coat, and me a new black cloth suit, and coat and cloak, and evening my reckoning as well as I can against Michaelmas Day, hoping for all that to have my balance as great or greater than ever I had yet. 23rd. Up betimes and to my office, where setting down my journal while I was in the country to this day, and at noon by water to my Lord Crewe S., and there dined with him and Sir Thomas, thinking to have them inquire something about my lord's lodgings at Chelsea, or anything of that sort, but they did not, nor seemed to take the least notice of it, which is their discretion, though it might be better for my lord and them too if they did, that so we might advise together for the best. Which cannot be while we seem ignorant one to another, and it is not fit for me to begin the discourse. Thence walked to several places about business, and to Westminster Hall, thinking to meet Mrs. Lane, which is my great vanity upon me at present, but I must correct it. She was not in the way. So by water home and to my office, whither by and by came my brother John, who is to go to Cambridge tomorrow, and I did give him a most severe reprimand for his bad account he gives me of his studies. This I did with great passion and sharp words, which I was sorry to be forced to say, but that I think it for his good, forswearing doing anything for him, and that which I have yet and now do give him is against my heart and will also be hereafter, till I do see him give me a better account of his studies. I was sorry to see him give me no answer, but for aught I see, to hear me without great resentment, and such as I should have had, in his condition. But I have done my duty, let him do his, for I am resolved to be as good as my word. After 2 hours walking in the garden, till after it was dark, I ended with him and to my office, and there set some papers in order, and so to supper, and my poor wife, who is mighty busy at home, fitting her closet. So to bed. 24th. Up betimes, and after taking leave of my brother John, who went from me to my father's this day, I went forth by water to Sir Philip Warwick, S., where I was with him a pretty while. And in discourse he tells me, and made it appear to me, that the king cannot be in debt to the navy at this time L5000, and it is my opinion that Sir G. Carteret do owe the king money, and yet the whole navy debt paid. Thence I parted, being doubtful of myself that I have not, spoke with the gravity and weight that I ought to do in so great a business. But I rather hope it is my doubtfulness of myself, and the haste which he was in, some very great personages waiting for him without, while he was with me, that made him willing to be gone. To the office by water, where we sat doing little, now Mr. Coventry is not here, but only vex myself to see what a sort of coxcombs we are when he is not here to undertake such a business as we do. In the afternoon, telling my wife that I go to Deptford, I went, by water to Westminster Hall, and there finding Mrs. Lane, took her over to Lambeth where we were lately, and there did what I would with her, but only the main thing which she would not consent to, for which God be praised. But trust in the Lord, I shall never do so again while I live. After being tired with her company, I landed her at White Hall, and so home and at my office writing letters till 12 at night almost, and then home to supper and bed, and there found my poor wife hard at work, which grieved my heart to see that I should abuse so good a wretch, and that is just with God to make her bad with me for my wrongin of her, but I do resolve never to do the like again. So to bed. 25th. Lay pretty long in bed, and so to my office all the morning till by and by called out by Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten, with them by water to Deptford, where it of a sudden did lighten, thunder, and rain so as we could do nothing but stay in Davis's house, and by Sir J. Minns and I home again by water, and I home to dinner, and after dinner to the office, and there till night all alone, even of my clerks being there, doing of business, and so home and to bed. 26th. Up into my office, and there we sat till noon, and then I to the Exchange, but did little there. But meeting Mr. Rawlinson, he would needs have me home to dinner. And Mr. Dean of Woolwich being with me, I took him with me. And there we dined very well at his own dinner, only no invitation. But here I sat with little pleasure, considering my wife at home alone, and so I made what haste home I could, and was forced to sit down again at dinner with her, being unwilling to neglect her by being known to dine abroad. My doing so being only to keep Dean from dining at home with me, being doubtful what I have to eat. So to the office, and there till late at night, and so home to supper and bed, being mightily pleased to find my wife so mindful of her house. 27th Lord's Day. Lay chatting with my wife a good while, then up and got me ready and to church, without my man William, whom I have not seen today, nor care, but would be glad to have him put himself far enough out of my favor that he may not wonder to have me put him away. So home to dinner, being a little troubled to see Pembleton out again, but I do not discern in my wife the least memory of him. Dined, and so to my office a little, and then to church again, where a drowsy sermon, and so home to spend the evening with my poor wife, consulting about her closet, clothes, and other things. At night to supper, though with little comfort, I finding myself both head and breast in great pain, and what troubles me most my right ear is almost deaf. It is a cold, which God Almighty in justice did give me while I sat lewdly sporting with Mrs. Lane the other day with the broken window in my neck. I went to bed with a posset, being very melancholy in consideration of the loss of my hearing. 28th. Up, though with pain in my head, stomach, and ear, and that deaf so as in my way by coach to Whitehall with Sir J. Minns I called at Mr. Holliard S., who did give me some pills, and tells me I shall have my hearing again and be well. So to Whitehall, where Sir J. Minns and I did spend an hour in the gallery, looking upon the pictures, in which he hath some judgment. And by the commissioners for Tangier met, and there my Lord Teviot, together with Captain Cuttance, Captain Evans, and Jonas Moore, sent to that purpose, did bring us a brave draught of the mole to be built there, and report that it is likely to be the most considerable place the King of England hath in the world, and so I am apt to think it will. After discourse of this, and of supplying the garrison with some more horse, we rose, and Sir J. Minns and I home again, finding the street about our house full, Sir R. Ford beginning his shrievalty today, and, what with his and our houses being new painted, the street begins to look a great deal better than it did, and more graceful. Home and eat one bit of meat, and then by water with him and Sir W. Batten to a sale of old provisions at Deptford, which we did at Captain Bodley's house, to the value of L600 or L700, but I am not satisfied with the method used in this thing. Then home again by water, and after a little at my office and visit Sir W. Penn, who is not very well again with his late pain, home to supper, being hungry, and my ear and cold not so bad I think as it was. So to bed, taking one of my pills. News that the king comes to town for certain on Thursday, next from his progress. 29th. Took 2 pills more in the morning and they worked all day, and I kept the house. About noon dined, and then to carry several heavy things with my wife up and downstairs, in order to our going to lie above, and Will to come down to the wardrobe, and that put me into a violent sweat. So I had a fire made, and then, being dry again, she and I to put up some paper pictures in the Red Chamber, where we go to lie very pretty, and the map of Paris. Then in the evening, towards night, it fell to thunder, lighten, and rain so violently that my house was all afloat, and I and all the rain up to the gutters, and there dabbled in the rain and wet half an hour, enough to have killed a man. That done downstairs to dry myself again, and by come Mr. Simpson to set up my wife's chimney-piece in her closet, which pleases me, and so that being done, I to supper and to bed, shifting myself from top to toe, and doubtful of my doing myself hurt. 30th. Rose very well, and my hearing pretty well again, and so to my office, by Mr. Holliard come, and at my house he searched my ear, and I hope all will be well, though I do not yet hear so well as I used to do with my right ear. So to my office till noon, and then home to dinner, and in the afternoon by water to Whitehall, to the Tangier Committee, where my Lord Teviot about his accounts, which grieves me to see that his accounts being to be examined by us, there are none of the great men at the board that in compliment will accept against anything in his accounts, and so none of the little persons dare do it. So the king is abused. Thence home again by water with Sir W. Ryder, and so to my office, and there I sat late making up my month's accounts. And blessed be God, Do find myself L760 creditor, notwithstanding that for clothes for myself and wife, and layings out on her closet, I have spent this month L47. So home, where I found our new cookmaid Elizabeth, whom my wife never saw at all, nor I but once at a distance before, but recommended well by Mr. Creed, and I hope will prove well. So to supper, prayers, and bed. This evening Mr. Coventry is come to St. James, S., but I did not go see him, and tomorrow the king, queen, duke and his lady, and the whole court comes to town from their progress, myself and family well, only my father sick in the country. All the common talk for news is the Turks' advance in Hungary and c.